Results of the immediate process of production. 3 things are to be considered in this chapter. 1. Commodities as product of capital, i.e., of capitalist production. Capitalist production is production of surplus value. 3. Ultimately, it is production and reproduction of the entire relationship through which this immediate process of production characterizes itself as specifically capitalist. Of these 3 rubrics, number 1 is to be placed at the end rather than at the beginning in the final revision for publication, since it forms the transition to the second book, the process of circulation of capital. 1. Capitalist production as production of surplus value. Insofar as capital from here on only appears in its elementary forms, as commodity or money, the capitalist appears in the character forms of commodity holder or money holder, which we have already recognized. But as far as that goes, the latter are in and for themselves just as little capitalists as commodity and money are in and for themselves capital, just as these things only metamorphose into capital under specific preconditions, so the commodity and money holders only metamorphose into capitalists under the same preconditions. Capital originally appeared as money, which was to change into capital, i.e. as something that is only capital, any longer potentially, dyname. Just as the economists, on one hand, made the blunder of identifying these elementary forms of capital, commodity and money, as such with capital, so on the other hand they made the blunder of taking the explanation of the mode of the existence of capital as use value, namely means of labor, as such, for the explanation of capital itself. From the time of its first provisional, so to speak, form as money, as point of origin for the formation of capital, capital exists henceforth only as money, that is, as sum of exchange values, in the independent form of exchange value, in its money expression. But this money is to valorate itself. To that end, the exchange value is to serve to create more exchange value. The value magnitude is to grow, i.e., the present value is not just to maintain itself, but posit an increment, a delta value, a surplus value, so that the given value manifests itself as fluens, insofar as it is the given sum of money, and as fluxion, insofar as it is the increment. On a footnote, it says these are Newtonian terminology for differential calculus, whereby the relationship of flowing thing to amount flowed express the rate of change of a function. End of footnote. We shall return to this independent money expression of capital when we consider its process of circulation. At this point, when we are only concerned henceforth with money as the beginning point of the immediate process of production, a single observation will suffice. Capital exists from this point on only as a given value sum equal to money, in which all use value is extinguished, consequently in the form of money. the magnitude of this value sum is limited by the height or quantity of the sum of money, which is to metamorphose into capital. The way this value sum becomes capital is by its magnitude increasing, by metamorphosing into a changing magnitude, by having been all along precisely the kind of fluens which is to posit a fluxion. In itself, this sum of money is only capital for the first time, that is, as far as its determination goes, because it is to be employed, expended in a way which has its increase as purpose, because it is expended for the purpose of its increase. If this appears as its determination, its inner impulse and tendency with respect to the value sum or sum of money, thus with respect to the capitalist, i.e. the holder of the sum of money, in whose hands it is to undertake this function, it appears as intention purpose. In this originally simple value or money expression of the capital which is to become capital, in which abstraction is made from all relationship to use value, and it has fallen away, we also find, however, that all disturbing intervention and indicative points of the real process of production of commodities, which are later confusing, fall away, and the characteristic specific nature of the capitalist process of production reveals itself in just so abstractly simple a manner. If the original capital is a value sum equal to x, then the purpose is attained, and x turns into capital by being metamorphosed into x plus more x. That is, into a sum of money or sum of value equal to the original sum of value, plus an addition to the original sum of value, into the given money magnitude, and additional money into the given value and surplus plus surplus value. The production of surplus value, which includes the maintenance of the value originally projected, thus appears as the determining purpose, the impelling interest, and the ultimate result of the capitalistic process of production, as that by which the original value is metamorphosed into capital. Just how this is achieved, the real procedure whereby this metamorphosis of x into x plus delta x is accomplished, has no effect upon the purpose and result of the process. X can, admittedly, be changed into x plus more x, even without a capitalistic process of production, but not under the given condition and presupposition that the competing members of society confront one another as persons who meet one another only as commodity holders, and enter into contact with one another only as such holders. This excludes slavery. And secondly, not under the other condition, that the social product be produced as commodity. This excludes all forms in which the chief purpose for the immediate producers is use value, and it is at most the superfluity of the product, etc., which is metamorphosed into commodity. This purpose of the process that x be metamorphosed into x plus more x shows in addition which path the investigation has to take. The expression must be the function of a variable magnitude, or must metamorphose into one during the process. As a given sum of money, x is a constant quantity from the very start, whose increment thus is equal to 0. So it must be metamorphosed into another magnitude which contains a variable element in the course of the process. And the point is to find this constitutive part, and at the same time to show through just which mediations a variable magnitude comes out of what is originally a constant magnitude. Since it is the case, as is obvious upon further investigation of the real process of production, that a part of X turns back again into a constant magnitude, namely into the means of labor. Now, since a part of the exchange value of X, only in the form of particular use values, instead of in the money form of same, a change which makes no alteration in the constant nature of the value magnitude, affects no change at all in this part insofar as it is exchange value. Hence, X manifests itself in the process as constant magnitude plus variable magnitude equal to constant magnitude plus a variable magnitude. But the difference of Jesus Christ. Delta times constant capital plus variable capital is equal to constant capital plus variable capital times more variable capital plus more variable capital. And since the difference of constant capital is equal to 0, hence it equals variable capital plus more variable capital. Or, I don't even think he's using the word capital yet. Sorry, I'm kind of like translating symbols here. Hence it is equal to variable magnitude plus more variable magnitude. He's using the word magnitude. That which originally appears as surplus X is thus really surplus variable magnitude. And the relationship of this increment of the original magnitude X to the part of X whose increment it really is must be surplus X divided by the variable magnitude equal to the added variable magnitude, surplus variable magnitude divided by the original variable magnitude, which in reality the formula for the rate of surplus value, surplus variable equals surplus value. Since since more X is equal to more variable magnitude. Since the total capital, or is equal to total capital, since total capital is equal to constant capital and variable capital, of which constant capital is constant and variable capital is variable, therefore total capital can be regarded as a function of variable capital. If variable capital increases by a certain increase in variable, then the total capital becomes total capital plus a surplus. Thus one has total capital equals constant plus variable capital. Total capital prime, or is equal to constant capital plus variable capital plus a surplus variable capital. If one subtracts equation 1 from equation 2, then one obtains the difference of the increased total capital minus original total capital. The increment of total capital of the initial total capital is equal to the surplus capital. The increased or augmented the increased It's fucking hilarious. I might not have done this if I knew so many fucking equations were to be read aloud. Let me restart. Thus, one has 3 and consequently 4. Delta capital, surplus capital, is equal to surplus variable. But the increased capital minus the original capital is equal to the magnitude by which the original total capital, has changed, equal to the surplus capital, equal to the increment of the initial total capital, or the surplus capital. Thus, surplus capital is equal to surplus variable capital. Or the increment of the total capital is equal to the increment of the variable part of capital, so that the surplus capital, or the change of the constant part of the surplus constant capital, or the change of the constant part of capital, is equal to 0. The constant capital must thus, in this inquiry concerning surplus capital, or surplus variable capital, be set equal to 0. Constant capital is equal to 0, i.e. must be ignored. The property in which variable capital has increased, surplus variable capital divided by initial variable capital, is equal to the rate of surplus value. The proportion in which total capital has increased is equal to surplus variable capital divided by total capital advanced, equal to surplus variable capital divided by constant capital and variable capital, rate of profit. This is all confusing. I might have been translating that wrong. Like right in the past thing, it says surplus variable capital. It's like a delta triangle next to a V, and I think that is surplus value. So for example, I know that the rate of surplus value is surplus value divided by variable capital, and the rate of profit is surplus value divided by constant capital and variable capital. That's the rate of profit. But here it's saying this delta or surplus variable capital divided by constant and variable capital is equal to the rate of profit, which is probably, if I was to guess, a moment in the process of exposition to illuminate certain relationships. But anyway, I think we might be done for a little while at least with me trying to translate equations verbally. Okay. The genuine specific function of capital as capital is thus the production of surplus value, which, as is later manifested, is nothing but production of surplus labor, appropriation of unpaid labor in the real process of production, which manifests itself objectified as surplus value. A further conclusion is that in order for the metamorphosis of X into capital, initial capital plus a surplus, to take place, it is necessary that the value or sum of money makes up the original capital metamorphose into the factors of the real process of labor. It is possible in certain branches of industry that a part of the means of production, the object of labor, has no value, is no commodity, although it is a use value. In this case, a part of the initial money capital money advanced, in this case part of the X amount of initial capital advanced, metamorphoses merely into means of production, and is the object of labor insofar as the metamorphosis of the initial money sum comes into consideration, i.e., the buying of commodities which enter into the process of labor by X is limited to the buying of means of production. One factor of the process of labor, the object of labor, is here equal to 0, insofar as value comes into consideration. But we are considering the matter in the complete form, where the object of labor is still equal to a commodity. For the case where this does not apply, this factor is to be set equal to 0, as far as value is concerned, in order to rectify the calculation. As the commodity is immediately unity of use value and exchange value, so the process of production, which is the process of production of commodity, is the immediate unity of process of labor and process of valorization. Just as commodities, i.e., immediate unities of use value and exchange value, come out of the process as result, as product, precisely in that way do they enter into it as constitutive elements. Never is it possible for something to come out of a process of production which did not enter into it in the form of preconditions of production. The metamorphosis of the projected sum of money, the sum of money which is to be valorated and metamorphosed into capital, into the factors of the process of production, is an act of the circulation of commodities, of the process of exchange, and dissolves itself into a series of sales. Thus this act still falls outside the immediate process of production. The act only introduces the process, but is, however, the necessary presupposition for the process. And if we consider the totality and continuity of capitalist production, instead of the immediate process of production, then this metamorphosis of money into the factors of the process of production, the buying of means of production and faculty of labor, itself forms an imminent moment of the entire process. Now, if we consider the shape of capital within the immediate process of production, then it has the double shape of use value and exchange value, just as the simple commodity does. But in both forms, additional determinations enter, in which are different from those of the simple commodity considered in independence and as further developed determinations. As far as use value is concerned, its particular content, its further determinacy was utterly indifferent to the conceptual determination of the commodity. The article which was to be commodity and consequently bearer of exchange value had to satisfy some sort of social need and therefore possess at least some useful qualities. Voilà tout. Voilà tout. I have no idea what that means. It is quite obvious with the use value of the commodities, which function in the process of production, through the nature of the process of labor, the means of production first of all divide up into objects of labor and means of labor, or at a further level of determinacy, into raw material on the one side and instruments and assisting materials, etc. on the other. What these are form determinations of use value, which arise out of the nature of the process of labor itself, and in this way the use value becomes further determined with relation to the means of production. The form determinacy of the use value even becomes essential at this point for the development of the economic relationship, the economic category. Water time. Further, however, the use values which enter into the process of labor divide it into two moments and oppositions which are in concept strictly divided. Just as we said, the objective means of production do. On the one side, the actual means of production, the objective preconditions of production. On the other side, the functioning labor capacities, the labor power which expresses itself in a purposeful way, the subjective precondition for production. This is a further form determinacy of capital, insofar as it appears under the aspect of use value within the immediate process of production. Particular purposive labor, spinning, weaving, etc., is embodied in, present in the simple commodity. Particular purposive labor, spinning, weaving, etc., is embodied in, present in the simple commodity, in the spun and woven product. The purposive form of the product is the only trace which the purposive labor has left behind, and this trace itself can be blotted out. If the product has the form of a natural product, like cattle, wheat, etc., the use value appears present in the commodity as the actual entity which in the process of labor only appears as product. The single commodity is in actuality a complete product which has its process of creation behind it, in which the process by which particular useful labor embodies itself, objectified itself, is actually sublated. The commodity comes into being in the process of production. It is continually forced out of the process as product, so that the product itself only appears as a moment of the process. A part of the use value, in which capital appears within the process of production, is the living labor faculty itself, but as labor faculty of particular specification, which arises out of the particular use value of the means of production, and as labor faculty, which activates itself, as labor power expressing itself purposefully, which makes the means of production into objectified moments of its activation, and consequently metamorphoses them out of their use value into the new form of product. The use values themselves consequently pass through a real process of metamorphosis within the labor process, whether that real process is of a mechanical, chemical, or physical nature. While the use value is a given thing with particular properties in the commodity, now it is the metamorphosis of the things which function as raw material and means of labor. Use values through the agency of the living labor, which activates itself through them and in them, which is precisely the labor faculty in actualization, in a use value of changed form, the product. Thus, the form which capital assumes as use value in the labor process is broken down first into the conceptually separated, reciprocally interrelated means of production, second, into a conceptual separation springing out of the nature of the labor process between the objective preconditions of labor, the means of production, and the subjective preconditions for labor, the purposefully active labor faculty, i.e., labor itself. Third, however, considering the totality of the process, the use value of capital appears here as process-producing use value, in which the means of production, in accordance with this specific determinacy, function as means of production of the purposefully active, specific labor faculty, corresponding to its particular nature. or the entire labor process as such, in the living reciprocal effects of its objective and subjective moments, appears as the total shape of the use value, i.e., as the real shape of capital in the process of production. The process of production of capital is above all an actual labor process. Considering its real aspect, or considering it as process which forms new use values by useful labor with use values. As such, its moments, its conceptually determined constitutive parts, are those of the labor process at large. Of each labor process, on whatever level of economic development, and on the basis of whatever mode of production happens to be proceeding, therefore, since the real shape or the shape of the objective use values out of which the capital consists, its material substrate is necessarily the shape of means of production, means of labor, and object of labor, which serve for the production of new products. Since, furthermore, these use values are already present on the market in the process of circulation, in the form of commodities, thus in the possession of the capitalist as the commodity holder, before they function in the labor process in accordance with their specific purpose. Because capital in this way, insofar as it manifests itself in objective preconditions of labor, in accordance with its use value, consists of means of production, raw materials, assisting materials and tools, equipment, structures, machines, etc. The conclusion is drawn from that fact that all means of production are capital potentially, and insofar as they are functioning as means of production, are capital. And consequently, capital is a necessary moment of the human process of labor as such, quite apart from each of its historical forms, and consequently is something eternal, something determined by the nature of human labor. Similarly, the fact that, because the process of production of capital as such is labor process, the labor process as such, the labor process in all social forms is necessarily labor process of capital. Thus, capital is considered as a thing, which plays a certain thing-like role, a role appropriate to it as thing, in the process of production. It is the same logic which concludes that because money is gold, hence gold in and for itself is money. That because wage labor is labor, hence all labor is necessarily wage labor. In this way, the identity is proved by the fact that what is identical in all processes of production is retained as opposed to their specific differences. The identity is proved by abstracting from the difference. We shall come to this decisively important point for more extensive discussion in the course of this section. At this point, we only observe preliminarily. Firstly, the commodities which the capitalist has bought in order to consume them in the process of production or process of labor as means of production are the capitalist's property. They are actually only his money metamorphosed into commodities, and are the existence of his capital just as much as money was. Indeed, they are so in an even more intensive fashion, insofar as they are present in the form in which they really function as capital, i.e., as means for the creation of value, for the valorization of value, i.e., for its increase. These means of production are thus capital. On the other hand, the capitalist has bought with the other part of the advanced sum of money faculty of labor, laborers, or living labor, as the manner of manifestation was developed in Chapter for. This belongs to him as such, therefore is the objective preconditions for the process of labor. But the following specific difference asserts itself here. Nevertheless, the real labor is that which the worker really gives to the capitalist, as equivalent for the part of capital, metamorphosed into wages, for the market price of labor. It is the expenditure of his vital force, the realization of his productive capacities, his movement, not that of the capitalist. It is the expenditure of his vital force, the realization of his productive capacities, his movement, not that of the capitalist. Considered as personal function, in its reality, labor is the function of the worker and not that of the capitalist. From the standpoint of exchange, the worker is that which the capitalist obtains from him in the process of labor, not that entity as which the capitalist confronts him in the process of labor. This forms thus an opposition to the objective preconditions of labor, which confront the subjective precondition of labor. Labor itself, or rather the worker who labors, in the process of labor itself, which objective preconditions do their confronting as capital, and to that extent as the existence of the capitalist. Thus it ensues that as well as from the standpoint of the capitalist as from that of the worker, it is as the existence of capital, as, quote, immanently capital, that the means of production confront labor. Thus the other elements into which the advanced capital metamorphoses itself, and consequently appears potentially as specific mode of existence of capital even outside the process of production. This develops further, as will become clear, partly because of the general nature of the capitalist process of valorization, the role which the means of production play in sucking up living labor, partly because of the development of the specifically capitalist mode of production in which machinery, etc., turns into the real master over living labor. Consequently, there takes place, on the basis of the capitalist process of production, this inseparable fusion of use values, in which capital exists in the form of means of production, and the determination of these means of production, these things, as capital, which is a particular social relationship of production, precisely as within this mode of production, the product constricted within it counts in and for itself as commodity. This forms a basis for the fetishism of the political economists. Secondly, the means of production enter as particular commodities, for example, as wool, coal, spindles, etc., from the process of circulation into the process of labor. It is in the shape of the use value that they had as long as they still circulated as commodities that they do this entering. Once they have entered into the process, they then function with the properties which inhere in them as things in a thing-like way corresponding to their use value of wool as wool, etc. The situation is different with the part of capital which we name variable, which, however, is only really metamorphosed into the variable part of capital for the first time by its exchange for faculty of labor. Considered in accordance with its real shape, money, that part of capital which the capitalist expends in the acquisition of faculty of labor, manifests nothing other than the means of life, which are located on the market, or are thrown into it, quote, in certain conditions, and which enter into the individual consumption of the worker. Money is only the metamorphosed form of these means of life, which the worker metamorphoses back into means of life as soon as he has received the money. Both this metamorphosis and then the consumption of these commodities as use values is a process which has nothing immediately to do with the immediate process of production, more precisely the process of labor, but rather falls outside of it. The one part of capital, and thereby the total capital, is to be sure precisely metamorphosed by those means into a variable magnitude, so that instead of money being exchanged, which is a constant value magnitude, or instead of means of life, in which it can manifest itself, likewise constant value magnitudes, what is exchanged, on the contrary, is an element, living faculties of labor, which is creative of value, and which is element creative of value, can be greater or lesser, can manifest itself as variable magnitude, and in general, in all conditions, entering into the process of production as factor, only as magnitude flowing, becoming, and therefore contained within, quote, different limits, instead of as a become magnitude. But as it is, the consumption of means of life in reality by the workers can admittedly be contained by the workers themselves in the process of labor in this way, be locked in, just as the consumption of material instruments, I don't know, it's in French, matière instrumentale by machines, for example, is contained in them, so that the worker appears only as an instrument bought by capital, which has need of consumption for its function in the process of labor, of the addition of a certain portion of means of life, as its matière instrumentale. This takes place more or less in accordance with the extent and brutality of the exploitation of the worker. Meanwhile, it is not conceptually contained in this narrow way in the capital relationship. We see the rest in considering the reproduction of the entire relationship. On the average, the worker consumes his means of life during the interruption of the immediate process of labor, while the machine consumes during its functioning. As a quotation in parentheses, it says animal, question mark. Then, however, considering the entire working class as part of these means of life, is consumed by members of the family who do not yet or no longer work. Actually, in practice, the difference between a worker and a machine can be reduced to that between animal and machine. Actually, in practice, the difference between a worker and a machine can be reduced to that between animal and machine, to the extent we consider matière instrumentale and their consumption. This is not, however, necessary, and consequently does not belong in the conceptual determination of capital. In any case, the part of capital laid out in wages appears formally as a part belonging no longer to the capitalist but to the worker, as soon as it has assumed its real shape, that of the means of life entering into the consumption of the workers. The shape of use value, which the part thus has as commodity before its entrance into the process of production, as means of life, is thus completely different from the shape which it assumes within this process, and which is precisely that of the labor power expressing itself creatively, and is consequently that of living labor itself. This fact thus distinguishes this part of capital specifically from that which is present in the shape of means of production, and this is, in turn, a reason why the means of production, in the emphatic sense, and in distinction from, and in opposition to the means of life, appear as capital in and for itself. This appearance dissolves itself simply, apart from considerations which must be developed later on, by virtue of the fact that the form of use value, in which capital exists at the end of the process of production, is that of the product. And this product exists just as much in the form of means of production as of means of life, and thus both are equally present as capital, and consequently are also present in opposition to the living faculty of labor. Now let us come to the process of valorization. With reference to exchange value, here again the difference between the commodity and the capital comprehended in the process of valorization. The exchange value of that capital, which enters into the process of production, is smaller than the exchange value of the capital which has been thrown onto the market or has been advanced. For it is only the value of the commodities which enter into the process as means of production, i.e., the value of the constant part of capital which enters into the process of production as value. Instead of the value of the variable part of capital, we now have the valorization as process, the labor comprehended in the act of valorizing, which constantly realizes itself as value, but proceeds onward, flowing over the posited values to a creation of value. As far as the maintenance of the old value is concerned, of that part of value of the constant part, this depends immediately upon one, the value of the means of production entering into the process not being greater than necessary. Thus the commodities out of which they consist contain only that labor time socially necessary for the purpose of production in objectified form. For example, the structures, machinery, etc. And the point for the capitalist as he shops for these means of production is to make sure that they have the level of quality as use values which correspond to the average in the formation of the product, whether it be as raw material, whether it be as machines, etc., and thus function with average level of quality and put no unusual obstacles in the way of labor, the living factor, e.g., levels of quality of raw material, with which it also goes along that the applied machinery, etc., produces no more than the average waste, of commodities as they are being produced. This is all the affair of the capitalist. But 2, the maintenance of the value of the constant capital depends upon its being consumed in an exclusively productive manner to the extent possible and is not wasted, because otherwise a greater part of objectified labor would be contained in the product than is socially necessary. To some extent, this depends upon the workers themselves, and here commences the supervision by the capitalist. He knows how to get his results by task work, salary penalties. Further, it depends upon the labor being accomplished in an orderly, purposeful way, upon the metamorphosis of the means of production into the product proceeding in a competent way, upon the use value which was intended as the purpose really coming out as a result in successful form. At this point, it is again a question of the supervision and discipline of the capitalist. Finally, it depends upon the process of production not being disturbed, not interrupted, and really proceeding on to the product within the span of time, space of time, granted by the nature of the process of labor and its objective conditions. This depends to some extent upon the continuity of labor, which enters upon the scene with capitalistic production. To some extent, it depends upon external uncontrollable accidents. To that degree, there enters with every process of production a risk for those values absorbed by it. A risk which they, 1, are subjected to even outside the process of production, and 2, which is proper to each process of production, not only that of capital. Capital protects itself against that by association. The immediate producer who works with his own means of production is subjected to the same risk. This is nothing peculiar to the capitalist process of production. If this risk falls on the capitalist in capitalist production, that is only because he has usurped proprietorship of the means of production. As far, however, as the living factor of the process of valorization is concerned, the value of variable capital can only be maintained by being replaced, i.e., by the fact that just so great a quantum of labor is added to the means of production as the value of the variable capital or wages amounted to. 2, an increment of its value, surplus value, can only be created by an excess of labor quantum over that contained in the wages of labor, an additional labor quantum being objectified in the product. The difference between the use value of the capital advanced, or of the commodities in which it exists, and the shape of the use value of capital in the process of labor corresponds to the difference between the exchange value of the capital advanced and the appearance of the exchange value of capital in the process of valorization. In the fact that, in the former, the means of production the constant capital, enters into the process in the very same use-value form which the commodities out of which it consists previously had, while the living factor consisting of the labor power valorizing itself in new use values, real labor, steps into the place of the finished use values of which the variable capital consisted, and in the fact that in the latter, the value of the means of production, constant capital, enters as such into the process of valorization, while the value of the variable capital by no means enters into the same, but on the contrary is replaced by the activity creative of value, and enters as activity of the living factor existing as process of valorization. Existing as process of valorization. In order for the labor time of the worker to posit value in proportion to its duration, it has to be socially necessary labor time. That is, the worker must accomplish within a particular time the normally social quantum of purposeful labor, and the capitalist consequently compels him to effectuate that his labor process at least the normally social average degree of intensity. The capitalist will attempt to increase the labor as much as possible over this minimum, and attempt to extract as much labor as possible out of him within a given time. For every intensity of labor over the average degree creates surplus value for the capitalist. He will in addition attempt to lengthen the process of labor as much as possible beyond the limits which determine how long one must work in order to replace the value of the variable capital, the wages of labor. With a given intensity of the process of labor, he will strive to increase its duration. With a given duration of same, he will strive to increase its intensity as much as possible. The capitalist compels the worker to give his labor the normal degree of intensity, a higher degree where possible, and he compels him to lengthen his process of labor as much as possible beyond the duration of time necessary for the replacement of the wages of labor. Through this peculiar character of the capitalist process of valorization, the real shape of capital in the process of production, its shape as use value, acquires a further modification. First, the means of production must be present in a mass which is sufficient not only for the absorption of the necessary labor, but also for that of surplus labor. Second, the intensity and extension of the real process of labor changes. The means of production which the worker applies in the actual process of labor are the property of the capitalist, to be sure, and confront the worker's labor, which is his own externalization of life, precisely as capital, as we developed earlier. But on the other hand, he is the one who applies them in his labor. In the actual process of labor, he uses up the means of labor as the director of his labor, and uses up the object of labor as the matter in which his labor manifests itself. That is precisely the way whereby he metamorphoses the means of production into the form of product adequate to the purpose. The matter manifests itself quite differently from the standpoint of the process of valorization. It is not the worker who applies the means of production, but is the means of production which apply the worker. It is not the living labor which realizes itself in the substantial labor as in its objective organ, but rather it is the substantial labor which sustains and increases itself by sucking in the living labor and thereby turns itself into self-valorizing value, into capital, and functions as such. From this point on, the means of production only appear as suckers up of a quantum of living labor as great as possible. The living labor appears from this point on only as the means for the valorization of present values, and consequently of their capitalization. And quite apart from what we developed earlier, It is precisely for this reason that the means of production appear again, imminently in confrontation with living labor as existence of capital. And now, to be sure, as rule of the past, dead labor over the living, precisely as value forming, is the living labor progressively embodied into the process of valorization of the objectified labor. As exertion, as expenditure of live power, labor is the personal activity of the worker, but as forming, as comprehended in the process of its objectification, the labor of the worker is, as soon as it has entered into the process of production, itself a mode of existence of capital value, is embodied in it. This power which maintains value and creates new value is consequently the power of capital, and the process appears as the process of capital's self-valorization, and rather of the impoverishment of the worker, who creates the value created by him at the same time as value foreign to himself. On the basis of capitalist production, this ability of objectified labor to metamorphose into capital, i.e., to metamorphose the means of production into means of command over and exploitation of living labor, appears as inherent in the means, in and for themselves, as this ability, granted, is potentially connected with such exploitation on the basis of capitalism, appears as inseparable from them, and consequently as property, a property, which inheres in them as things, as use values, as means of production. These latter consequently appear in and for themselves as capital, and capital, consequently, which expresses a particular relationship of production, a particular social relationship in which within production it is as a thing that the possessors of the preconditions of production approach the living faculties of labor. Altogether, as the value appears as property of a thing, and the economic determination of the thing as commodity, as its thing-like quality, altogether as the social form, which the labor obtained in money, manifests itself as properties of a thing. In fact, the rule of the capitalist over the workers is only the rule of the self-sufficient with respect to the worker, preconditions of labor, to which, in addition to the objective preconditions of the process of production, the means of production, there belong also the objective preconditions for the maintenance and efficacy of the labor power, that is, the means of life, over the worker himself, although this relationship realizes itself for the first time in the actual process of production, which, as we have seen, is essentially process of production of surplus value, a thing that includes the maintenance of the old value and is process of self-valorization of the capital advanced. In circulation, capitalist and worker confront each other only as commodity sellers. But by the specifically polar nature of the types of commodities which they sell to each other, the worker necessarily enters into the process of production as a constituent part of use value, of real existence, and of the value existence of capital. although this relationship realizes itself only for the first time within the process of production, and the capitalist who exists only potentially as buyer of labor first turns into the actual capitalist if the worker has metamorphosed, as the case may be, into a wage laborer by the sale of his labor faculty, first enters into subjection to the command of the capitalist actually in that process. The functions which the capitalist performs are only the functions performed with consciousness and will of capital itself. Of the value which valorizes itself by sucking in living labor. The capitalist only functions as personified capital, capital as person, just as the worker only functions as personified labor, which belongs to him as torment, as exertion, but belongs to the capitalist as substance, which creates and augments wealth. Just as labor as such really appears as element embodied in capital in the process of production, as its living variable factor. The role of the capitalist over labor is consequently the rule of the thing over the human being, of dead labor over living, of the product over the producer, since the commodities which turn into means of rule, merely as means of the rule of capital itself, however, actually over the workers, after all, are mere results of the process of production, which are products of the same. What this is the same relationship in material production in the actual social process of life. Sorry, I'm going to repeat that. What this is the same relationship in material production in the actual social process of life. For that is what the process of production is, which manifests itself on the ideological plane in religion, the inversion of the subject into the object, and vice versa. Considered historically, this inversion appears as the necessary point of transition in order to force the creation of wealth as such, i.e., of the uninhibited productive powers of social labor, which are the only ones which can form the material basis of a free human society, onto the backs of the majority. The transition through this contradictory form is necessary in exactly the same way as the human being must shape his intellectual powers, first his independent powers against himself in a religious way. It is the process of alienation of his own labor. The worker stands here from the very first on a higher level than the capitalist, to the extent that the latter has his roots in that process of alienation and finds his absolute satisfaction in it, while the worker, on the other hand, stands from the very first in a rebellious relationship as its victim and perceives it as a process of enslavement. To the extent that the process of production is at the same time actual process of labor, and the capitalist as supervisor and director of same has a function to perform in the actual production, to that extent his activity in reality acquires a specific manifold content. But the process of labor itself only appears as means of the process of valorization. Altogether, as the use value of the product appears only as bearer of its exchange value. The self-valorization of capital, the creation of surplus value, is thus the determining, ruling, and overriding purpose of the capitalist. the absolute drive and purpose of his action, in actuality only the rationalized drive and purpose of the hoarder, a completely vacuous and abstract content, which lets the capitalist appear from another perspective, just as much subject to the enslavement of the capital relationship as the worker, although from another side, on the opposite pole. The original relationship in which the would-be capitalist buys labor. After Chapter 4, we can speak in this way instead of labor faculty. From the worker in order to capitalize a money value, and the worker sells the disposition over his labor faculty in order to pass his life. This relationship is the necessary introduction and precondition, in itself contained inside itself, is the relationship developed now in the actual process of production in which the commodity possessor turns into capitalist, into personified capital, and the worker turns into the mere personification of labor for capital. Just as that first relationship in which both confront each other apparently as commodity possessors is the presupposition, so is it the result and product of the capitalist process of production, as we shall see later on. But in accordance with that, both acts must be held apart from one another. The first belongs to circulation. The second develops on the basis of the first, only for the first time in the actual process of production. The process of production is immediate unity of process of labor and process of valorization, just as its immediate result, the commodity, is immediate unity of use value and exchange value. But the process of labor is only means for the process of valorization, and the process of valorization is as such essentially production of surplus value, i.e., process of objectification of unpaid labor. Thereby the total character of the process of production is specifically determined. If we consider the process of production under two differing points of view, one, as process of labor, two, as process of valorization, then there is already implied by this, in this way, that it is only a single, indivisible process of labor. One does not do double labor, once in order to create a purposeful product, a use value, in order to metamorphose the means of production into products, and then once again in order to create value and surplus value in order to valorize the value. The labor is only applied in its particular concrete specific form, matter, mode of existence, in which it is the purpose-determined activity, which metamorphoses the means of production into a determined product, spindle and cotton, e.g. into yarn. It is only the labor of spinning that is applied, and which by its application continually produces more yarn. This real labor is value positing insofar as it possesses a normal determined degree of intensity, or only counts insofar as this real labor of given intensity materializes itself in the product of the determined quantities measured by time. If the process of labor stopped, at the point where the quantum of labor applied in the form of spinning, etc., equal to the quantum of labor contained in the wages of labor, then no surplus value would be produced. The surplus value consequently manifests itself also in a surplus product. Here as quantum of yarn in excess over the quantum whose value is equal to the value of the wages of labor. The process of labor consequently appears precisely as process of valorization, by virtue of the fact that the concrete labor which is brought to bear in it is a quantum of socially necessary labor, which, through its intensity, is posited, equal to a certain quantum of social average labor. And by virtue of the fact that this quantum displays an additional quantum apart from the one contained in the wages. This is the quantitative calculation of the particular concrete labor as necessary, social average labor. A calculation to which, however, the real moment of the normal intensity of labor corresponds in the first place through the fact that it is only the socially necessary labor time for the constitution of a particular quantum of product which is what is applied to it. And this real moment also corresponds to the lengthening of the process of labor beyond that duration which is necessary for the replacement of the value of the variable capital. It follows from what we have developed earlier that the expression objectified labor and the opposition of capital as objectified labor to living labor is susceptible of great misinterpretation. I have already shown that the analysis of the commodity in terms of labor, in quotes, is ambiguous and incomplete in the work of all previous economists. It is not enough to reduce it to labor, in quotation marks, but rather to labor in the double form in which it displays itself, on the one hand as concrete labor, in the use value of the commodities, and on the other hand is reckoned up as socially necessary labor in the exchange value. From the first viewpoint, everything depends upon its particular use value, its specific character, which is just what impresses the specific stamp upon the use value created by it, and makes it into a concrete use value as others, makes it into this particular article. Complete and total abstraction is made, however, from its particular utility, its particular nature and kind, insofar as it is reckoned as value-forming element, and the commodity is reckoned as its objectification. It is as such undifferentiated, socially necessary, universal labor, completely and totally indifferent towards each particular content, for which reason it obtains an expression which is common to all commodities and one distinguishable only by quantity, also in its independent expression money, in the commodity as price. In accordance with the first facet, the thing displays itself in the particular use value of the commodity, its particular thing-like existence. In accordance with the second facet, it displays itself in money. Whether this exists as money or as mere money of calculation in the price of the commodity. In accordance with the first facet, what is involved is exclusively the quality, and in accordance with the second, merely the quantity of labor. In accordance with the first facet, the difference from concrete labor displays itself in the division of labor. In accordance with the second, in its undifferentiated monetary expression. Within the process of production, now, this difference confronts us actively. It is no longer we who make it, but rather it is made in the process of production itself. The difference between objectified labor and living displays itself in the real process of labor. The means of production, for example, cotton, spindles, etc., are products, use values in which particular useful concrete labors, machine construction, cotton plants, etc., are embodied. While the labor of spinning appears in the process as a labor differing from the labors contained in the means of production, not only specifically, but appears as living labor, actualizing itself for the first time, and as labor continually extruding its product from itself, as opposed to those labors already objectified in their own products. From this standpoint, too, an opposition between the one facet as present existence of capital and the living labor as immediate expenditure of vitality by the worker. Further, in the process of labor, the objectified labor steps forth as the objective element for the actualization of living labor. The thing, however, appears in an altogether different light as soon as the process of valorization, the formation and creation of new value, is taken into consideration. The labor which is contained here in the means of production is a particular quantum of universal social labor, and displays itself consequently in a certain value magnitude, or sum of money. In fact, in the price of these means of production. The labor which is applied is a particular additional quantum of universal social labor, and displays itself as additional value magnitude and sum of money. The labor already contained in the means of production is the same as that newly added. They only differ in the fact that the one is objectified in use values, and the other is comprehended in the process of this objectification. One is past, the other present. The one dead, the other living. The one objectified in the perfect tense, the other objectifying itself in the present tense. In the extent in which past labor replaces living, it becomes a process itself, valorizes itself, becoming a flowing that creates a fluxion. This sucking in of additional living labor is its process of self-valorization, its actual metamorphosis into capital, into value that valorizes itself, is its metamorphosis out of a constant value magnitude into a variable and processing value magnitude. This additional labor can, admittedly, be applied only in the shape of concrete labor, and consequently can be applied to the means of production only in their specific shape as particular use values. And the value contained in these means of production also is only maintained by their consumption as means of labor by concrete labor. This does not, however, exclude the fact that the present value, the labor objectified in the means of production, augments itself not only over its own quantum, but also over the quantum of labor objectified in variable capital in the single and exclusive manner, and in the degree that it sucks in living labor, and in the degree that the labor objectifies itself as money, as universally social labor. It is, as a consequence, immanently, in this sense, which refers to the process of valorization, the genuine purpose of capitalist production, that capital as objectified labor, accumulated labor, pre-existent labor, and so forth, confronts living labor. immediate labor, etc., and is set in opposition to it by the economists. But they fall into contradictions and ambiguities at this point, even Ricardo, because they have not clearly worked out the analysis of the commodity into labor in double form. Through the original process of exchange between capitalist and worker, as commodity possessors, it is only the living factor, the faculty of labor, that enters into the process of production as a moment of the real shape of capital. But it is only in the process of production itself that the objectified labor first metamorphoses into capital through the sucking in of living labor, and it is as a consequence that labor metamorphoses into capital. The capitalist process of production is unity of process of labor and process of valorization. In order to metamorphose money into capital, it is metamorphosed into commodities which form factors of the process of labor. The first thing to be done with money is to buy labor faculties, and secondly, to buy things without which the labor faculties cannot be used up, i.e., cannot work. Within the process of labor, these things have no meaning except to serve as means of life of labor, as use values for labor, with reference to living labor. This signifies its very material and means, and with reference to the product of labor. This signifies its means of production, with reference to the fact that these means of production are themselves already products. Products is the means of production of a new product. But these things do not play this role in the process of labor because the capitalist buys them, because they are the metamorphosed form of his money, but it is rather on the contrary that he buys them because they play this role in the process of labor. It is, for example, indifferent to the process of spinning as such that cotton and spindles represent the money of the capitalist, that is, capital, and indifferent that the money expended is capital in accordance with its specificity. They only become material of labor and means of labor in the hand of the spinner at work. And they so become it by virtue of the fact that he spins, not because he spins cotton, which belongs to another person, with a spindle which belongs to that same other person, into yarn for that same other person. It is not by virtue of commodities being used up in the process of labor or being consumed productively that they become capital. But it is rather that they become elements of the process of labor in this way. Insofar as these objective elements of the process of labor are bought by the capitalist, they represent his capital. But this also holds of labor. It also represents his capital. For the labor belongs to the buyer of the labor faculty, just as much as the objective preconditions of labor which he has bought. And not only the single elements of the process of labor, but the entire process of labor belongs to him. The capital, which earlier existed in the form of money, now exists in the form of process of labor. Because capitalists seize control of the process of labor, consequently the worker labors for the capitalist instead of for himself. That is no reason, however, for the process of labor to have changed its general nature. Because money at its metamorphosis into capital, metamorphoses into the factors of the process of labor, thus necessarily also takes on the shape of material of labor and means of labor. That is no reason why material of labor and means of labor become capital by nature, any more than gold and silver become money by nature, because money displays itself in gold and silver among others. The very same modern economists who laugh over the naivety of the monetarist system when it gives as answers to the question, what is money, the statement, gold and silver is money, they do not lower their guard by deigning to answer the question, what is capital? Capital is cotton. They say nothing else when they explain the material of labor and means of labor, means of production as products which are applied towards new production. In a word, that the objective preconditions of labor are capital by nature. Are capital insofar as because they serve as use values in the process of labor through their thing-like properties. It is quite appropriate if others add, capital is meat and bread, for although the capitalist buys the faculty of labor with money, this money actually only represents bread, meat, in a word, the means of life of the worker. A chair with 4 feet and a velvet drapery represents, within certain conjunctures, a throne. But for that reason, this chair, a thing that serves for sitting, is not, through the nature of its use value, a throne. The most essential factor in the process of labor is the worker himself. And within the ancient process of production, this worker is a slave. One can just as little conclude from that the worker is a slave by nature, although that view was not altogether foreign to Aristotle, as one can conclude that spindle and cotton are capital by nature. Because nowadays it is by a wage laborer that they are used up in the process of labor. This insanity, which a particular social relationship of production, which displays itself in things, takes up as thing-like natural property of these things themselves, hits us in the face if we pick up the first economic textbook that comes along and read right on the first page that the elements of the process of production, reduced to their most universal form, are earth, capital, and labor. Apparently, The Principles of Political Economy by John Stuart Mill starts this way. One can say just as well that they are landed property, knives, shears, spindles, cotton, grain, in a word, material of labor and means of labor and wage labor. On the one side, it is those things which we name elements of the process of labor, once they are enlivened with the specific social characters which they possess on a particular historical level of development. And on the other side, we add an element which inheres in the process of labor, independently of all particular social forms, as in an eternal process between man and nature as such. We shall see further along that this illusion of the economist, which mistakes the appropriation of the process of labor by capital for the process of labor itself, and consequently metamorphoses the objective elements of the process of labor as such into capital, because capital metamorphoses, among other things, also into the objective elements of the process of labor. We shall see how this illusion, which lasts among the classical economists only as long as they consider the capitalist process of production exclusively from the viewpoint of the process of labor, and consequently correct through their further discussion, is derived from the nature of the capitalist process of production itself. What ensures immediately, however, is that this is a very convenient method of proving the eternity of the capitalist mode of production, of proving that capital is an imperishable natural element of human production. Labor is eternal natural precondition of human existence. The process of labor is nothing but labor itself, considered at the moment of its creative activity. The universal moments of the process of labor are consequently independent of each particular social development. Means of labor and material of labor, a part of which are already products of previous labor, play their role in each process of labor at all times and under all circumstances. If I hang the name capital on them, relying on the dictum, something always sticks, then I have proved that the existence of capital is an eternal natural law of human production, and that the Kyrgyz tribesman who cut reeds with a knife stolen from the Russians and weaves his skiff out of these reeds is just as much a capitalist as Baron von Rothschild. I could prove in a similar way that Greeks and Romans took communion because they drank wine and ate bread, and Turks anoint themselves daily with Catholic holy water because they wash every day. It is just as impertinently fatuous babbling. It is just such impertinently fatuous babbling that one finds trotted out in the complacent impotence not only of Bastiat, or in the economic treatiselets of the Society for the Advancement of Useful Knowledge, or in the children's books of Mother Martineau, but even by actual professional writers. Instead of proving the eternal natural necessity of capital in this way, as was intended, what is rather achieved is the denying of on the contrary, of the necessity of capital even for a particular historical level of development of the social process of production. For against the claim that capital is nothing but material of labor and means of labor, or that the objective elements of the process of labor are capital by nature, the answer is justly opposed that in that case one needs capital, but no capitalists, or that capital is nothing but a name invented for the purpose of cheating the masses. The inability to comprehend the process of labor in independence, and yet at the same time as a side of the capitalist process of production, reveals itself even more strikingly if F. Wayland, for example, tells us the tale that raw material is capital and through its processing it becomes product. Accordingly, leather would be the product of the tanner and the capital of the shoemaker. Raw material and the product are both determinations which inhere in a thing with reference to the process of labor, and which both have nothing to do, in and for themselves, with the thing's determination of being capital. Although both of them, raw material and product, represent capital as soon as the process of labor is appropriated by the capitalist. Proudhon has exploited this with his habitual, quote, depth. Quote, through what means does the concept of product suddenly metamorphose into the concept of capital? Through the idea of value. That means that the product, in order to become capital, must have passed through an authentic assessment of value, have been either bought or sold, have had its price debated and fixed by a kind of legal convention. This pelt as it comes from the slaughterhouse is the product of the butcher. Is this pelt bought by the tanner? The latter at once adds it or its value to his exploitation fund. Through the labor of the tanner, this capital again becomes product. End quote. Proudhon. Proudhon stands out by his apparatus of false metaphysics, through which he carries the most obvious of all elementary considerations to his, quote, exploitation fund as capital, and then sells them to the public as grandiose product. The question of how product metamorphoses into capital is nonsense in and for itself, but the answer given is worthy of the question. Actually, Proudhon is only narrating to us the two rather well-known facts: that products are worked on among other respects as raw material, and that products are at the same time commodities, i.e., possess a value which must pass the trial by fire of the debate between buyer and seller into its realization. This same, quote, philosopher remarks, quote, "The difference for society between capital and product does not exist. This difference is completely subjective to individuals," end quote. Proudhon. He calls the abstract social form subjective and calls his own subjective abstraction society. If the economist, as long as he considers the capitalist process of production merely from the standpoint of the process of labor, explains capital as a mere thing, raw material, instrument, etc., then it again occurs to him that the process of production is nevertheless also process of valorization, and that those things only come into consideration with respect to the process of valorization as value. Quote, "The very same capital exists now in the form of a sum of money, now in the form of a piece of raw matter, an instrument, a complete commodity. These things are in reality not capital, but capital has its abode in the value which they have." End quote. Jean-Baptiste Say. Insofar as this value, quote, "manifests itself, no longer vanishes, multiplies itself, tears itself free of the commodity which had created it, remains like a metaphysical and insubstantial quality, always in the possession of the same producer, i.e. capitalist," end quote. To the extent is that which just previously still passed as a thing, now explained as a, quote, "commercial idea." That quote was from Sismondi. The product of the capitalist process of production is neither a mere product, use value, nor mere commodity, i.e. product which has an exchange value, but rather its specific product is surplus value. Its product are commodities which possess more exchange value, i.e. display more labor, than was advanced in the form of money or commodities for their production. In the capitalist process of production, the process of labor appears only as means. The process of valorization as the production of surplus value as purpose. As soon as the economist reflects upon this fact, the capital is declared to be wealth which is applied in production in order to make profit. For example, Malthus. Malthus says, quote, "Capital, that portion of the stock of a country which is kept or employed with a view to profit in the production and distribution of wealth," end quote. We have seen that the metamorphosis of money into capital is divided into two processes, self-sufficient, belonging to entirely different spheres existing separate from each other. The first process belongs to the sphere of commodity circulation and consequently proceeds upon the commodity market. It is the buying and sale of the faculty of labor. The second process is the consumption of the faculty of labor which has been bought, or the process of production itself. In the first process, capitalists and workers confront each other only as possessors of money and possessors of commodities, and their transaction is an exchange of equivalents just as is that between all buyers and sellers. In the second process, the worker appears temporarily as living constituent of capital itself, and the category of exchange is completely excluded at this point. Since the capitalist has appropriated all factors of the process of production, objective as well as personal, through buying them, before this process begins. Although both processes exist self-subsistingly beside each other, they condition each other reciprocally. The first introduces the second, and the second carries out the first. The first process, the buying and selling of the faculty of labor, shows us capitalist and worker only as buyer and seller of commodity. It is only the specific nature, the specific use value of the commodity sold by the worker that distinguishes him from other sellers of commodities. But the particular use value of the commodities changes nothing at all in the economic form determinacy of the transaction. Nothing at all in the fact that the buyers represent money, the buyer represents money, and the seller represents commodity. Thus, in order to prove that the relationship between capitalist and worker is absolutely nothing other than a relationship between possessors of commodities who exchange money and commodity with each other for their reciprocal advantage and through a free contract, it suffices to isolate the first process and hold firmly to its formal character. This simple artifice is no witchcraft, but it forms the entire stock of wisdom of vulgar economics. We have seen that the capitalist must metamorphose his money not only into faculties of labor, but also into the substantial factors of the process of labor, the means of production. If we consider, however, the entire capital on the one side, thus the entirety of the buyers of faculties of labor on the one side, if we consider, however, the entire capital on the one side, thus the entirety of the buyers of faculties of labor on the one side, and the entirety of the sellers of faculties of labor, the entirety of workers on the other side. In this way, the worker is precisely compelled, instead of a commodity, to sell his own faculty of labor as a commodity, because the collected means of production, the collected substantial preconditions of labor, as well as the collected means of life, money, means of production, and means of life, confront him as the property of someone else. Thus, because all substantial wealth confronts the worker as property of the possessors of commodities, it is hypothesized that he works as non-possessor, and the preconditions of his labor confront him as alien property. The fact that capitalist number one is a possessor of money and buys means of production from capitalist number two, who possesses means of production, whereas the worker buys necessities from capitalist number three, with the money obtained from capitalist number one, produces no change in the circumstance of the capitalist number one, two, and three are together the exclusive possessors of money, means of production, and necessities of life. The human being can only live insofar as he produces his necessities of life, and he can only produce necessities of life insofar as he is in possession of means of production, in possession of substantial preconditions of labor. Thus it is obvious from the very first that the worker who is stripped of means of production is stripped of the necessities of life, just as vice versa, a human being who is stripped of the necessities of life can create no means of production. Thus, that which impresses even in the first process the character of capital upon money or commodity from the beginning, before they have actually metamorphosed into capital, is neither their nature as money, nor their nature as commodity, nor the thing-like use value of these commodities, of serving as means of life and means of production, but rather it is the circumstance that this money and this commodity, these means of production and means of life, confront the faculty of labor, stripped of all substantial wealth, as self-subsistent powers, personified in their possessors. The fact, that is, that the material preconditions necessary for the actualization of labor are alienated from the worker himself, and appear rather as fetishes, endowed with their own will and their own soul. The fact that commodities figure as buyers of persons. Ooh, that's good. I like that. Ooh, sorry, I gotta reread that again. Sorry. The fact, that is, that the material preconditions necessary for the actualization of labor are alienated from the worker himself, and appear rather as fetishes endowed with their own will and their own soul. The fact that commodities figure as buyers of persons. The buyer of the faculty of labor is only the personification of objectified labor, which yields a part of itself to the worker in the form of necessities of life, in order to embody the living faculty of labor in its other part, and in order to maintain itself in entirety through this embodiment and increase beyond its original dimension. It is not the worker who buys the means of life and the means of production, but the means of life buy the worker in order to embody him in the means of production. Means of life are a particular material form of existence in which capital confronts the worker before he appropriates them through the sale of his faculty of labor. But as soon as the process of production begins, the faculty of labor is already sold, and the means of life therefore have passed, at least in legal form, over into the consumption fund of the worker. These means of life form no element of the process of labor, which, besides the active faculty of labor itself, presupposes nothing except material of labor and means of labor. The worker must in fact maintain his faculty of labor through means of life. But this private consumption of his, which is at the same time reproduction of his faculty of labor, falls outside the process of production of the commodity. It is possible that in capitalist production, the entire disposable time of the worker is actually absorbed by capital. That in this way the attrition of the means of life actually appears as a mere incident of the process of labor itself. Just as the attrition of coal by the steam engine, of oil by the wheel, or of hay by the horse, just as the entire private consumption of the working slave does. And in this sense, Ricardo, for example, counts besides raw material, tools, etc., food and clothing as the things which give, quote, effect to labor and serve as, quote, capital in the process of labor, as a consequence. But however, that may actually shape itself, the means of life, as soon as the free worker consumes them, are commodities which he has bought. As soon as they pass over into his hand, hence all the more, as soon as they are consumed by him, they have ceased to be capital. Thus they form none of the material elements in which capital appears in the immediate process of production, although they form the material existence form of variable capital, which steps forth on the market within the sphere of circulation as buyer of faculty of labor. If a capitalist metamorphoses 400 pounds out of 500 pounds into means of production and lays out 100 pounds in the purchase of faculty of labor, then these 100 pounds form his variable capital. With these 100 pounds, the workers buy means of life, whether from the same capitalist or from others. The 100 pounds are only the money form of these means of life, which thus actually form the material supposite of the variable capital. Within the immediate process of production, variable capital no longer exists, neither in money form nor in commodity form, but rather in the form of living labor, which it has appropriated for itself through the purchase of the faculty of labor. And only through this metamorphosis of variable capital into labor is the value sum, advanced in money or commodities, metamorphosed into capital. Thus, although the purchase and sale of the faculty of labor, by which the metamorphosis of a pair of the capital into variable capital is conditioned, is a process separated from the immediate process of production. Both self-sufficient and prior to it, it forms nevertheless the absolute basis of the capitalist process of production, and forms a moment of this process of production itself. If we consider it as a totality, and not only at the moment of the immediate production of commodities, it is only because the worker, in order to live, sells his faculty of labor, that substantial wealth metamorphoses into capital. It is only in confrontation with wage labor that the objects, which are substantial preconditions of labor, the means of production, that is, and the objects, which are substantial preconditions for the maintenance of the worker himself, the means of life, that is, are capital. Capital is no thing, as little as money is a thing. In capital, just as in money, it is particular social relationships of production of persons that are displaying themselves as relationships of things to persons. Or it is particular social relationships that are appearing as social natural properties of things. Without the existence of salaried employees, there is no production of surplus value. As soon as individuals confront one another as free persons, without production of surplus value, there is no capitalist production, and thus no capital and no capitalist. Capital and wage labor, as we name the labor of the worker, who sells his own faculty of labor, express only two factors of the same relationship. Money cannot become capital without exchanging itself for a faculty of labor as commodity sold by the worker himself. On the other hand, labor can only appear as wage labor once its own substantial preconditions confront it as egoistic powers, alien property, value being for itself and holding fast in itself. In a word, as capital. So, if capital, in accordance with its material side, or in accordance with the use values in which it exists, can only consist in the substantial preconditions of labor itself, then these substantial preconditions, in accordance with its form side, must confront labor as alien, self-sufficient powers, as value, objectified labor, which relates itself to living labor as mere means for its own maintenance and increase. Wage labor, or salaried employees, is thus a necessary social form of labor for capitalist production. Just as capital, potency, value, is a necessary social form which the substantial preconditions of labor must assume in order for such labor to be wage labor. Wage labor is thus necessary precondition for capital formation and remains the continual necessary presupposition for capitalist production. Accordingly, although the first process, the exchange of money for faculty of labor as the purchase of the faculty of labor, does not as much enter into the immediate process of production, it does enter into the production of the entire relationship, on the other hand. Let us now turn our consideration from the first process, the purchase and sale of the faculty of labor, which presupposes the self-sufficiency of means of production and means of life over against the actual workers, and thus presupposes personified means of production and means of life, which as buyers conclude a contract with the workers as sellers. And let us pass from this process which goes on in the sphere of circulation, on the market, over to the immediate process of production itself. What this is immediately is process of labor. In the process of labor, the worker enters as worker into a normal, active relationship to the means of production determined by the nature and the purpose of the labor itself. He appropriates and handles them as mere means and material of his labor. The independent existence of these means of production, which hold fast in themselves and have their own head, namely their separation from labor, is now actually sublated. The substantial preconditions for labor appear, in their normal unity with labor, as mere matter and organs of its creative activity. The worker handles the pelts which he is tanning as mere object of his productive activity, not as capital. Tanning the skin for the capitalist is not what he is doing, insofar as the process of production is mere process of labor. To that extent, the worker uses the means of production up in this process as mere means of life of labor. Insofar, however, as the process of production is at the same time process of valorization, the capitalist is using up the faculty of labor of the worker in it, or is appropriating living labor as lifeblood of capital. The raw material, the object in general of labor, only serves to suck in alien labor, and the labor instrument serves only as conductor, guide for this sucking in process. By the fact of the living labor faculty being embodied in the substantial constituents of capital,
this is turned into an animated monster and begins to act as if it had love in its body, in quotes. Quote, as if it had love in its body. Since it is only in a particular useful form that labor creates value, and since each particular useful kind of labor requires material and means of specific use value, spindle and cotton, etc., for spinning, anvil, hammer, and iron for the labor of the blacksmith, etc., their labor can only be sucked in, insofar as capital takes on the form of those means of production, specifically required for particular processes of labor. And only in this shape is it able to suck in living labor. So one sees here why to the capitalist, to the worker, and to the political economist who is capable of thinking of the process of labor only as process of labor appropriated by capital, the object-like elements of the process of labor count as capital because of their object-like properties, and why he is incapable of effectuating a separation of their object-like existence as mere factors of the process of labor from the social property enlivened with those factors, a property which makes those elements into capital. He is incapable of that because in actuality, the same identical process of labor, which the means of production serve as mere means of life of labor, through their objective, object-like properties, metamorphoses these same means of production into mere means of sucking in labor. In the process of labor, considered for itself, the worker applies the means of production. In the process of labor, which is at the same time capitalist production, which is at the same time capitalist process of production, the means of production apply the worker, so that labor appears only as means whereby a particular value magnitude, that is, a particular mass of objectified labor, sucks in living labor in order to maintain itself and increase itself, so the process of labor appears as process of self-valorization of the objectified labor by means of living labor. It is capital which applies the worker, and not the worker who applies capital, and only objects which apply the worker, which therefore possess selfness, their own consciousness, and their own will in the capitalists, are capital. Insofar as the process of labor is merely the means and the real form of the process of valorization, to the extent that it is a process which consists in objectifying, apart from the labor which was objectified in the wages, an excess of unpaid labor, surplus value in commodities, that is, in producing surplus value. To that extent, the beginning point of this entire process is the exchange of objectified labor for living labor, the exchange of a smaller amount of objectified labor for more living labor. In the process of exchange itself, a quantum of labor objectified into money as commodity is exchanged for an equally large quantum of labor objectified in the living faculty of labor. Equivalents are exchanged in accordance with the law of value of commodity exchange. Equal quanta of objectified labor, although the one quantum is objectified in an object and the other in a living person, but this exchange only introduces the process of production, through which in actuality more labor is exchanged in living form than was expended in objectified form. Consequently, It is the great achievement of classical economics to have displayed the entire process of production as such, as process between objectified labor and living labor, and consequently to have displayed capital, as opposed to living labor, only as objectified labor, i.e., as value, which valorizes itself by means of living labor. Its defect here consists only in the fact that, first, these economists were unable to demonstrate how this exchange of more living labor for less objectified labor corresponds to the law of commodity exchange. The determination of commodity values by labor time, and that secondly, they as a consequence throw together in an unmediated way the exchange of a particular quantum of objectified labor for faculties of labor in the process of circulation, with the sucking in of living labor by the objectified labor present in the shape of means of production during the process of production. They throw the process of exchange between variable capital and the faculties of labor together with the process of sucking in living labor by constant capital. This defect also flows from their capitalist limitations, since the exchange of a small quantum of objectified labor for a large quantum of living labor appears for the capitalist himself, who only pays for labor after it has been valorized, to be a single unmediated process. Thus, if the modern economist opposes capital as objectified labor to living labor, he thereby understands by objectified labor not the products of labor insofar as they have use value and are an embodiment of particular useful labors, but insofar as they are materialization of a particular quantum of universal social labor. That is, value money, which valorizes itself through the process of appropriation of alien living labor. The appropriation is mediated by the exchange between variable capital and the faculty of labor proceeding as the commodity market, but is only complete in the actual process of production. The subordination of the process of labor to capital does not change anything in the actual mode of production at first, and is revealed practically only in the following. The worker falls under the command, guidance, and supervision of the capitalist, naturally only in respect to his labor, which belongs to capital. The capitalist makes sure that he wastes no time and, for example, yields in each hour the product of a working hour, that he take only the averagely necessary labor time for the making of a product, insofar as the capital relationship is a relationship which rules over production, and thus the worker appears constantly as seller and capitalist constantly as buyer on the market. The process of labor is itself by and large continuous and not interrupted, as whenever the worker depends as an independent commodity producer upon the sale of his commodities to single customers, since the minimum of the capital must be large enough to occupy the worker continuously and to wait out the sale of the commodities. Finally, the capitalist forces the workers to extend the duration of the process of labor as far beyond the limits of the labor time necessary for the reproduction of the wages of labor as much as possible, since it is just this excess of labor which yields him the surplus value. Just as the use value of the commodity interests the commodity owner only as bearer of its exchange value, so the process of labor interests the capitalist only as bearer and means of the process of valorization. Within the process of production, too, insofar as it is process of valorization, The means of production continue to be mere money value, indifferent to the particular material shape, the particular use value, in which this exchange value is displayed, just as within that process, labor itself does not count as productive activity of particular useful character, but is substance creative of value, as social labor as such, which objectifies itself, and in which the only interesting moment is its quantity. Each particular sphere of production, consequently, counts for capital only as a particular sphere in which money is invested in order to make more money out of it, in order to maintain present value and increase present value, or in order to appropriate surplus value. In each particular sphere of production, the process of labor and consequently the factors of the process of labor are different. No boots can be made with spindle, cotton, and spinners. The investment of capital, however, in this or that sphere of production, the mass into which the totality of capital of society in the different spheres of production divides itself up. Finally, the relationship in which it wanders out of one sphere of production into others, all this is determined by the shifting relationship in which society has need of the production of these particular spheres of production, i.e. of the use values of the commodities which they create, for although it is only the exchange value of a commodity that is actually paid, it is always only the use value for which it is bought. Capital, however, is, in and for itself, indifferent to the particularity of each sphere of production, and is only determined by the greater or lesser difficulty involved in the sale of the commodities of this or that sphere of production, by where it is invested, by how it is invested, and by the extent to which it passes out of one sphere of production or alters its distribution between the different spheres of production. In actuality, this fluidity of capital rushes on to frictions which are not to be discussed at this point. But on the other hand, it provides itself with means to deal with these frictions, as will be seen later, so far as they only arise out of the nature of the relationship of production itself. On the other hand, it dispenses with all legal and extra-economic obstacles to its free movement in the various spheres of production, as the development of the mode of production peculiar to that relationship proceeds. Above all, it overthrows all legal and traditional barriers, which keep it from buying this or that kind of faculty of labor just as it thinks best, or it appropriates this or that kind of labor at will. Although the faculty of labor further possesses a particular shape in each particular sphere of production, as faculty for spinning, shoemaking, blacksmithing, etc., and consequently requires for each particular sphere of production a faculty of labor which has developed itself in one aspect, a particularized faculty of labor. Thus, that equal fluidity of capital's indifference towards the particular character of the process of labor which it appropriates to itself, hypothesizes this same fluidity or variability in labor, that is, in the ability to apply the faculty of labor by the worker. We shall see that the capitalist mode of production itself creates these economic obstacles which oppose its own tendency, but it dispenses with all legal and extra-economic obstacles to this variability. The particular material form in which capital appears in the process of labor, whether as steam engine, compost heap, or soap, is precisely as indifferent to capital as value which valorizes itself as the particular content of his labor is to the worker. His labor belongs to capital. It is only the use value of the commodity which he has sold, and he only sold it in order to appropriate money, and with that money means of life. The change in the kind of labor only interests him because each particular kind of labor demands another development of the faculty of labor. If his indifference towards the particular content of labor does not provide him with the ability to vary his faculty of labor at command, he reveals this indifference in the fact that he throws his substitutes, the coming generation, from one branch of labor into another just in accordance with the demand of the market. The more developed capitalist production is in a country, the greater is the request for variability addressed to the faculty of labor, and the more indifferent is the worker towards the particular content of his labor, and the more fluid is the movement of capital from one sphere of production into another. Classical economics presupposes the variability of the faculty of labor and the fluidity of capital as axioms, and rightly so, to the extent that this is the tendency of the capitalist mode of production, which asserts itself heedless of all obstacles, which it to a large extent creates on its own. In order to display the laws of political economy purely, abstraction is made from frictions, just as one abstracts in pure mechanics from the particular frictions which must be mastered in each particular case of its application. Although capitalist and worker confront each other on the market only as buyers, money, and sellers, commodity, this relationship is colored from the beginning in a particular way by the peculiar content of their commerce. The more so since it is presupposed in the capitalist mode of production that the appearance of both sides on the market repeats itself constantly in the very same determination, or is a constant appearance. If we consider the relationship of commodity owners as such on the market, then the very same commodity owner appears alternately as buyer and seller. The fact that two commodity owners differ from one another as buyer and seller is only a constantly disappearing difference, by virtue of the fact that all play the same role towards one another alternately in the sphere of circulation. Now the worker becomes buyer, admittedly after he has sold his faculty of labor, has metamorphosed it into money, and capitalists confront him as mere commodity sellers. But in his hands, money is only means of circulation. On the genuine commodity market, the worker distinguishes himself actually, like every other money owner, only as buyer, from the commodity owner as seller. But on the labor market, on the other hand, money confronts him constantly as the money form of capital, and the money owner consequently confronts him as personified capital, capitalist, just as he on his side confronts the money owner as mere personification of the faculty of labor, hence of labor as worker. It is not a mere buyer and a mere seller who confront each other in the sphere of circulation on the market as buyer and seller. Their relationship as capitalist and laborer is the presupposition for their relationship as buyer and seller. It is not, as with other commodity sellers, a relationship which simply arises out of the nature of the commodity itself, namely, that no one produces the products immediately for his vital necessities, but that everyone produces a particular product as commodity, through whose sale he appropriates the products of another. It is not this social division of labor and self-sufficiency of the different branches of labor toward one another, as they make, for example, the shoemaker into a seller of boots and buyer of leather or bread, but rather it is the very division of those elements of the process of production which belong together, and their process of becoming self-sufficient, which proceeds to the point of reciprocal personification, which is the means through which money, as universal form of objectified labor, turns into the buyer of faculties of labor, of the living source of exchange value, and hence of wealth. Actual wealth, considered in accordance with exchange value, namely money, and considered in accordance with use value, namely means of life and means of production, as one person confronts the possibility of wealth, i.e., the faculty of labor, as another person. Through the fact of surplus value, being the specific product of the process of production, its product is not only commodity but also capital. Within the process of production, labor metamorphoses into capital. The activity of the faculty of labor, i.e., labor, objectifies itself in the process of production and thereby becomes value. But since labor has ceased to belong to the worker himself, even before it begins, what objectifies itself for him is objectification of alien labor, and hence is value which confronts the faculty of labor independently, capital. The product belongs to the capitalist, and the product represents, in confrontation with the worker, capital just as much as the elements of production do. On the other hand, present value, or money, only becomes capital in actuality. One, by displaying itself as self-valorizing value, as processing value, and as such it displays itself by virtue of the fact that the activity of the faculty of labor acts in the process of production as energy embodied in it and belonging to it, and two, by distinguishing itself as surplus value from itself as value, presupposed at the origin, a thing which again is the result of the objectification of surplus value. In the process of production, labor becomes objectified labor, as opposed to the living faculty of labor, i.e., capital. And secondly, through this same sucking in and appropriation of labor in the process of production, the presupposed value becomes processing value, and hence a value which creates a surplus value different from itself. Now, by virtue of the fact that labor metamorphoses itself into capital during the process of production, the presupposed sum of value which was only capital in potency actualizes itself as actual capital. The editor says a page of Marx's manuscript is missing at this point. i.e., to get back a higher value out of production than the sum of values amounted to, which the capitalist advances in and for it, the process of production. The production of commodities itself appears only as a means to this end, as in general the process of labor only appears as a means for the process of valorization. Quote, process of valorization is to be taken here not in the earlier sense of, quote, process of the formation of value, but as, quote, process for the formation of surplus value. This result, however, is only put on its way to the extent that the living labor which the worker is to perform, and which objectifies itself as a consequence in the product of its labor, 2, is larger than the labor contained in the variable capital or expended in wages, or than the labor required for the reproduction of the faculty of labor, which amounts to the same thing, insofar as it is only through the production of surplus value that the advanced value becomes capital. The creation of capital itself, just as the capitalist process of production, rests immediately upon 2 moments. First, purchase and sale of the faculty of labor, an act which falls into the sphere of circulation. But considering the totality of the capitalist process of production, is not only a moment and a presupposition, but is also the continuous result of same. This purchase and sale of the faculty of labor has as its hypothesis the separation of the objective preconditions of labor, hence of the means of life and of the means of production, from the living faculty of labor itself, so that the latter is the only property over which the worker disposes, and is the only commodity which he has for sale. The separation proceeds to the point that those preconditions for labor confront the worker as self-sufficient persons. For the capitalist as owner of same is only their personification, as opposed to the worker as mere owner of the faculty of labor. This separation and process of becoming self-sufficient is presupposed in order that the purchase and sale of the faculty of labor proceed, and hence in general in order that living labor be embodied in dead labor, as means of its self-maintenance and self-augmentation, thus self-valorization. Without the exchange of variable capital for faculties of labor, no self-valorization of the totality of capital would take place, and hence no formation of capital or no metamorphosis of means of production and means of life into capital. Now the second moment is the actual process of production, i.e., thus the actual process of consumption of the faculty of labor shopped for by the money or commodity owner. In the actual process of production, the objective conditions of labor, material and means of labor, serve not only for the self-objectification of living labor, but for the self-objectifying of more labor than was contained in the variable capital. Thus they serve as means of absorption and means of extortion of surplus value, which displays itself in surplus value and surplus produce. If one considers both moments, the exchange of the faculty of labor for variable capital, and the actual process of production, in which living labor is embodied as effective cause in capital, then the entire process appears as a process in which less objectified labor is exchanged for more living labor, insofar as what the capitalist really obtains for the wages is living labor, and the objective forms in which capital displays itself immediately in the process of production, the process of labor, the means of production, thus, objectified labor again, appear as means for the extortion and absorption of this living labor, the totality appearing as a process which proceeds between objectified labor and living labor, a process which not only metamorphoses living labor into objectified, but at the same time metamorphoses the objectified labor into capital, and thus also metamorphoses living labor into capital. It is hence a process in which not only commodity but surplus value is produced, and hence capital. The means of production display themselves here not only as means for the actualization of labor, but just as much as the means of production display themselves here not only as means for the actualization of labor, but just as much as means of exploitation of the labor of others. The following additional remark is to be made concerning value or money as objectification of universal social average labor, for example, e.g., the labor of spinning in and for itself may stand above or below the level of social average labor. That is, a certain quantum of spinning labor may be equal, greater, or less than the same quantum of social average labor, e.g., of the labor time objectified in a certain quantum of gold of equal magnitude, length. If the labor of spinning, however, is performed at the degree of intensity normal in spinning's sphere, thus, e.g., the labor applied to the yarn fabricated in 1 hour is equal to the normal quantum of yarn which an hour of the labor of spinning yields under the given social conditions on average, then the labor objectified in the yarn is socially necessary labor. As such, it has a quantitatively determined relationship to the social average labor in general, which counts as measure, so that it displays the same, or a larger, or a smaller quantum of such average labor. Thus it expresses of itself a determined quantum of social average labor. Formal subsumption of labor under capital. The process of labor turns into the means of the process of valorization, of the process of the self-valorization of capital, of the fabrication of surplus value. The process of labor is subsumed under capital. It is its own process. And the capitalist enters into the process as conductor, director. It is for him at the same time immediate process of exploitation of alien labor. This is what I call the formal subsumption of labor under capital. It is the universal form of all capitalist processes of production. It is, however, at the same time, a particular form besides the developed specifically capitalist mode of production, because the latter involves the former, but the former by no means necessarily involves the latter. The process of production has become the process of capital itself. The process of production is a process which proceeds from the factors of the process of labor, into which the money of the capitalist has metamorphosed itself, and which proceeds under his direction, and proceeds for the purpose of making out of money more money. If the peasant, who earlier produced independently for himself, begins to work for a daily wage for a landlord, if the hierarchical organization which holds in the mode of production proper to guilds disappears at the simple opposition of a capitalist who has artisans work for him as wage laborers, if the former slaveholder employs his former slaves as wage laborers, etc., then what happens is that the processes of production, which are socially determined in different ways, are metamorphosed into the process of production of capital. The changes which we have developed earlier thereupon enter into effect. The peasant who was earlier independent becomes, as a factor of the process of production, dependent upon the capitalist who guides that process, and his very employment depends on a contract which he has previously concluded as commodity owner of labor power, with the capitalist as money owner. The slave ceases to be an instrument of production belonging to its applier. The relationship of master and apprentice disappears. The master stood in relationship to his appearance as master of the craft. He stands to him now, and henceforth only as owner of capital, just as the other confronts him only as seller of labor. Before the process of production, they all confront one another as commodity owners, and have only a money relationship together. Within the process of production, as personified functionaries of the factors of this process, the capitalist as capital, the immediate producer as labor, and their relationship is determined by labor as mere factor of capital which valorizes itself. Further, the capitalist makes sure that the labor possesses the normal degree of quality and intensity, and lengthens the process of labor as much as possible, since the surplus value produced by the process thereby increases. The continuity of labor increases if into the place of producers, the continuity of labor increases if into the place of producers who have previously been dependent upon single customers, there step the latter kind of workers who have no longer any particular commodity to sell, but have in the capitalist a perpetual paymaster. The mystification which is imminent to the capital relationship also makes its appearance. The power of labor to maintain value appears as the power of self-maintenance of capital. The power of labor to create value as power of capital to valorize itself. And in sum, as far as the concept is concerned, the objectified labor appears as a plier of the living labor. In spite of all that, an essential change in the real manner and mode of the process of labor, of the actual process of production, has not at all made its appearance simply with that change as such. On the contrary, it lies in the nature of the case that since the subsumption of the process of labor under capital makes its appearance on the basis of a process of labor which is at hand, which obtained prior to this subsumption under capital, which has shaped itself on the basis of processes of production which were prior and various, and of other preconditions of production. It is a process of labor which is given and at hand that capital subsumes to itself. Thus, for example, artisan work, the mode of agriculture which corresponds to the small, self-sufficient peasant economy. If changes in these traditional processes of labor, which have been brought by capital under its command, make their appearance, then these modifications can only be gradual consequences of that subsumption of given, traditional processes of labor under capital, which has already occurred. The fact that labor becomes more intensive, or that the duration of the process of labor is lengthened, or that labor becomes more continuous and more orderly under the eye of the interested capitalist, etc., none of that in and for itself changes the character of the real process of labor itself, of the real manner of labor. Thus, this forms a great contrast to the specifically capitalist mode of production, labor on a large scale, etc., which develops, as we have shown, in the advance of the capitalist production. A mode of production which revolutionizes the species of this labor and the real mode of the entire process of labor simultaneously with the relationships of the various agents of production. It is in opposition to the latter that we have considered hitherto of a mode of labor which is developed even before the appearance of the capital relationship, under that relationship, under capital, the formal subsumption of labor under capital. The capital relationship as compulsion relationship, in order to exact surplus labor through lengthening of the labor time, a compulsion relationship which rests upon no personal mastery, and dependence relationships, but rather simply arises out of different economic functions. Such capital relationship is common to both modes, but the specifically capitalist mode of production knows other modes of exacting surplus value too. On the other hand, on the basis of a mode of labor which is at hand, thus of a given development of the productive power of labor, and of a mode of labor corresponding to this productive power, surplus value can only be engendered through lengthening of the labor time. Thus, in the mode of absolute surplus value, it is consequently to this, as the only form of the production of surplus value, that the formal subsumption of labor under capital corresponds. The universal moment of the process of labor, as they were displayed in Chapter 2, thus, for example, the separation of the objective preconditions of labor in material and means, as opposed to the living activity of the workers, etc., are determined which are independent of historical and specifically social character of the process of production, and which remain equally true for all possible development forms of the same, and are in fact unalterable natural preconditions of human labor. This reveals itself in an equally striking fashion in the fact that they hold for the human beings who work independently, producing not in exchange with society, but rather only in exchange with nature, Robinson, etc. Thus, they are in fact absolute determinations of human labor in general, as soon as it has worked itself out of the purely animal character. The respect in which the process of labor, which is itself only formally subsumed under capital, distinguishes itself from the very first, and through which it distinguishes itself more and more even on the basis of the old traditional mode of labor. That respect is the scale in accordance with which it is performed. Thus, on the one side, the extent of the means of production advanced, and on the other side, the number of workers commanded by the same employer. That which, for example, on the basis of the mode of production proper to guilds, appears as maximum, e.g., with respect to the number of apprentices, can constitute scarcely a minimum for the capital relationship. For the capital relationship can only in fact make a purely nominal appearance, where the capitalist does not employ at least sufficient workers that the surplus value produced by him is enough as revenue for his private consumption and for his accumulation fund, so that he himself is released from immediate labor and works only as capitalist, as overseer and director of the process, and accomplishes at the same time the function endowed with will and consciousness of the capital comprehended in its process of valorization. This enlargement of the scale then also constitutes the real basis upon which the specifically capitalist mode of production arises under historical relationships which are favorable, such as e.g. those of the 16th century, although they can appear naturally in a sporadic way, which does not control society at certain points within earlier forms of society. The distinguishing character of the formal subsumption of labor under capital becomes clearest through comparison with conditions where capital exists already in determined subordinate functions, but not yet in its function which controls, which determines the universal society form as immediate buyer of labor and as immediate appropriator of the process of production. For example, usury capital insofar as it advances raw material, labor instrument are both to the immediate producers in the form of gold as in India, for example. The monstrous interest which it draws, the interest which it extorts from the immediate producer in general, apart from the magnitude, is only another name for surplus value. It actually metamorphoses its money into capital by extorting unpaid labor, surplus labor, from the immediate producers. But it does not mix itself into the process of production, which proceeds in the traditional way beside it, just as it did before. It burgeons up partly out of the dilapidation of this mode of production. Partly it is a means of dilapidating this mode of production and making it continue to vegetate under the most inauspicious conditions. The formal subsumption of labor under capital does not yet take place here. Another example is merchant capital. So far as it gives assignments to a member of Another example is merchant capital. insofar as merchant capital gives assignments to a number of immediate producers and then collects those immediate producers' products and sells those products, whereby it may also advance the raw material, etc., or also make advances of money, etc. This is the form out of which the modern capital relationship is partly developed, and which even yet constitutes the transition to the genuine capital relationship here and there. Here, too, no formal subsumption of labor under capital yet takes place. The immediate producer remains still the simultaneous commodity buyer and the applier of his own labor. But the transition is already more present here than in the relationship of usury capital. Both forms, to which we shall return later upon occasion, reproduce themselves within the capitalist mode of production as bioforms and transition forms. Real subsumption of labor under capital, or the specifically capitalist mode of production. We have elaborated in detail in Chapter 3 how the production of relative surplus value, instigated for the single capitalist, so far as he seizes the initiative, by the fact that value, equal to the socially necessary labor time, which is objectified in the product. Thus, that surplus value is created for him as soon as the individual value of his product stands lower than his product's social value, and therefore can be sold over its individual value. The entire real shape of the mode of production changes, and a specifically capitalist mode of production arises. Technologically, too, upon whose basis, and with which also those relationships of production between the different agents of production, and especially between capitalist and wage laborer, which correspond to the capitalist process of production, simultaneously develop. The social, productive powers of labor, or the productive powers of directly socialized, common labor, through cooperation, the division of labor within the workshop, the application of machinery, and the metamorphosis in general of the process of production into conscious application of natural science, mechanics, chemistry, etc., for determined purposes, technology, etc., and likewise laboring on a large scale, a thing which corresponds to all this, etc. It is only the socialized labor which is capable of applying the universal products of human development like mathematics, etc., to the immediate process of production. Just as, on the other hand, the development of these sciences presupposes a determined height of the material process of production. This development of the productive power of socialized labor, as opposed to the more or less isolated labor of individuals, etc. And with such development, the application of science, of this universal product of social development, to the immediate process of production. This all displays itself as productive power of capital, not as productive power of labor, or only as productive power of labor insofar as it is identical with capital, and in any case not as productive power either of the single worker or the workers combined in the process of production. The mystification, which lies in the capital relationship in general, is now developed much further than was and could be the case with the subsumption of labor under capital of a merely formal character. On the other hand, it is at this point that the historic significance of capitalist production first makes its appearance in a striking, specific way, precisely through the transformation of the immediate process of production itself and the development of the social productive powers of labor. It has been shown in Chapter 3 how it is not only in representation, but in fact, that the societal character of his labor confronts the worker not only in an alien, but in a hostile and opposed manner, and is objectified and personified in capital. Just as the production of surplus value can be regarded as material expression of the formal subsumption of labor under capital, so the production of relative surplus value can be regarded as that of the real subsumption of labor under capital. In any case, two separate forms of the subsumption of labor under capital, or two separate forms of capitalist production of which the first always constitutes the precedent of the second, although the further developed one, the second, can constitute again the basis for the introduction of the first into new branches of production. These two forms correspond to the two forms of surplus value, the absolute and the relative. If they are considered in separate existence, each for itself, and the absolute surplus value always precedes the relative. Addenda concerning the formal subsumption of labor under capital. Before we go on to a consideration of the real subsumption of labor under capital, I append the following from my notebooks. The form which rests upon the absolute surplus value, I name formal subsumption of labor under capital, because it distinguishes itself only formally from the earlier modes of production upon whose basis it immediately arises, is introduced, whether it be because the producer is, quote, self-employing in it, or because the immediate producers have to provide surplus labor for others. The compulsion which is exerted is of another variety, i.e., the method whereby the surplus labor is exacted. What is essential in formal subsumption is 1. The pure money relationship between the one who appropriates the surplus labor and the one who provides the surplus labor. So far as subordination ensues from the determined content of the sale, not from a subordination which is presupposed to it. A subordination whereby the producer would be put into a relationship other than the money relationship of commodity owner to commodity owner, towards the exploiter of his labor as a result of a political, etc. relationship. It is only as owner of the preconditions of labor that the buyer brings the seller into economic dependency upon him here. There is no political and socially fixed relationship of super and subordination. 2. What is included within the first relationship? For otherwise the worker would not have to sell his faculty of labor. The fact that his objective preconditions of labor, means of life, confront him as capital, as monopolized by the buyer of his faculty of labor. The more completely these preconditions of labor confront him as alien property, the more completely does the relationship of capital and wage labor obtain in a formal way. Thus, formal subsumption of labor under capital, the precondition and presupposition of real subsumption. Within the mode of production itself, there is still no difference here. The process of labor, regarded technologically, proceeds straight ahead just as earlier, only now as process of labor subordinated to capital. As we developed earlier, there develops within the process of production itself, nevertheless, an economic relationship of super and subordination, by virtue of the fact that the consumption of the faculty of labor occurs by the capitalist and consequently is overviewed and directed by him. 2. Greater continuity and intensity of labor, greater economizing in the application of the preconditions of labor develop. By virtue of the fact that all efforts are made to ensure that the product represents only socially necessary, or rather, even less labor time. And that this holds as well with respect to living labor, which is used for its production, as with respect to the objectified labor, which goes into it in forming value, as value of the applied means of production. In the case of the formal subsumption of labor under capital, the compulsion towards surplus labor, and thereby, on the one hand, towards the formation of needs and of the means for the satisfaction of these needs, just as of the production mass, beyond the measure of the traditional needs of the worker, and towards creation of free time for development independently of material production, the aforementioned compulsion acquires only another form from that which obtained in earlier modes of production, but a form which increases the continuity and intensity of labor, which augments production, is more favorable to the development of variations in labor faculties, and is therefore more favorable to the differentiation in the modes of labor and employment, and ultimately dissolves the relationship of the possessor of the preconditions of labor and of the workers themselves into a pure buy and sell relationship, or money relationship, and separates the exploitation relationship out from all patriarchal and political or even religious enlivenings. Admittedly, the very production relationship itself creates a new relationship of super and subordination, which also produces political, etc., expressions of itself. The less capitalist production gets beyond the formal relationship, so much the less is that relationship developed too, since it presupposes only small capitalists, which are only slightly different from the workers themselves in mode of culture and activity. The difference in the type of the relationship of super and subordination, without yet touching upon the mode of production itself, reveals itself most of all where subsidiary work of agriculture or domestic kinds, which used to be plied merely for the need of the family, are metamorphosed into independently capitalistic branches of labor. The difference of that labor which is formally subsumed by capital from earlier types of application of labor steps forth in the same scope in which the magnitude of capital grows, which the individual capitalist applied, thus the number of workers which are employed at the same time by him. Only with a certain minimum of capital does the capitalist cease to be a worker himself, and begins to retain for himself only the direction of the process of labor and the business with the produced commodities. The real subsumption of labor under capital, the genuinely capitalist mode of production, only occurs where capitals of a certain magnitude have taken immediate possession of production, whether it is because the merchant is becoming an industrial capitalist, or because on the basis of the formal subsumption, larger industrial capitalists have formed. If the relationship of super and subordination takes the place of slavery, bondage, vassalage, patriarchal forms of subordination, and the like, then the only thing that happens is a metamorphosis within its form. The form becomes freer because it remains of only thing-like nature, formally voluntary, purely economic. Or the relationship of super and subordination in the process of production takes the place of earlier self-sufficiency in the process of production, such as, for example, in the case of all quote, self-sustaining persons, farmers, who only had a product rent to pay, whether to state or to landlord, of agriculture domestic secondary industry, or of independent artisanate. Thus there is present here loss of the earlier self-sufficiency in the process of production, and the relationship of super and subordination is itself the product of the introduction of the capitalist mode of production. Finally, the relationship of capitalist and wage labor can take the place of the guild master, his journeyman and apprentice, a transition which partly the manufacturing cities passed through at their origin. The medieval guild relationship, which developed in analogous form in Athens and Rome, also within narrow limits, and which was so decisively important in Europe for formation of the capitalists on one hand, and for formation of a free state of labor on the other hand, is a limited, not yet adequate form of capital and wage labor relationship. There exists here on the one hand the relationship of buyer and seller. Wages are paid and master, journeyman and apprentice confront one another as free persons. The technological basis of this relationship is the artisan-type business, in which the more or less competent manipulation of the labor instrument is the deciding factor of production. The independent, personal labor, and consequently, its professional development, which requires greater or lesser training time, is here what determines the result of labor. The master finds himself, to be sure, in possession of the preconditions of production, the tools, the material of labor, although the tools can also belong to the journeyman. The product belongs to him, the master. To that extent, the master is capitalist. But as capitalist, he is not master. First, he is himself an artisan and is supposed to be the master in his profession. Within the process of production itself, he figures just as much as an artisan as his journeyman, and he is the first to initiate his apprentices into the mystery of his technique. He has quite the same relationship to his apprentices as a professor to his students. His relationship to journeymen and apprentices is therefore not that of the capitalist as such, but of the master of a technique, who as such takes a hierarchical position in the corporation and therefore in opposition to them, which is supposed to rest upon his own mastery in the technique. His capital is consequently also as much in accordance with its thing-like form as in accordance with its value scope. Bound capital, which has by no means still retained the free form of capital. It is not a determined quantum of objectified labor, value as such, which can assume this or that form of preconditions of labor, just as it chooses in each case after it exchanges itself, in order to appropriate surplus labor for this or that form of living labor. Only after he has passed through the prescribed steps of apprentice, journeyman, etc., has himself provided his masterpiece, can he convert money which is in this determined branch of labor, his own handicraft, partly into the objective conditions for the handicraft and partly by journeymen and maintain apprentices. Only in his own handicraft is he able to metamorphose his money into capital, i.e. employ it not only as means of his own labor, but also as means of exploitation of alien labor. His capital is bound to a determined form of use value, and consequently confronts his workers just as little as capital does. The method of labor which he applies are not only customary, but prescribed by the guild, count as the necessary ones, and thus from this side too it is not the exchange value of labor, but its use value which appears as the ultimate final cause. It does not depend upon his discretion whether to provide work of this or that quality, but the entire guild business is directed towards the providing of determined quality. The price of labor stands in his discretion as little as the methods of labor. The limited form, which hinders his property from functioning as capital, reveals itself further in the fact that in capital a maximum has been prescribed for the value scope of his capital. He may not hold journeymen above a certain number, since it is by the guild that all masters as a whole are to be assured an adequate part of the profit on their handicrafts. Finally, the relationship of the master as member of the same guild to other masters. As such, he belongs to a corporation which possesses certain preconditions of production, guild ties, etc. Etc. Never pronounced that word right. Political rights, participation in the civil administration, etc. He works on order, with exception of his labors for merchants, for the immediate use value. And the number of masters was also regulated in accordance with that fact. He does not confront his workers as mere merchant. Still less can the merchant metamorphose his money into productive capital. He can only dispose over the commodities, but not produce them himself. The purpose and result of the exploitation of alien labor appears here to be existence in accordance with orders, castes, not the exchange value as such, not enrichment as such. What is decisive here is the instrument. The raw material is provided here in many branches of labor. For example, tailoring, to the master himself by his customers. The barrier of production within the totality of the given consumption is here law. It is thus by no means regulated by the barriers which disappear with the political social bonds, in which capital still moves here and consequently does not yet appear as capital. The merely formal metamorphosis of the handicraft-like business into the capitalistic, thus where the technological process still remains the same, consists in the falling away of all these barriers, with which the relationship of super and subordination changes. The master is now no longer as master capitalist, but as capitalist master. The barrier of his production is no longer conditioned by the barrier of his capital. The capital money can be exchanged at will for each kind of labor, and consequently of preconditions of labor. He can cease to be an artisan himself. With the sudden expansion of commerce and thereby of the demand for commodities by the order of merchants, the guild-like businesses had to be driven beyond. The guild-like business had to be driven beyond its barriers by itself, change itself formally into a capitalist business. As opposed to the self-sufficient artisan who works for strange customers, the continuity of the worker who works for the capitalist increases naturally, whose labor has no boundary at the accidental need of individual customer, but only at the need for exploitation of the capital which employs him. As opposed to the slave, this labor becomes more productive since more intensive by the slave's working only under the stimulus of external fear, but not for his own existence, which does not belong to him, and is nevertheless guaranteed him. The worker, on the other hand, is driven by his, quote, wants. The consciousness, or rather apperception, of free self-determinacy, of freedom, makes the one a much better worker than the other, and the, quote, feeling, consciousness, of, quote, responsibility, which is connected to it. Since he is responsible for the commodity which he provides, and must provide it in a certain quality, just like every other commodity seller, he ought not to be driven from the field by other commodity sellers of the same species. The continuity of the relationship of slave and slaveholder is a relationship in which the slave is maintained by direct compulsion. The free worker, however, must maintain it on his own, since his existence and that of his family depends upon his continually renewing the sale of his labor faculty to the capitalist. In the case of the slave, the minimum of salary appears as a constant magnitude independent of his labor. In the case of the free worker, this value of his labor faculty and the average wages for labor corresponding to the value of his labor faculty manifests itself not in this predestined boundary, independent of his own labor, which is determined by his merely physical needs. The average for the class is more or less constant, like the value of all commodities, but it does not exist in this immediate reality for the individual worker, whose labor may stand above or below this minimum. The price of labor at one time sinks beneath the value of the labor faculty, and at another time rises above the value of the labor faculty. Additional scope within narrow limits for the individuality of the worker, whereby wage differentiation is partly in differing branches of labor, partly in the same branch of labor in accordance with industriousness, skill, strength, etc. of the worker. And this differentiation, to be sure, is partly determined by the measure of his own personal achievement. Thus, wage magnitude appears in alternation as a result of his own work and of its individual quality. Namely, this is developed where wages for piecework are paid, although this latter, as we have shown, changes nothing in the universal relationship between capital and labor, between surplus labor and the necessary labor. Thus the relationship thereby expresses itself nevertheless differently for the individual worker, and indeed in accordance with the measure of his personal achievement. In the case of the slave, special strength of skill can elevate the sale value of his person, but that does not concern the slave at all himself. It is otherwise in the case of the free worker, who is possessor of his labor faculty. The higher value of this labor faculty must be paid to him himself, and expresses itself in higher wages. Thus, greater wage differences prevail here in accordance with whether the particular labor demands a more highly developed labor faculty, which demands greater costs of production or not. And thereby scope is opened up on the one hand to individual difference, and on the other hand the development of a man's own labor faculty is spurred on. As sure as it is also that the means as sure as it is also that the mass of labor must arise out of more or less unskilled labor, and consequently the mass of wages of labor also must be determined by the value of the simple labor faculty. Thus it remains possible to single individuals to elevate themselves by particular energy, talent, etc., into higher spheres of labor, just as the abstract possibility remains that this or that worker himself becomes capitalist and exploiter of alien labor. The slave belongs to a particular master. The worker has to sell himself, to be sure, to capital, but not to a particular capitalist, unless he has within a particular sphere the choice of to whom he wishes to sell himself, and he can change his master. All these altered relationships make the activity of the free worker more intensive, continuous, mobile, and competent than that of the slave, quite apart from the fact that they render him capable of an entire different historical action. The slave receives the necessities which are necessary for his maintenance in natural form, which is fixed as well as in kind as in scope, in use values. The free worker receives them in the form of money, of exchange value, the abstract social form of wealth. As much as the salary is now actually nothing but silvered, or goldened, or coppered, or papered form of the necessary means of life, into which it must continuously dissolve itself, money here functioning as merely vanishing form of exchange value, as mere means of circulation, nevertheless remains in imagination the abstract wealth, the exchange value. And it is not then some particular use value which has traditional and local limitations, which is the purpose and result of the worker's labor. It is the worker himself who transforms money into random use values, buys random commodities, and as money owner, as buyer of commodities, the worker stands in the exact same relationship to the sellers of commodities as all other buyers. The preconditions for his existence naturally compel him, just as does the extent of the value of the money earned by him, to dissolve it into a rather circumscribed circle of means of life. Nevertheless, a certain variation is possible here, as for example, newspapers are included in the necessary means of life of the English urban worker. He can save something, hoard it up. He can also waste his wages on schnapps, etc. But thus he is acting as free agent, and must accept responsibility on his own. He is accountable himself for the way in which he spends his wages. He learns to control himself, as opposed to the slave who needs a master. Yeah, that's profound, yeah. This holds, to be sure, only if one considers the metamorphosis of serfs or slaves into free wage laborers. The capitalist relationships appear here as an elevated form in the social scale. It is reversed where the independent farmer or artisan is metamorphosed into a wage laborer. What a difference between the, quote, proud yeomanry of England, of whom Shakespeare speaks, and the English agricultural day laborers. Since the only purpose of the labor is in the case of the wage laborer, the salary, money, a particular quantum of exchange value, in which each peculiarity of use value is extinguished. Thus he is completely indifferent to the content of his work, and consequently to the particular kind of his activity. Well, this activity counts in the guild or caste system as professional activity, but in the case of the slave, just as in the case of the draft animal, it is just a kind of activity which has been forced upon him and accepted, the activation of his labor faculty. Consequently, insofar as the division of labor has not rendered the labor faculty completely one-sided, the free worker is principally receptive to and ready for each variation in his labor faculty and his labor activity which promises better wages, as is revealed to be sure in the case of the surplus population in the country which constantly migrates into the cities. It is the developed worker, if the developed worker is more or less unable to sustain this variation, he regards it as always available for the next generation. And the new generation of workers as it grows is constantly divisible, and at the disposal of new branches of labor, or for those branches which happen to be burgeoning. North America, where wage labor has developed most freely of all from recollections of the old guild system, etc., is above all where this variability shows itself. This complete indifference towards the particular content of labor and towards the transition from one branch to another. The opposition of this variability to the monotonous traditional character of slave labor, which does not vary in accordance with the relationships of production, but demands to the contrary that production be adapted to the mode of labor which was once introduced and then inherited in a traditional manner, is consequently also stressed by all authors of the United States as a special characteristic of free wage labor of the North as opposed to the slave labor of the South. The constant creation of new types of labor, this continuous variation, the manifold of use values corresponds and consequently is also actual development of exchange value. Consequently, continuing division of labor in the totality of society is only first possible with the capitalist mode of production. It begins with the free artisan-like guild business, where it does not encounter a barrier in the ossification of each particular branch of business. After this digression concerning the formal subsumption of labor under capital, we thus come to the real subsumption of labor under capital. Now, that's a good place to stop for right now.
Real subsumption of labor under capital. That which is universally characteristic of the formal subsumption remains, id est, the direct subordination of the process of labor, whatever mode it is technologically carried on, under capital. But upon this basis there arises a mode of production which is specific, both technologically and otherwise, which transforms the real nature of the process of labor and its real preconditions, capitalist mode of production. As soon as this makes its appearance, real subsumption of labor under capital takes place. Note, quote, agriculture for subsistence changed for agriculture for trade, the improvement of the national territory, proportion to this change, end quote. A. Young, Political Arithmetic, London, 1774. Just a miscellaneous quote in the middle of the text. The real subsumption of labor under capital is developed in all the forms which develop relative surplus value as distinct from absolute. With the real subsumption of labor under capital, a complete and constantly advancing and self-repeating revolution in the mode of production itself takes place, in the productivity of the labor and in the relationship of capitalist and worker. Upon the real subsumption of labor under capital, all those changes in the labor process itself, which we developed earlier, enter the scene. The social productive powers of labor are developed, and also the application of science and machinery to the immediate production as work begins to take place on a large scale. On the one hand, the capitalist mode of production, which now structures itself as a mode of production sui generis, I think that's how you pronounce that word, creates an altered structure of material production. On the other hand, this alteration in the material structure forms the basis for the development of the capital relationship, whose adequate structure consequently corresponds to a particular degree of development of the productive powers of labor. We have already observed that a particular and constantly increasing minimum of capital in the hand of individual capitalists is on the one hand the necessary presupposition, and on the other hand the constant result of the specifically capitalist mode of production. The capitalist must be holder or possessor of means of production on a socially relevant scale, in a value scope which is completely out of proportion to the production possible for a single man or his family. The minimum of capital is the greater in a branch of business, the more capitalistically it is carried on, the higher social productivity of labor in its development. In it is developed. The minimum of capital is the greater in a branch of business, the more capitalistically that branch of business is carried on, the higher the social productivity of labor in it is developed. It is in just the same scope that capital must increase in value magnitude and must assume social dimensions, thus cast off all individual character. Precisely, the productivity of labor, mass of product, mass of population, mass of surplus population, which this mode of production develops, constantly summons forth, with its unleashed capital and labor, new branches of business in which capital can again work on a small scale and again run through the various developments, until these new branches of business, too, are carried on a social scale. This process is continuous. At the same time, there is the capitalist production, tending to conquer all of the industry branches which it has not yet mastered, where there is yet only formal subsumption. As soon as it has prevailed over agriculture, mining, manufacture of clothing, etc., it seizes the other spheres where there is still only formal subsumption, where even independent artisans still extant. We already remarked during our consideration of machinery how the introduction of machinery in a branch brings with it the introduction to other branches, and at the same time in other kinds of the same branch. For example, mechanical spinning leads to mechanical weaving. The mechanical spinning in the wool industry to mechanical spinning in wool, linen, silk, etc. The intensified application of machinery in coal, wool manufactures, etc., made the introduction of the large-scale mode of production in machine construction itself necessary. Apart from the augmented means of traffic which this mode of production demands, when it is on a large scale, it is on the other hand only through the introduction of machinery in the machine building industry itself, namely of the rotary prime movers, that the introduction of steamships and trains was made possible and the entire shipbuilding industry was revolutionized. Large industry throws just such masses of people into those branches which it has not yet subdued, or creates just such relative surplus population in them as is demanded for the metamorphosis of the handicraft, or of the small formerly capitalistic business into heavy industry. Compare the following Jeremiad of the Tories. Quote, "In the good old times, when live and let live was the general motto, every man was contented with one avocation. In the cotton trade, there were weavers, cotton spinners, blanchers, dyers, and several other independent branches, all living upon the profits of their respective trades, and all, as might be expected, contented and happy. By and by, however, when the downward course of trade had proceeded to some extent, first one branch was adopted by the capitalist, then another, till in time the whole of the people were ousted and thrown upon the market of labor to find out a livelihood in the best manner they could. Thus, although no charter secures to these men the right to be cotton spinners, manufacturers, printers, etc., yet the course of events has invested them with a monopoly of all. They have become jack of all trades, and as far as the country is concerned in the business, it is to be feared. They are masters of none." End quote. Political Economy Concentrated. Thomas Carlyle, 1833. At least I think it's Thomas Carlyle. It just says Carlyle, but that's who that would mean, right? The kind of like romantic Tory, kind of had deep suspicions about the modern age. The romantic critique of capitalism, I think people refer to. I think Michael Levy might have done something on that. Anyway, sorry. The material result of capitalistic production, apart from the development of the social productive forces of labor, is the intensification in the mass of production and the increase and multiplication of the spheres of production and their ramifications, whereby the exchange value of the products first develops accordingly. The sphere in which they act as exchange value or realize themselves. Quote, "Production for the sake of production, production as an end in itself, already makes its appearance to be sure, even with the formal subsumption of labor under capital. As soon as it becomes as such immediately the purpose of production, to produce as much surplus value as possible, as soon as the exchange value of the products becomes as such the decisive purpose. In the meanwhile, this tendency, which is imminent to the capital relationship, realizes itself for the first time in an adequate way and becomes on its own a necessary precondition, even in a technological sense, as soon as the specifically capitalistic mode of production, and along with it, the real subsumption of labor under capital, has developed. This latter aspect, excuse me, maybe I should just blow my nose real quick. Sorry. Hopefully that keeps me from snorting. This latter aspect has been developed fully as far as the substance of the matter is concerned earlier, so it can be brief here. It is production which does not bind itself to a limitation on needs, which both determines and is determined in advance. Its contradictory character includes limit upon production, beyond which it is constantly driving itself. This is one side of it, which is distinct from any earlier mode of production, if you like, the positive side. On the other hand, the negative or the contradictory character, production, in opposition to and unconcerned about the producer. The actual producer is a mere means of production, stuff like wealth being the end in itself. And the development of this stuff like wealth is consequently in opposition to and at the cost of the human individual. Productivity of labor, as such, is equal to the maximum of product with minimum of labor. Consequently, the greatest possible cheapening of commodities. This turns into a law independent of the will of particular capitalists in the capitalistic mode of production. And this law only actualizes itself if the other aspect is involved. And the scale of production is not determined in accordance with given needs. But on the contrary, the mass of the product is determined by the scale of production, which is prescribed by the mode of production itself and which always increases. Its purpose is that the individual product, etc., contains as much possible unpaid labor, and this is only attained by production for the sake of production. This makes its appearance, on the one hand, as a law, insofar as the capitalist who produces on too small a scale would cause more than the socially necessary quantum of labor to be embodied in the products. It makes its appearance thus as adequate execution of the law of value, which develops itself completely only for the first time on the basis of the capitalistic mode of production, but it makes its appearance, on the other hand, as compulsion of the individual capitalist who attempts to depress the individual value of his commodity beneath that commodity's socially determined value in order to break through this law or deceive this law to his own advantage. There is common to all these forms of production of relative surplus value, apart from the increasing minimum of capital required for production, the circumstance that the communal preconditions for the labor of many immediately cooperating workers permit as such an economizing to take place, in opposition to the fragmentation of these preconditions in the case of production on a small scale, through the fact that the efficacy of these communal preconditions of production conditions an increase in their mass and value, which is not of a proportionally equal magnitude. Their common, contemporaneous use allows their relative value with respect to the product to fall, however much their absolute mass of value increases. Productive and unproductive labor. We insert here a few advanced remarks on this question before we go on to consider further the altered shape of capital as it is yielded as a result of the capitalistic mode of production. Since the immediate purpose and genuine product of capitalistic production is surplus value, so only that labor is productive, which, and only that deployer of labor capacity is a productive worker. Sorry, let me repeat that. Since the immediate purpose and the genuine product of capitalistic production is surplus value, so only that labor is productive, which, and on that deployer of labor capacity, and only that deployer of labor capacity is a productive worker who immediately produces surplus value. Thus, only the labor which is consumed directly in the process of production for the valorization of capital. From the simple standpoint of the process of labor as such, that labor seems productive to us, which realizes itself in a product, more precisely in a commodity. From the standpoint of the capitalistic process of production, there is added the more precise determination that that labor is productive, which immediately valorizes capital or produces surplus value. Thus, it realizes itself without equivalent for the worker, for its user, that is, in a surplus value, manifested in a surplus produce, thus in an extra increment of commodity for the monopolizer of the means of labor, for the capitalist, only that labor is productive as equations. It's got lowercase c's here, but I don't know if he's using it in the same way that he usually does it, but repeat it. Only that labor is productive as capital plus constant capital plus an increase in capital is equal to capital plus more variable capital. Sorry, I'm butchering that, but I don't know. I think he changes his use of certain symbols over time. Thus it is that labor which serves capital immediately as agency of capital's self-valorization, as means for production of surplus value. I don't know, kids. Use your context clues. The capitalistic process of labor does not sublate the universal determinations of the process of labor. The capitalistic process of labor produces product and commodity. Insofar as that holds, that labor remains productive, which objectifies itself in commodities as unity of use value and exchange value. But the process of labor is only a means for the process of valorization of capital. That labor, thus, is productive, which manifests itself in commodities. But if we are considering the individual commodity, it manifests unpaid labor in an aliquot part of same. Or if we are considering the total product, manifests the labor which is only unpaid in an aliquot part of the total commodity mass. Thus manifests a product which costs the capitalist nothing. That worker is productive who accomplishes productive labor. And that labor is productive, which creates surplus value, i.e., valorizes capital. Only the limitedness of the bourgeois, who consider that the capitalistic form of production is the absolute form of same, and consequently is a unique natural form of production, can mistake the question of what productive labor and productive laborer are from the standpoint of capital for the question of what productive labor is as such, and can satisfy itself accordingly with the tautological answer that all labor is productive, which produces it all, which results in a product or any use value at all, which yields any result. Only that labor is productive whose process of labor is equal to the productive process of consumption of the labor faculty of the bearer of this labor by capital or the capitalist. From this, there emerge right away two conclusions. First, since with the development of the real subsumption of labor under capital, or of the specifically capitalist mode of production, is not the individual worker, but more and more a socially combined labor faculty, which becomes the actual functionary of the total process of labor, and the various labor capacities which compete and form the total productive machine participate in an extremely diverse manner in the immediate process of commodity, or here better, product formation. One man works more with the hand, the other more with the head, the one as manager, engineer, technologist, etc., the other as overseer, the third as direct artisan, or even mere manual laborer. Thus it happens that more and more functions of labor capacity are ranked under the immediate concept of productive labor, and it bears under the concept of productive laborers, of workers directly exploited by capital and subordinated to its valorization and production process as such. If one considers the total laborer of which the workshop consists, then his combined activity actualizes itself materialiter immediately in a total product, which is at the same time a total mass of commodities, whereby it is quite irrelevant whether the function of the individual worker, who is only a member of this total laborer, is situated closer to or further from immediate hand labor. Then, however, the activity of this total labor capacity is its immediate productive consumption by capital, i.e., thus self-valorization process of capital, immediate production of surplus value, and consequently, as will be expounded later in greater detail, is immediate metamorphosis of surplus value into capital. Second, the more precise determinations of productive labor follow of themselves from the given characteristic marks of the capitalistic process of production. First, the possessor of the labor faculty, as seller of same, expressed irrationally, as we have seen, as direct seller of living labor, not a commodity, confronts capital or the capitalist. He is a wage laborer. This is the first presupposition. Second, however, in a way which is introduced by this advance process, which belongs to circulation, His labor capacity and his labor are embodied as living factor immediately in the production process of capital, become themselves one of its ingredients, and to be sure, precisely the varying one, which not only both maintains and reproduces the capital values which have been advanced, but also at the same time increases, and consequently only metamorphoses into self-valorizing value, capital, through the creation of surplus value. This labor objectifies itself immediately during the process of production as of flowing value magnitude. On the one hand, the first precondition can obtain without the second obtaining. A worker can be wage laborer, day laborer, etc. This obtains whenever the moment is lacking. The second moment is lacking. Every productive worker is a wage laborer, but that is not a reason why every wage laborer is a productive worker. As often as labor is bought in order to be consumed as use value, as service, not in order to appear as living factor in the place of the value of the variable capital and be embodied within the capitalistic process of production, so long is the labor not productive and the wage laborer not a productive worker. His labor is then consumed for the sake of its use value, not as positing exchange value. It is consumed unproductively, not productively. The capitalist confronts it consequently not as capitalist, as representative of capital. The capitalist exchanges his money for it as revenue, not as capital. This labor's consumption constitutes not the cycle money, commodity, money, money, commodity, money prime, but commodity, money, commodity, simple circulation, the latter being the labor or the service itself. Money functions here only as a means of circulation, not as capital. As little as the commodities, which the capitalist buys for his private consumption, are consumed productively and become factors of capital, so little do the services which he buys voluntarily or involuntarily, in the case of government, etc., for the sake of their use value for his consumption. They do not become a factor of capital. They are consequently not productive laborers, and their bearers are not productive workers. The more production as such develops as production of commodities, the more everyone must and wishes to become commodity dealer, to make money, whether from his product or from his services. If his product exists in its natural character only in the form of service, and this money-making appears as the final cause of each kind of activity, see Aristotle. In capitalist production, on the one hand, the production of products as commodities becomes absolute, and on the other hand, the form of labor as wage labor becomes absolute. A mass of functions and activities which had no aura of holiness, counted as ends in themselves, a mass of functions and activities which had an aura of holiness, counted as ends in themselves, were done gratis or paid in indirect ways, as all professionals, doctors, barristers, etc. in England, where the barrister and the physician neither could nor can sue for payment. Metamorphose, on the one hand, directly into wage laborers, however different their content and payment may be. On the other hand, they, that is, their estimated value, the price of this different activity from the whore to the king, fall under the laws which regulate the price of wage labor. The development of this latter point belongs in a special treatise on wage labor and the wages of labor, not here. Now, this appearance of things, that with the development of capitalist production, all services metamorphose into wage labor, and their performers all metamorphose into wage laborers, and thus have this character in common with the productive worker, this appearance is all the more cause for confusion of both, because it is an appearance which characterizes capitalistic production and is created by it. On the other hand, it gives a reason to the apologists to metamorphose the productive worker because he is a wage laborer into a worker who merely exchanges his services, i.e., his labor as use value for money. Thereby, then, one blithely glides over the differentia specifica of this productive worker and self-valorization process of capital, whose mere embodied agency is what living labor is. A soldier is a wage laborer, a salaried man, but that is no reason why he is a productive worker. An additional error comes from two sources. First, within capitalist production, there are always parts of commodity-producing labors which are performed in a manner which belongs to earlier modes of production, where thus the relationship of capital and wage labor does not in fact yet exist, and consequently the category which corresponds to the capitalistic standpoint of productive and unproductive labor is totally inapplicable. But in accordance with the dominant mode of production, even the relationships which are not yet actually subsumed by it are subsumed under it, idilitaire. For example, the self-employing laborer is his own wage laborer. His own means of production confront him as capital in imagination. As his own capitalist, he applies himself as wage laborer. Such anomalies open the field for baseless nonsense about productive and unproductive labor. Second, certain unproductive labors may be certain unproductive labors may be incidentaliter, be connected with the process of production, and even their price may go into the price of the commodity. Thus the money expended upon them so far form a part of the advanced capital, and their work consequently appears as work which is not exchanged with revenue, but directly with capital. Let us consider the last case right away. The taxes, the price for governmental services, etc. But this belongs to the faux frais de production. And this is a form which is in and for itself accidental to the capitalist process of production, and in no way a form which is conditioned by same and necessary and imminent to the capitalist process of production. If, for example, the entirety of indirect taxes are metamorphosed into direct taxes, then the taxes are paid just as before, But the taxes no longer form a capital advance, but an expenditure of revenue. The possibility of this form metamorphosis reveals its externality, indifference, and contingency for the capitalistic process of production. The revenue of capital, however, and capital itself would cease along with a form metamorphosis of productive labor. Further, for example, processes, material acts, etc. All this was related to stipulations between the commodity possessors as buyers and sellers of commodities, and has nothing to do with the relationship of capital and labor. The functionaries may turn into wage laborers of capital thereby. They do not thereby turn into productive workers. Productive labor is only an abbreviation for the whole relationship and manner and mode in which the labor capacity and labor figures in the capitalistic process of production. If we speak thus of productive labor, then we are speaking of socially determined labor. Labor which includes a very specific relationship between the buyer and seller of labor. Productive labor exchanges itself directly with money as capital, i.e., with money which is itself capital, has the attribute of functioning as capital and confronting the labor capacity, but as value-creating activity it valorizes capital, but puts the values which have been created by it into confrontation with the worker itself as capital. The specific relationship between the objectified and the living labor, which makes the first into capital and the latter into productive labor. The specific product of the capitalist process of production, surplus value, is only created by exchange with productive labor. That which forms its specific use value for capital is not its specific useful character, just as little as it is the particular useful properties of the product in which it objectifies itself, but its character as creative element of exchange value, surplus value. The capitalistic process of production is not only the production of commodities. The capitalist process of production is a process which absorbs unpaid labor, which makes means of production into means for the sucking in of unpaid labor. Out of the preceding, it emerges that being productive labor is an attribute of labor which in and for itself has absolutely nothing to do with the specific content of labor, its particular utility or the peculiar use value in which it manifests itself. Work of the same content can consequently be productive and unproductive. For example, quote, Milton, who did the Paradise Lost, was an unproductive worker, end quote. The writer who provides factory work for his bookseller is a productive worker. Milton produced the Paradise Lost as a silkworm produces silk, as action of his nature. Later, he sold the product for £5 and became a commodity dealer to that extent. But the Leipzig literature proletarian, who produces upon command of his bookseller books, for example, compendia on political economy, is a productive worker approximately insofar as his production is subsumed under capital and only takes place for the purpose of that capital's valorization. A singer who sings like a bird is an unproductive worker. If that singer sells her song for money, to that extent she is a wage laborer or commodity seller. But the same singer, if she is engaged by an entrepreneur who has her sing in order to make money, is a productive worker, since she produces capital directly. A schoolmaster who teaches others is not a productive worker, but a schoolmaster who is engaged as wage laborer in an institute along with others in order to valorize through his labor the money of the entrepreneur, of, quote, the knowledge managing the excuse me. A schoolmaster who teaches others is not a productive worker, but a schoolmaster who is engaged as a wage laborer in an institute along with others in order to valorize through that schoolmaster's labor the money of the entrepreneur of the, quote, knowledge mongering institute is a productive worker. But most of these labors, considered in respect to their form, are hardly subsumed formally under capital, but belong to the transitional forms. As a whole, labors which are enjoyed only as services are not metamorphosed into products which are separable from the workers and consequently products which exist as self-sufficient commodities outside of them, but are, nevertheless, able to be exploited in a directly capitalistic manner, are vanishing quantities compared with the mass of capitalistic production. They are consequently to be completely ignored and only to be treated in wage labor under the category of wage labor which is not at the same time productive labor. The same labor, for example, gardening, tailoring, etc., can be performed, etc., by the same working man in the service of an industrial capitalist or of an immediate consumer. In both cases, he is a wage laborer or day laborer. But in the one case, he is a productive. In the other case, he is an unproductive worker, since he produces in the one case capital, but in the other case not. Because in the one case, his labor forms a moment in the self-valorization process of capital, but in the other case not. A large part of the annual product, which is consumed as revenue, and no longer enters into production anew as means of production, consists of the most inane products, use value, which satisfy the most pitiful caprices, fancies, etc. This content is quite irrelevant to the determination of productive labor, although naturally, if a disproportional part were reproduced in such a way, instead of being metamorphosed back into means of production and means of living, which enter anew into reproduction, whether of commodities or whether of labor capacities themselves, in a word, are consumed productively, the development of wealth would naturally suffer a check. This sort of productive labor produces use values, objectifies itself in products which are specified only for unproductive consumption, and have in the reality as articles no use form for the process of reproduction. They can only acquire this by digestion, by exchange with reproductive use values, but that is only a displacement. Somewhere, they must be consumed as unproductive. Other of such articles which fall into the unreproductive process of consumption could, under necessity, all function again as capital. More precision concerning this belongs in Chapter 3, Book 2, concerning the process of reproduction. Here we merely anticipate with this remark. It is impossible for ordinary economics to say a sensible word about the limits upon production for luxuries from the standpoint of capitalistic production itself. The matter turns out to be quite simple if the moments of the process of reproduction are analyzed in a proper way. If the process of reproduction is interrupted, or the process of reproduction's progress is arrested, insofar as it is already determined by the natural progress of population, by disproportional application of such productive labor,
which displays itself in unreproductive articles, then too few necessary means of living or too few means of production have been reproduced, then luxury is to be condemned from the standpoint of capitalistic production in any case. It is an absolute necessity for a mode of production which produces wealth for non-producers, thus must give necessary forms to it in which it is able to be appropriated by wealth which is merely enjoying itself. For the worker himself, this is productive labor just like any other, is merely means for the reproduction of his necessary means of living. For the capitalist, to whom the nature of the use value and the character of the applied concrete labor is in and for itself quite irrelevant, is merely a quote, means of making money, of producing surplus value, end quote. The frenzy to specify productive and unproductive labor by their material content comes from three sources. 1. The fetishistic view, which is peculiar to the capitalistic mode of production and springs from its essence, which considers economic form determinacies, such as to be a commodity, to be productive labor, etc., as property inherent in and for themselves in the material bearers of these form determinacies or categories. 2. The fact that as far as the process of labor as such is considered, that labor is only productive which results in a product, material product, since one is dealing here with material wealth. 3. The fact that in the actual process of reproduction, considering its real moments, there is a big difference with respect to the formation, etc., of wealth between labor which displays itself in reproductive articles and some other which displays itself in mere luxuries. Example: whether I buy trousers or I buy cloth and have a tailor apprentice come to my home whom I then pay for his service, i.e. his tailoring, is quite indifferent for me. I buy them from a, quote, merchant tailor because they are cheaper that way. In both cases, I metamorphose the money which I expend into a use value which is to go to my individual consumption, is to satisfy my individual need, not to go into capital. The tailor apprentice performs the same service for me, whether he works for me at the merchant tailor's or at my own home. On the other hand, the service which the same tailor apprentice performs for the merchant tailor, if he is employed by this merchant tailor, consists in his working 6 hours for nothing. The fact that this happens in the forms of trouser making only conceals the actual transaction. As soon as the merchant tailor can, he consequently attempts to metamorphose the trousers again into money, i.e., into a form in which the specific character of tailoring has completely vanished, and the service performed expresses itself in the fact that 2 pounds have come out of 1. Service is as such, only an expression for the particular use value of labor, so far as it is useful not as thing, but rather as activity. Quote, I give so that you do. I do so that you do. I do so that you give. I give so that you give, end quote, are quite indifferent forms of the same relationship. While in capitalist production, the expression, I give so that you do,
expresses a very specific relationship between objective wealth and living labor. Thus, since in this buying of services, the special relationship of labor and capital is not contained at all, being either completely extinguished or not at all present, is the favorite form of Say, Bastiat, and company, in order to express the relationship of capital and labor. The worker too buys services with money, which is a kind of expenditure, but is no manner of metamorphosing money into capital. No one buys medical or legal, quote, services as means of metamorphosing the money expended that way into capital. A large part of the services belongs in the cost of consumption of commodities as cook, etc. The difference between productive and unproductive labor simply consists in whether labor is exchanged for money as money or for money as capital. Where in the case of the, quote, self-employing laborer, artisan, etc., for example, I buy his commodity, the category does not come into the picture because there is no direct exchange between money and labor of any kind, but rather between money and commodity. In the case of production which is not material, even whenever it goes on strictly for exchange, two kinds of things can happen. One, it results in commodities which exist in separation from the producer, thus are able to circulate in the interval between production and consumption as commodities, like books, paintings, all artistic products which are different from the artistic accomplishment of the performing artist. Capitalistic production is applicable here in only very limited sense. Capitalistic production is applicable here only in very limited measure. These people, insofar as they do not acquire apprentices, etc., as sculptors, etc., do, for the most part, work, if not independently, for some merchant capital, for example, booksellers, a relationship which forms only a transitional form, even to the merely formally capitalistic mode of production. The fact that in these transitional forms, it is precisely the exploitation of labor which is most intense, does not change anything in the matter itself. 2. The product is not separable from the act of producing. Here, too, a capitalistic mode of production only goes on in a limited way, and is able to take place only in a few spheres just by the very nature of the case. I want the doctor, not his errand boy. For example, in the case of educational institutions, the teacher can be mere wage laborers for the entrepreneur of the learning factory. Such things are not to be taken into account in considering the totality of capitalistic production. Productive laborer who directly increases his master's wealth. Malthus. That's just in the middle of this. The difference between productive and unproductive labor is important in connection with accumulation, since only the exchange for productive labor is one of the preconditions for the reverse metamorphosis of surplus value into capital. The capitalist is representative of the capital, which is comprehended in its process of valorization of productive capital, performs a productive function, which precisely consists in its directing and exploiting productive labor.
as opposed to the fellow consumers of surplus value, who do not stand in any such immediate and active relationship to its production. His class is the productive class par excellence. As guide of the process of labor, the capitalist can perform productive labor, in the sense that his labor is included within the total labor process, which embodies itself in the product. Here we recognize only that capital, which is within the immediate process of production. What the situation is with other functions of capital, and with the agents which capital makes use of within these functions, can only be developed later. The specificity of productive labor, and consequently also of unproductive as its opposite, thus resides in the fact that the production of capital is production of surplus value, and the labor applied by that production is labor which produces surplus value. Gross and net product perhaps belongs better in Volume 3, Chapter 3. Since the purpose of capitalistic production, and consequently of productive labor, is not the existence of the producers, but the production of surplus value, thus all necessary labor which produces no surplus labor is superfluous and without value for capitalistic production. The same holds for a nation of capitalists. All gross product, which only reproduces the worker, i.e. produces no net product, surplus produce, is just as superfluous as that worker himself. Or if workers were necessary at a particular level of development of production in order to produce net product, they become superfluous at a more advanced level of production which no longer needs them. Or, only the number of people which is profitable for capital is necessary. The same holds for a nation of capitalists. Quote, is not the real interest of a nation similar, end quote, to the interest of a private capitalist for whom, quote, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men, provided his profit on a capital of £20,000 were not diminished below £2,000, end quote. Quote, provided its net real income, its rents and profits be the same. It is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or 12 millions of inhabitants, if 5 millions of men could produce as much food and clothing as was necessary for 10 millions. Food and clothing for 5 millions would be the net revenue. Would it be of any advantage to the country that to produce this same net revenue, 7 millions of men should be employed to produce food and clothing sufficient for 12 millions? The food and clothing of 5 millions would still be the net revenue, end quote. Even philanthropy can find no objection to this theorem of Ricardo, for it is always better for only 50% of a population of 10 million to vegetate as pure machines of production for 5 million than for 7 million, or 58 3/4% of the population, to do so. Quote, of what use in a modern kingdom would be a whole province thus divided between self-sustaining little farmers,
like in the first times of ancient Rome, however well cultivated, except for the mere purpose of breeding men, which, singly taken, is a most useless purpose. End quote. Arthur Young, Political Arithmetic. That the purpose of capitalistic production is net produce, actually only in the form of surplus produce, in which surplus value manifests itself, obtains under the assumption that capitalistic production is essentially production of surplus value. In opposition to this is the view which corresponds to the antique, earlier modes of production, in accordance with which civil magistrates, etc., have forbidden inventions in order to prevent workers from being deprived of bread, since the worker counted as such as an end in himself, and the livelihoods which accorded with his caste counted as his privilege, in whose maintenance the entire old order was interested. The conception stands in opposition to that understanding which is still imposed upon by national sentiment, namely of the protection system, as opposed to free trade, in accordance with which industries, etc., are to be protected by the nation as means of existence for a large mass of people against foreign competition, etc. The view of Adam Smith also stands in opposition, in accordance with which, for example, the investment of capital in agriculture is, quote, more productive, since the same capital occupies more hands. All these views are outmoded and untrue, false conceptions for the developed capitalistic mode of production. A large gross product, quote, as far as the variable part of capital is concerned, in proportion to a small net product is equal to a lower productive power of labor and consequently of capital. Traditionally, however, all kinds of confused conceptions are bound up with this distinction between gross and net product. This comes partly from physiocracy, and partly from Adam Smith, who confuses over and over again at various points capitalistic production with production for immediate producers. If a single capitalist sends money abroad where he gets 10% interest, although he could provide employment within his own country for a mass of surplus people, he deserves a civic crown from the capitalistic standpoint, since the virtuous bourgeois carries out the law which apportions capital within the world market, just as within the walls of a society, just in accordance with the rate of profit which particular spheres of production offer, and precisely thereby equalizes the rate of profit and proportionizes production. It is irrelevant whether the money is, for example, offered to the Tsar or for wars against Turkey, etc. The individual capitalist is only therein obeying the immanent law and hence the moral code of capital, quote, to produce as much surplus value as possible. This, however, has nothing to do with the investigation of the immediate process of production. Further, one often counterposes uncapitalistic production to capitalistic. For example, agriculture for subsistence, in which hands are employed to agriculture for trade, which provides a much larger product for the market and thereby makes it possible to beat a net produce in manufacturing out of people who used to be employed in agriculture. But this opposition is by no means a specificity within the capitalistic mode of production itself. In general, we have seen that the law of capitalistic production is to increase constant capital against variable capital and increase surplus value. Net produce. Secondly, to increase net produce in relation to that part of the product which replaces capital, i.e. wages. Now these two things are confused. If one calls the total product gross product, then it grows in capitalistic production against net product. If one calls the part of the product which can be divided into wages and net produce net product, the net product grows against gross product. Only in agriculture, through the metamorphosis of fields under cultivation into fields for cattle grazing, etc., does net product often grow at the cost of gross product, of the total product mass, as a consequence of certain specificities which are peculiar to rent, and which it is not appropriate to discuss at this point. In other respects, the theory of the net product, as the last and highest purpose of production, is only the brutal but accurate expression for the fact that the valorization of capital, and consequently the creation of surplus value, without regard to the worker as the driving soul of capitalistic production, as the highest ideal, corresponding to the relative increase of net product, of capitalistic production, greatest diminution of salary possible, greatest increase of those living from net product. Mystification of capital, etc. Since living labor, within the process of production, is already embodied in capital, all social productive forces of labor manifest themselves as productive forces, as properties inherent in capital. Just as in money, the universal character of labor, insofar as it is Sorry, I have to repeat that whole sentence. I totally spaced out. Since living labor, within the process of production, is already embodied in capital, all social productive forces of labor manifest themselves as productive forces, as properties inherent in capital. Just as in money, the universal character of labor, insofar as it is value forming, appeared as property of a thing. And it is all the more the case when, 1. Although labor as expression of the labor capacity, as exertion, belongs to the individual worker, that being what he pays the capitalist back with for what the capitalist gives him, though it is labor such as is objectified in the product as belonging to the capitalist, nevertheless, the social combination in which the single labor capacities function only as particular organs of the total labor capacity, which makes up the total industrial plant, does not belong to them, but rather confronts them as capitalistic arrangement, is done to them. 2. These social productive forces of labor, or productive forces of social labor, develop historically only along with the specifically capitalistic mode of production. Thus appear as something which is immanent to and inseparable from the capital relationship.
3. The objective preconditions for labor assume, as the capitalistic mode of production develops, an altered appearance due to the dimension in which and the economizing whereby they are applied, completely apart from the form of the machinery, etc. They become more developed as concentrated means of production, representing social wealth, and that really exhausts the whole matter. They become more developed in the scope and effect of the preconditions for production of socially combined labor. Disregarding the combination of labor itself, this social character of the preconditions of labor, to which among other things their form as machinery and fixed capital in every form belongs, appears as something completely self-sufficient, existing independently of the worker, as a mode of existence of capital, and consequently also as something arranged by the capitalist indirectly, arranged by the capitalist independently of the workers. Just as the social character of their labor does, so even more does the social character which the preconditions of production acquire appear as a capitalistic character, which inheres as such in these preconditions of production independently of the workers. To 3, let us add right away the following, although it partly anticipates later considerations. Profit, as distinct from surplus value, can increase as a result of an economizing employment of common preconditions of labor. Whether because, for example, construction is spared, heating, lighting, etc., the value of the, quote, prime mover does not increase in the same degree as its power. There is economizing in the price of raw material, reusage of waste, diminution of cost of administration, or of warehouses in the case of more mass production, etc. All these relative cheapenings of constant capital, along with absolute increasing of its value, resides in the fact that these means of production, means of labor and material of labor, are employed in common. And this common employment has as its absolute presupposition the common working together of conglomerated workers, and is thus itself only an objective expression of the social character of labor and of the social productive force which results from it, just as the particular structure of these preconditions, for example, machinery, are not, to be sure, for the most part applicable except for combined labor. They appear, however, to the worker who enters into them as given preconditions, independent of them, as structure of capital. Therefore, even, for example, the economizing of same and the increase in profit and cheapening of commodities which result from it appears something quite different from the surplus labor of the worker, as direct deed and operation of the capitalist, who at this point functions exclusively as personification of the social character of labor, of the total plant as such. Science, as the general intellectual product of social development, similarly appears, at this point, as directly embodied in capital. The application of it as science
separated from the knowledge and ability of the single workers to the material process of production. And the general development of society, since science is exploited by capital as opposed to labor, and acts as a productive force of capital as opposed to labor, appears as development of capital. And all the more so since for the large majority, the hollowing out of the labor capacity keeps step with such development. The capitalist himself is only a wielder of power as he is personification of capital, for which reason he constantly appears in Italian bookkeeping as a double figure, for example, as debtor of his own capital. The productivity of capital consists right away, from the point of view of formal subsumption, merely in the compulsion towards surplus labor. A compulsion which the capitalistic mode of production shares with earlier modes of production, but exercised in a form which is more favorable to production. Even from the point of view of the merely formal relationship and the universal form of the capitalistic production, even from the view of the merely formal relationship and the universal form of capitalistic production, which shares its less developed mode with its more developed mode, the means of production, the object-like preconditions of labor, appear not as subsumed under the worker, but rather he appears subsumed under them. Capital employs labor. This relationship is in its simplicity already a personification of things and objectification of persons. The relationship becomes more complex, however, and apparently more mysterious through the fact that with the development of the specific capitalistic mode of production, not only these things, these products of labor, as use values just as exchange values, stand on their own feet confronting the worker and opposed to him in their role of capital, but also manifest themselves to the social form of labor as forms of development of capital, and consequently manifest the productive forces of social labor, which have developed in that way as productive forces of capital. As such social forces, they are capitalized as opposed to labor. In fact, communal unity, in cooperation, combination and division of labor, application of natural forces and sciences, and of products of labor as machinery, all of this confronts the single worker as alien, object-like, as something just found there, without and often against their own contribution of effort, as mere presence forms of the means of labor, which are independent of them and control them, insofar as they are object-like, and confronts the insight and will of the total plant incarnated in the capitalist of his understrappers, representatives, insofar as this is formed by their own combination as functions of capital which lives in the capitalist. The social form of their own labor, subjective objective, or the form of their own social labor, are relationships which are formed in entire independence of single workers. The workers, as subsumed under capital, become elements of these social formations, but these social formations do not belong to them. They confront them consequently as structures of capital itself, as combinations which, as distinct from their isolated labor capacity, belong to capital, are derived from capital and are embodied in it. And this assumes a form which is all the more real, the more their labor capacity, on the one hand, is itself so modified by these forms that it becomes impotent on its own, thus outside of the capitalistic connection, and its self-sufficient productive ability is broken. And on the other hand, the preconditions of labor, as machinery develops, appear as controlling labor technologically also, and at the same time replace them, suppress and make them superfluous in their self-sufficient forms. In this process, in which the social characters of their labor confront them as to a certain extent capitalized, as in machinery, the visible products of labor appear as controllers of labor. For example, naturally the same thing takes place for the natural forces in science, the product of universal historical development in its abstract quintessence. They confront the workers as powers of capital. Indeed, they separate themselves from the technique and skill of the single worker, although they are again the product of labor if you look at their source, and appear at all places where they enter into the process of labor as embodied in capital. The capitalist who applies a machine does not have to understand the machine, but in the machine, the realized science appears as capital towards the workers. And indeed, all this application of science, natural force, and products of labor in large amounts, which is based upon social labor, appears in itself as only means of exploitation of labor, as means of appropriating surplus labor, and hence as powers belonging to capital as opposed to labor. Naturally, capital only applies all these measures in order to exploit labor. But in order to exploit labor, capital must apply labor to production, and thus the development of the social productive forces of labor. And the preconditions for these developments appear as a deed of capital, to which the single worker not only relates himself passively, but which takes place in opposition to him. Capital itself is double since it consists of commodities. 1. Exchange value money, but self-valorizing value, value which creates value, increases as value, obtains an increment by virtue of the fact that it is value. This reduces itself to exchange of a given quantum of objectified labor for a larger quantum of living labor. 2. Use value. And here it appears in accordance with its particular relationship in the process of labor. But precisely here, it remains not merely means of labor, material of labor to which labor belongs, which have incorporated labor, but along with labor also its social combinations, and the development of the means of labor which correspond to these social combinations. Capitalistic production first develops the preconditions for the process of labor at large, tears them free from the single self-sufficient worker, as much its objective as its subjective preconditions, but it develops them as powers which control the single worker and are alien to the single worker. Thus, capital becomes a very mysterious essence. The preconditions of labor rise up as social powers against the worker, and in this form they are capitalized. Thus, capital is productive. 1. As compulsion towards surplus labor. Labor is productive precisely as performer of this surplus labor, through the difference between the value of the labor capacity and its valorization. 2. As personification and representative, reified structure of the, quote, social productive forces of labor, or of the productive forces of social labor. Just how the law of capitalistic production, the creation of surplus value, etc., brings this about has been discussed earlier. It appears as a compulsion, which the capitalists do to themselves and to the workers, thus in fact as law of capital against both capitalist and worker. The social natural force of labor does not develop itself within the process of valorization as such, but rather within the actual process of labor. Consequently, it manifests itself as properties which inhere in capital as a thing, as its use value. Productive labor, as productive of value, always confronts capital as labor of isolated workers. Whatever social combination these workers may enter upon within the process of production, while capital in this way manifests the social productive power of labor towards the workers, productive labor always manifests only the labor of isolated workers toward capital. We have seen in the case of the process of accumulation how the moment whereby labor, which has already occurred and exists in the form of produced productive forces and preconditions for production, increases reproduction both in accordance with use value and exchange value. As much the value mass, which a particular quantum of living labor maintains, as the mass of use value, which it produces afresh, and appears as power immanent to capital, because the objectified labor always functions against the worker in capitalized form. Quote, capital is power which is democratic, philanthropic, and egalitarian par excellence, end quote. Bastiat. Quote, stock cultivates land, stock employs labor, end quote. Adam Smith. Capital is, quote, capital is collective force, end quote. Wade. Capital is only another name for civilization. Quote, the class of capitalists considered in block is situated in a normal position inasmuch as its well-being follows the onward march of social progress. The capitalist is social man par excellence. The capitalist represents civilization, end quote. Cherbuliez. Superficial. Quote, productive power of capital is nothing but the quantity of real productive power which the capitalist can command by means of his capital, end quote. John Stuart Mill. Quote, the accumulation of capital, or the means of employing labor, must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. End quote. Ricardo. A commentator on Ricardo remarks on this, quote, if the productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that allocate part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, the sentence is nearly identical. End quote. Anonymous. Observation on certain verbal disputes. The perpetual transposition of labor into capital is well expressed in the following naive sentences of Destutt de Tracy. Quote, those who live from profits, the capitalists of industry, nourish all the rest and are the only ones to augment public wealth and create all means of enjoyment. That ought to be so, since labor is the source of all riches, and since they are the only ones who give a useful direction to daily labor by making a useful utilization of accumulated labor. End quote. Since labor is the source of all wealth, capital is the increaser of all wealth. Quote, our faculties are our sole original riches. Our labor produces all the others. And all well-directed labor is productive. End quote. Our faculties are our sole original riches. Hence, the labor faculty is no riches. Labor produces all other riches, i.e., it produces riches for all others except itself. And it is not itself riches, but only its product is. Each well-directed labor is productive, i.e., each productive labor, each labor which yields profit to the capitalist is well-directed. The transposition of social productive forces of labor into stuff-like properties of capital is embedded in the ordinary view that the advantages of machinery, application of science, invention, etc., are viewed in what is in fact this alienated form as the necessary form, and hence all of this is viewed as properties of capital. What is serving here as the basis is one, the form in which the matter manifests itself upon the basis of capitalistic production, but also in the consciousness of those who are contained within this mode of production. The historical fact that it is within the capitalistic mode of production, first of all, and opposed to earlier modes of production, that this development takes place. The contrary character of this development thus appears as imminent to it. Two, the product of capitalistic production is not only surplus value, it is capital. Capital is, as we saw, money commodity, money prime, self-valorizing value, value which bears value. The money or value sum which has been advanced is, even after its metamorphosis into the factors of the labor process, into a means of production, i.e., constant capital, and into labor capacity, into which the variable capital has turned itself, capital immediately, only in itself, only in potentia, and it is such henceforth only,
before its conversion into the factors of the actual process of production. Only within this latter, by the actual incorporation of living labor into the objective existence forms of capital, only by the actual sucking in of additional labor, is it not only this labor which make metamorphoses into capital, but the value sum which has been advanced metamorphoses out of possible capital, capital by definition, into acting and actual capital. What happened during the total process? The worker sold the disposition over his labor capacity for the necessary means of life for a given value determined by the value of his labor capacity. So what is the result with regard to him? Purely and simply, the reproduction of his labor capacity. So what did he give up? Just that activity which maintains value, creates and increases value, his labor. So it comes out of the process, just as he, disregarding the wearing away of his labor power, entered into it, as merely subjective labor power, which has to pass through the same process anew in order to maintain itself. Capital, however, does not come out of the process as it entered into it. It is only in it that it metamorphoses into actual capital, into self-valorizing value. The total product is now the form in which it exists as actual capital. And as such, it confronts labor anew as possession of the capitalists, as independent power created by labor itself. So the process of production was consequently not only its process of reproduction, but its process of production as capital. Previously, the conditions of production confronted him as capital, insofar as he found them confronting him already in self-sufficient form. Now it is the product of his own labor which brings it about that he finds his own labor confronting him as conditions of production, which have metamorphosed into capital. What was the presupposition of the process of production is now the result. The fact that the process of production creates capital is to that extent only another expression for the fact that it has created surplus value. But things don't just stop at this level. The surplus value is metamorphosed back again into additional capital, reveals itself as the formation of new capital or of magnified capital. In that way, capital has created capital and not merely realized itself as capital. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's thunder going on outside. It's gonna make Marx sound real spooky. The process of accumulation is itself an imminent moment of the capitalist process of production. The process of accumulation includes the new creation of wage laborers, means for the actualization and increase of present capital. Whether what is happening now is the fact that parts of the population, like women and children, which earlier had not yet been gripped by capitalist production, are subsumed by it, or whether what is happening is the fact that the mass of laborers increased by the natural growth of the population is subjected to it. Upon closer inspection, it appears that capital regulates this production of labor power itself, the production of that human mass which is to be mulcted by it. I've never seen that word before, mulcted. mulcted. In accordance with its requirements of exploitation. So capital produces not only capital. Capital produces an increasing mass of workers. The matter which is the only medium in which it can function as additional capital. So not only does labor produce the conditions of labor on a constantly increasing scale as capital, in opposition to labor's self, but capital produces on a constantly increasing scale the productive wage laborers which capital needs. Labor produces its conditions of production as capital, and capital produces labor as means of its actualization of capital, as wage labor. Capitalist production is not only a reproduction of the relationship. Capitalist production is its reproduction on a constantly increasing scale, and in the same measure as the social productive power of labor develops along with the capitalist mode of production, just in that measure does the wealth heaped up against the worker grow as wealth which controls him, as capital. The world of wealth expands against him as a world which is alien to him and which controls him. And to the same proportion, his subjective poverty, need, and dependence grows in opposition. The emptying of the workers and the filling of capital correspond and pace each other. At the same time, the mass of these living means of production of capital, the laboring proletariat, continues to increase. Growth of capital and increase of the proletariat consequently appear as products of the same process which belong together, even if they are apportioned in polar opposition. The relationship is not only produced on constantly extended scale, which not only creates more workers for itself, and also continually branches of production which had not earlier been subjected to it, but, as the description of the specifically capitalist mode of production has revealed, it is reproduced under continually more favorable conditions for one side, the capitalists, and continually less favorable conditions for the other, wage laborers. Considering the continuity of the process of production, the labor wage is only that part of the product which is being continually produced by the worker, which converts itself upon him into necessities of life, and consequently into means for the maintenance and augmentation of those labor capacities which capital requires for capital's self-valorization, for capital's life process. This maintenance and augmentation of labor capacities, as a result of the process, thus appear themselves only as reproduction and expansion of the conditions of reproduction and conditions of accumulation which belong to them. For example, the Yankee. Now I hear a crying baby in the rain. That sounds even more even more creepy. Thereby, the appearance which the relationship possessed on the surface disappears. What was going on was that possessors of commodities who have equal rights confront one another within circulation on the commodity market, who differ from one another like all other possessors of commodities, only in the material content of their commodities, the particular use value of the commodities which they have to sell to one another. Or this original form of the relationship remains henceforward only as appearance of that capitalist relationship which lies at its basis. Two moments must be distinguished at this point by which the reproduction of the relationship itself, on constantly increasing scale, differs as a result of the capitalist process of production from the first form, and on the one hand, in the way it makes its historical appearance, and on the other hand, in the way it constantly displays itself anew on the surface of the developed capitalist society. First, with reference to the initiating process, which proceeds within circulation, the buying and selling of labor capacities. The capitalist process of production is not only the metamorphosis of the value or of the commodity, which the capitalist brings in part to market and in part retains for himself within the labor process, into capital. But these products which have metamorphosed into capital are not capital's products, but rather those of the worker. The process keeps selling the worker part of its product, necessities of life for labor, for the maintenance and augmentation of the labor capacity, the buyer himself, and keeps lending him another part of its product, the objective conditions of labor, as means for the self-valorization of capital, as capital. While the worker reproduces his product in this way as capital, the capitalist reproduces the worker as wage laborer, and consequently as seller of his labor. The relationship of mere commodity sellers includes the fact that they exchange their own labors embodied in differing use values. The buying and selling of the labor capacity is a continuous result of the capitalist mode of production, includes the fact that the worker must continually buy back a part of his own product with his own living labor. Thereby the appearance of what holds as merely relationship of commodity possessors dissipates. The continual buying and selling of labor capacities and the continual confronting of the commodity produced by the worker himself as seller of his labor capacity and as constant capital only appears as mediating form of its subjugation to capital, of living labor as mere means for the maintenance and increase of the objectified labor, which stands over against it in self-sufficient form. What this is a form of mediation immanent to this mode of production. This eternalizing of the relationship of capital as buyer and of the worker as seller of labor. But it is a form which only differs in form from other more direct forms of the enslavement of labor and of possession of it, on the side of the possessors of the conditions of production. As mere monetary relationship, it covers over the actual transaction and the perpetual dependence which is continually renewed by this mediation of buying and selling. It isn't only the conditions of this commerce which are continually reproduced, that by which the one buys and that which the other must sell is a result of the process. The continual renewal of this relationship of buying and selling only mediates the continuousness of the specific relationship of dependence and provides it with the deceptive appearance of a transaction, a contract between possessors of commodities, which have equal rights and confront each other in equal freedom. This initiating relationship now itself appears as imminent moment of the domination of objectified labor over living labor, which is produced within capitalist production. Thus, equally in error are those who look at wage labor, the sale of labor to capital, and thereby the form which consists in salary, as external to capitalist production. It is an essential form of the mediation of capitalist production, relationship, and one which is created by that relationship itself. Also in error are those who find the essence itself of the capital relation in this superficial relationship, in this essential formality, appearance of the capital relationship, and consequently propose to characterize the relationship by subsuming workers and capitalists under the general relationship of commodity possessors, thereby provide apologies for blotting out the specific differences of that relationship. In order for the capital relationship to make its appearance at all, a determinate historical level and form of social production is presupposed. Means of traffic and production and needs must have developed within an earlier mode of production which force through the old relationships of production and impel them towards metamorphosis in the capital relationship. But they only have to be developed to the point that the formal subsumption of labor under capital proceeds. On the basis of this changed relationship, however, a specifically altered mode of production develops, which on the one hand creates new material productive forces, and on the other develops on their basis for the first time and thereby actually creates itself new real conditions. There enters thereby a complete economic revolution, which on the one hand first creates the real conditions for the domination of capital over labor, completes them, and provides them with the adequate form, and on the other hand creates, within the productive forces of labor, developed by it, in opposition to the worker, conditions of production and commercial relationships, the real conditions of a new mode of production sublating the antagonistic form of the capitalist mode of production, and creates in that way the material basis for a newly formed social life process, and thereby of a newly social formation. This is an interpretation which differs essentially from that of the bourgeois economists who are ensnared in capitalist assumptions, who admittedly see how production goes on within the capital relationship, but not how this relationship is itself produced and at the same time produces in it the material conditions of its breakup, and thereby its historical justification as a necessary form of economic development, of the production of social wealth is eliminated. We have seen, however, not only how capital produces, but how capital is itself produced, and how it comes out of the process of production as something essentially altered from what it was when it entered it. On the other hand, it overthrows the mode of production, changing it to a new shape. On the other hand, this changed shape of the mode of production, along with the presence of a particular level of the development of the material forces of production, is the basis and condition, the presupposition for its own shaping. Result of the immediate process of production. Not only the objective conditions of the process of production appear as it results, excuse me, not only the objective conditions of the process of production appear as its result, but, just as much, its specifically social character. The social relationships, and consequently the social status of the agents of production towards one another. The relationships of production are themselves produced, are a continually renewed result of the process. The text of the 6th chapter breaks off at this point. Transition from 1 and 2 of this chapter to 3, which we are dealing with here for the first time as 1. We have seen that capitalist production is production of surplus value, and as such, production of surplus value in accumulation is at the same time production of capital, and production and reproduction of the whole capital relationship on continuously more expanded, broadened scale. But surplus value is only produced as a part of the commodity value, as it thereupon displays itself in a particular quantum of commodity or surplus produce. Capital produces only surplus value and reproduces itself only as producer of commodities. So what we must first return to deal with is the commodity as capital's immediate product. But commodities, as we have seen, are, as far as we consider their form, their economic form determinacy, incomplete results. They first have to go through certain metamorphoses of form. Commodities have to enter again into the process of exchange, in which commodities pass through these metamorphoses of form, before commodities can function again as wealth, whether in the form of money or as use values. So that what we now must do is consider more closely the commodity as direct result of the capitalist process of production, and then the additional process which it has to pass through. Commodities are the elements of capitalist production, and commodities are the product of capitalist production, or the form in which capital again appears at the end of the process of production. We base ourselves on the commodity as point of departure from this specifically social form of the product as basis and presupposition of capitalist production. We take the singular product in hand and analyze the form determinacies which it contains as a commodity, which stamp it as a commodity. Before capitalist production, a large part of the social product is not produced as commodity, not produced to be a commodity. On the other hand, a large part of the products which enter into production are not commodities. On the other hand, a large part of the products which enter into production are not commodities. It is not commodities that they enter into the process of production. The metamorphosis of products into commodities only takes place at single points, only extends to what is surplus in the production, or only to individual spheres within production, products for manufacturing, etc. Neither do products in their entire scope enter into the process of commercial articles, nor do they leave the process in such form, considering their entire spectrum. In France, about 1752, wheat was considered exclusively as a commercial article. Nevertheless, a circulation of commodities and a circulation of money within certain limits, consequently a particular level of development of commerce, is presupposition, point of departure for capital formation and for the capitalist mode of production. We treated the commodity as such a presupposition by basing ourselves on it is the simplest element in capitalist production. On the other hand, however, the commodity is product, result of capitalist production. What first appears as its element appears later as its own product. Only upon its basis does being a commodity become universal form of the product, and the more it develops, the more it holds that it is as commodities that all ingredients of production enter into their process. Three, commodities as product of capital. The commodity, as elementary form of bourgeois wealth, was our point of departure, the presupposition for the rise of capital. On the other hand, commodities now appear as the product of capital. This circularity of our presentation corresponds as well to the historical development of capital, for which a commodity exchange, commodity commerce, forms one of the preconditions for the rise, which forms itself, however, on the basis of various levels of production, which all have in common the fact that in them capitalist production does not yet exist at all, or only sporadically. On the other hand, developed commodity exchange, and the form of commodity, as the universally necessary social form of the product itself, is only the result of the capitalist mode of production. On the other hand, if we consider the societies of developed capitalist production, then the commodity appears in them to be as much the continual elementary condition of existence and presupposition of capital, as on the other hand, the immediate result of the capitalist process of production. Commodity and money are both elementary presuppositions of capital, but only develop into capital under certain conditions. Formation of capital cannot take place except upon the basis of commodity circulation, which includes money circulation. That is to say, upon an already given level of commerce which has flourished to a certain extent. While commodity production and commodity circulation by no means, however, presuppose the capitalist mode of production for their existence, but rather, as I have already explained, belong even to pre-bourgeois forms of society. They are historical presuppositions for the capitalist mode of production. On the other hand, it is only upon the basis of capitalist production that the commodity first turns into the universal form of the product, that each product must assume the form of commodity, that buying and selling extend not only to the excess of production, but to production's very substance, that the various conditions of production themselves appear broadly as commodities, which pass out of circulation into the process of production. So if the commodity appears, on the one hand, as presupposition for the formation of capital, on the other hand, the commodity, insofar as the commodity is the universal elementary form of the product, appears essentially as the product and result of the capitalist process of production. On earlier levels of production, products assume the form of commodity to a partial degree. Capital, however, produces its product necessarily as commodity. In proportion to the development of capitalist production, i.e. of capital, there consequently realize themselves those universal laws which have developed around the commodity. For example, the ones which refer to value in the differing form of money circulation. What is revealed at this point is how even economic categories which belong to earlier epochs of production acquire a specifically different historical character on the basis of the capitalist mode of production. The metamorphosis of money which is itself only a metamorphosis from the commodity, which is itself only a metamorphosed form of the commodity, into capital, only takes place as soon as the labor capacity is metamorphosed into a commodity in the eyes of the worker himself, and therefore that the category of commodity commerce has already come to dominate a sphere which was earlier excluded from commodity commerce, or only sporadically included in commodity commerce. Only once the working population has ceased, either itself, any longer to belong to the objective conditions of labor, or itself any longer to appear on the market as commodity producer, and instead of selling the product of its labor, rather sell its labor itself, or more precisely labor capacity, only then does it come about that production turns into commodity production in its entire scope, its entire depth and breadth, that each product metamorphoses into a commodity, and objective conditions of each single sphere of production itself enter as commodities into that sphere. Only upon the basis of capitalist production does the commodity actually turn into the universal elementary form of wealth. If capital hasn't yet mastered agriculture, for example, then a large part of the product will be produced as what is still immediately means of subsistence, not as commodity. A large part of the working population will not yet have metamorphosed into wage laborers, and a large part of the conditions of labor will not yet have metamorphosed into capital. Included in this circumstance is the fact that the developed division of labor, as it appears accidentally in the inside of society, and the capitalist division of labor inside the workplace, determine and produce each other reciprocally. For commodity, as necessary form of the product, and consequently, the externalization of the product as necessary form of its appropriation, presuppose a completely developed division of social labor. While on the other hand, only upon the basis of capitalist production, that is, also on that of the capitalist division of labor inside the workplace, does each product necessarily assume the form of the commodity, and all producers are consequently commodity producers of necessity. As a consequence, it is only with capitalist production that use value is universally mediated by exchange value. 3 points. First point. Capitalist production is what first turns commodity into the universal form of all products. Point 2. Commodity production necessarily leads to capitalist production as soon as the worker has ceased to be part of the conditions of production, slavery, serfdom, or the basis doesn't just remain primordial communality, India. From that moment where labor power itself universally turns into commodity. Point 3. The capitalist production destroys, sublates the basis of commodity production, the isolated independent production, and the exchange of the owner of commodities as the exchange of equivalents. The exchange of capital and labor power becomes formal. Upon this standpoint, it also becomes quite indifferent in just what form the conditions of production themselves enter into the labor process. Whether they, as for example in the base of a part of the constant capital machinery, only gradually yield their value to the product, or like raw material go into the product in a material way, or whether a part of the product, as for example seed in agriculture, is again directly used by producers themselves as means of labor, or whether must first be bought and then be metamorphosed to means of labor all over again. All produced means of labor now function, disregarding their services' use value within the process of production, at the same time as elements of the valorization process. Insofar as they are not metamorphosed into real money, they are metamorphosed into money of account, are treated as exchange value, and the value element which they add to the product in one or another manner is reckoned up with exactitude. To the same extent that, for example, agriculture becomes a branch of industry, which is conducted in a capitalist manner, capitalist production sets itself up in the country. To the same extent that agriculture produces for the market, produces commodities, articles for sale, and not for its own immediate consumption, to just that extent does it reckon its investments, handles each item involved as commodity, whether it buys it from a third party or from itself, production, and consequently as money, to the extent that commodity is treated as self-sufficient exchange value. So, since wheat, hay, cattle, seeds of all kinds, etc., are sold as commodities, and apart from sale they don't count as products at all, they also enter into production as commodities, or as money. To the same extent as the products turn into commodities, so naturally do the conditions of production too, which are things identical to those products, and to the extent that the valorization process plays a role, they are booked as monetary quantities in the self-sufficient form of exchange value. The immediate process of production is at this point labor process and valorization process inseparably. Just as the product is the unity of use value and exchange value, i.e. commodity. Apart from this formal aspect, to the same extent, it evolves that farmer boys, for example, his outlays, and thus a commerce for seed. It says a farmer buys, not farmer boys, Jesus Christ. To the same extent, it evolves that the farmer buys, for example, his outlays, and thus a commerce in seeds, fertilizer, cattle, etc., while the farmer sells what he takes in. Thus, that for the single farmer, these conditions of production on even a daily basis pass out of the circulation system into his process of production. Circulation, in fact, turns into the presupposition of his production by virtue of the conditions of production being more and more actually bought or buyable commodities. The conditions of production are already, in any case, commodities for him, as articles, means of labor, which at the same time form parts of the value of the farmer's capital. The farmer reckons them in, consequently, as in themselves sold qua producer, whenever he yields them to production in natura. And this develops, to be sure, to the same proportion as capitalist production develops within agriculture, and it is conducted thus in a more and more factory-like manner. The commodity is universally necessary form of the product. A specific peculiarity of the capitalist mode of production reveals itself palpably in the production on expanded scale, which is brought in along with the development of capital production and one-sidedness, a massive scope of the product, which forces upon the products a character which is social and strictly bound to social connections, but on the other hand allows its immediate relationship as use value, aiming at the satisfaction of the need of the producer, to appear as something indifferent and inessential. This mass product must be realized as exchange value, passed through the metamorphosis of the commodity, not only as a necessity for the subsistence of the producer who is producing as a capitalist, but as necessity for the renewal and continuity of the process of production itself. Consequently, it falls into the province of commerce. It is not the immediate consumer who is the buyer, but the businessman who plies the metamorphosis of the commodity as his own business. Finally, the product develops its character as commodity and thereby its character as exchange value. As the manifold of spheres of production, thus the sphere of exchangeability of the product continually multiplies itself along with capitalist production. The commodity, as it comes out of capitalist production, has determinations which are different from the commodity in its status as element. Presupposition of capitalist production from which departure is made. We took our departure from the single commodity as a self-sufficient article in which a particular quantum of labor time has objectified itself, and which has in consequence an exchange value of a given magnitude. The commodity appears now with double additional determination. 1. That which is objectified in it, apart from its use value, is a particular quantum of socially necessary labor, but while it is totally undecided in the case of the commodity as such, and it is, in actuality, a matter of indifference, just who is the source of this objectified labor, etc., the commodity as product of capital contains labor which is partly paid for and partly not paid for. It has been remarked earlier that this expression is to that extent incorrect, that labor is not itself directly bought and sold, but a total sum of labor is objectified in the commodity. One part of this objectified labor, apart from the constant capital, for which an equivalent is paid, is exchanged for the equivalent of wage. Another part is appropriated by the capitalist without as an equivalent. Another part is appropriated by the capitalist without an equivalent. Both parts are objectified and consequently present as parts of the commodity value, and it serves as an abbreviation to characterize the one part as paid and the other part as unpaid labor. 2. The single commodity does not only appear in a material manner as part of the total product of capital, as an adequate part of the lot produced by it. We no longer have the single self-sufficient commodity, the single product before us. It isn't single commodities which appear as a result of the process, but a mass of commodities, in which the value of the advanced capital plus surplus value of the appropriated surplus labor has reproduced itself in each particular commodity, bearer of the value of the capital and of the surplus value produced by it. The labor applied to a particular commodity is in no way actually able to be calculated. The fact that the first step is the calculation of an average, thus an ideal estimation, which holds for the part of the constant capital, which only enters into the value of the total product as detraction, a detraction, as in general the case for the conditions of production, which are consumed communally, as finally, on account of the labor which is directly social, and which evens itself out in its assessment to the labor which is the average of many cooperating individuals. It only counts as adequate part of the total labor which falls to it and is estimated in an ideal manner. In the determination of the price of the single commodity, it appears as merely ideal part of the total product in which capital reproduces itself. As such, bearer of the total value of capital plus surplus value, as distinct from the commodity which originally appeared to us in self-sufficient manner, as product of capital, actually as metamorphosed form of that capital which now has valorized itself. The commodity now reveals itself in that scope, those dimensions of sale, which must obtain in order that the old capital value and ditto the surplus value created by the old capital value be realized, which is something that doesn't just happen by virtue of the fact that the single commodities or a part of the single commodities are sold at their value. We have seen earlier how the commodity has to acquire a double mode of existence in order to be properly adapted to circulation. It has to confront the buyer as an article, which is not only characterized by particular useful qualities as a particular use value which satisfies particular needs, whether of individual or of productive consumption. Its exchange value must have acquired a form which is different and distinct from its use value, self-sufficient though ideal. It must appear as the unity of use value and exchange value. But within that, at the same time, is something double. Its exchange value obtains this self-sufficient form, which is completely independent of its use value, as mere existence of materialized social labor time in its price. This expression in which exchange value is expressed as exchange value, i.e. as money, and is so expressed as money of account. Now, there actually exist single commodities, like railways, large-scale construction, etc., which are on the one hand of such continuous nature, and on the other hand of such scope, that the entire product of the capital advance appears as a single commodity. So at this point the law would hold which has shown itself upon the consideration of the single commodity, that its price is nothing other than its value expressed in money. The total value of capital, plus surplus value, would be contained in the single commodity and be expressed in money of account. The determination of the price of one such commodity would not differ to any further extent from the one provided earlier for the individual commodity, since the total product of capital will be really present here as single commodity. So we need not dwell upon this point any further. The majority of commodities, however, have a discrete nature, and even the continuous ones can for the most part be treated ideally as discrete magnitudes, i.e., the majority of commodities are considered as masses of a particular article, divisible in accordance with measures which are habitually applied to them as particular use values. For example, a bushel of wheat, B pounds of coffee, C yards of linen, X dozen knives, where the individual commodity itself counts as the unit of measure. Now our task is to pay attention to the total product of capital, which always as a single commodity, whatever its scope may be, and whether discrete or continuous, can be considered as a single use value whose exchange value consequently appears even in the total price as expression of the total value of this total product. Upon consideration of the process of valorization, it was revealed that one part of the constant capital advance, like buildings, machinery, etc., only yields particular value quantities, which it loses within the labor process as means of labor up to the product, that it never goes materially up in the product in the form of its own use value, that it continues during rather long periods in the labor process to serve the production of the commodity, and that the value part, which it gives up during a particular period of time to the product, created during this period, is estimated in accordance with the ratio of this particular period to the total period during which it uses itself up as means of labor, thereby loses its total value and is thereby transferred its total value to the product. So that if it serves, for example, for 10 years, it has given up, if we reckon the average of 1/10 of its value, to the product of 1 year. It has added 1/10 of its value to the annual product of capital. To the extent that this part of the constant capital continues after tossing off a certain mass of product to serve as means of labor, and continues in accordance with the above-mentioned average reckoning to represent a particular value, it does not go into the formation of the mass of products which are tossed off. Its total value is as such only determinate for the value of the mass of products tossed off, or that mass of products for whose production it has already served, insofar as the value yielded by it during a particular period of time is reckoned as adequate part of its total value, is determined by the ratio of the period of time in which it has served and yielded part of its value to the total period of time during which it serves and yields its total value to the product. In any case, the value which it goes on to possess does not come into consideration for the estimation of the value of the mass of commodities which have already been tossed off. It can be set equal to 0 with reference to it, or what amounts to the same thing. For the present purpose, the matter can be so considered, for the sake of simplification, as if the total capital, even the part of its constant capital, which goes completely into its product, after long periods of time, had been completely contained, absorbed in the product of total capital, which is to be investigated by us. So let us assume that the total product is 120 yards of linen. The capital advanced equal to 100 pounds, of which 80 pounds represent constant capital, 30 variable capital, and let the rate of surplus value be 100%. I don't think this math is adding up. Whatever, we'll roll with it. Let the capital advance equal 100 pounds, for which 80 pounds represent constant capital and 30 pounds variable capital, and let the rate of surplus value be 100%, so that the workers work half the working day for himself, the other half gratis for the capitalist. In this case, the produced surplus value equal to 20. Okay, there's a typo. It's supposed to say 20 pounds of variable capital, not 30, but it does say 30. The other half gratis for the capitalist. In this case, the produced surplus value equal to 20 pounds, and the total value of the 120 yards is equal to 120 pounds, of which 80 pounds represent value added by constant capital, 40 pounds represents labor which has been newly added, of which half replaces the wages, half represents surplus labor, or forms surplus value. Since, with the exception of the newly added labor, the elements of capitalist production enter on their own in the process of production already as commodities, that is, with determined prices, so is the value which constant capital adds already provided as price, for example, in the case above, 80 pounds for flax, machinery, etc. As far as concerns the newly added labor, if the wage determined by the necessary means of subsistence is equal to 20 pounds, and surplus labor is as large as paid labor, then it has to represent itself in a price of 40 pounds. Since the value in which the added labor manifests itself depends upon its quantum, but not at all upon the relationship in which it is paid. The total price of the 120 yards produced by the capital of 100 pounds is thus equal to 120 pounds. Now, how determine the value of the single commodity, in this case the yard of linen? Obviously, by dividing the total price of the total product by the number of product divided and apportioned into adequate parts in accordance with given amounts. By dividing the total price of the product by the number of amounts in which the use value obtained its measure. Thus, for example, in the present case, 120 pounds divided by 120 yards. This yields for the single yard of linen a price of 2 shillings. If the yard which served as measure for the linen is now developed further as measuring rod by its further division into adequate parts, then we can go on to determine the price of half a yard, etc., in the same way. The price of the single commodity is determined by its use value being reckoned as adequate part of the total product and its price as corresponding adequate part of the total value created by capital. We have seen that corresponding to differing grades in productivity or productive power of labor, the very same labor time displays itself in a very differing quanta of product, or exchange value of equal magnitude displays itself in entirely different quanta of use value. Assume that the productivity of labor in weaving increases fourfold in the present case. That constant capital, flax, machinery, etc., which was put into motion by the labor which was displayed in 40 pounds, was equal to 80 pounds. If the productivity of labor in weaving should increase fourfold, then it will put 4 times as much of it in motion. Thus for 320 pounds flax, etc. And the number of yards would increase fourfold, from 120 to 400. And the number of yards would increase fourfold, from 1,200 to 4,800 yards. the weaving labor which has been newly added will continue to display itself in 40 pounds just as before, since its quantum would have remained unchanged. The total price of 4,800 yards is now thus 360 pounds, and the price of the single yard is equal to 360 pounds divided by 480 yards, equal to 1 yard for 1/2 shillings. 1.5 shillings. The price of the single yard would have sunk from 2 shillings or 24 pence into 1.5 shillings or 18 pence by a quarter, because the constant capital contained in the yard would have sucked in 1/4 less additional living labor as its transformation into linen, or the same quantum of weaving labor apportioned itself upon a greater quantum of product. For present purposes, it is even better to take an example where the total capital advance remains the same, but the productive power of labor as a result of mere natural conditions, for example, seasonal climatic variations, displays itself in very differing quanta of the same use value. For example, wheat. Assuming that the labor quantum spent on an acre of land, for example, in the production of wheat, displays itself in 7 pounds, of which 4 pounds are newly added labor. 3 pounds display labor already objectified in constant capital. Of the 4 pounds, let 2 pounds be wages and 2 pounds surplus labor, in accordance with the hypothesized ratio of surplus labor divided by labor equal to 100%. But the crop is to vary in accordance with the variation of the season. There's a little graph here that I'm going to skip over and not even attempt to spell out verbally. The value or price of the total product of the capital advance for 1 acre of 5 pounds remains always the same in this case, equal to 7 pounds. Since the sum of objectified and newly added labor which has been advanced remains constant. This same labor displays itself, however, in very differing quanta of bushels. And the single bushel, the same aliquot part of the total product, has therefore very different prices. This variation in the prices of the single commodities produced by the same capital has no effect at all upon the rate of surplus value, on the ratio of surplus value to the variable capital, or on the ratio in which the whole working day divides itself into paid and unpaid labor. The total value in which the newly added labor displays itself remains the same because, just as before, the same quantum of living labor is added to the constant capital, and the ratio of the surplus value to the wages or of the paid to the unpaid part of labor remains the same whether the yard, under conditions of increasing productivity of labor, costs 2 shillings or 1.5 shillings. That which has changed in respect to the single yard in the total quantum of weaving labor which has been added to it, but the ratio in which this total quantum divides itself up into paid and unpaid labor remains the same for each aliquot part of this total quantum, which is contained in the single yard, whether greater or smaller. Under the given assumption, the rising of the price of the bushel in the second case in accordance with the decreasing productivity of labor, the circumstance that the newly added labor apportions itself over fewer bushels. Consequently, a larger quantum of newly added labor falls to the single bushel. Make no difference to the ratio in which the greater or lesser quantum of labor, which the individual bushel absorbs and divides into paid and unpaid labor, no difference either in the total surplus value which the capital has produced, or in the aliquot part of the surplus value which is contained in the value of the single bushel relatively to the value which has been added to it altogether. If more living labor is added to a particular quantum of means of labor, under the given assumptions, then more paid and unpaid labor is added to it in the same ratio. If less than less paid and unpaid labor is added in the same ratio. But the ratio between these two constituent parts of the newly added labor remains unchanged. Apart from particular disruptive influences, the consideration of which is irrelevant for the present purpose, it is the tendency and the result of the capitalist mode of production to increase progressively the productivity of labor, and consequently to progressively multiply the mass of the means of production, which are metamorphosed with the same additional labor into products. To apportion the newly added labor progressively, so to speak, over a greater mass of products, and consequently to lower the price of the single commodity, or to cheapen the commodity price at large. But this cheapening of the commodity price doesn't as such involve any change either in the mass of the surplus value produced by the same variable capital, or in the proportional division contained in the single commodity of the newly added labor into paid and unpaid, or the rate of surplus value realized in the single commodity. If a particular quantum of flax spindles, etc., absorbs less weaving labor for its metamorphosis into a yard of linen, this changes nothing in the ratio in which this greater or lesser amount of weaving labor divides itself into paid and unpaid. The absolute quantum of that living labor which is newly added to a particular quantum of already objectified labor changes nothing in the ratio in which this greater or lesser quantum, as this quantum varies for the single commodity, divides itself into paid and unpaid labor. Despite the variation in the commodity prices which arises in a variation in the productive power of labor, or specifically from a sinking of these commodity prices and cheapening of the commodity, the ratio of paid and unpaid labor, and in general the rate of surplus value realized by capital, can in this way remain constant, if no variation in the productive power of that labor, which is newly added to the means of labor, should make its appearance. But rather, a variation in the productive power of that labor, which makes the means of labor whose price would consequently rise or fall. So it is similarly evident that the variation in the commodity price, which is effected in this way, could not alter the constant dividing of that living labor contained in those means of labor into paid and unpaid. To the reverse, if variation in commodity prices does not exclude a constant rate of surplus value, a constant dividing of additional labor into paid and unpaid, then constancy in the commodity price does not exclude a variation in the rate of surplus value. A change in the proportional dividing of the newly added labor into paid and unpaid. We assume for the sake of simplicity that in the branch of labor we are speaking of, that there is no variation in the productive power of all the labor contained in it. Thus, for example, in the case above, that no variations in the productivity of weaving labor occur, or occur in the labor which provides flax, spindles, etc. Under the above assumption, 80 pounds are invested in constant capital, 20 in variable. These 20 pounds are to display 20 days. Days of the week, for example, of 20 weavers. Under the assumption they produced 40 pounds, and thus worked half a day for themselves, half a day for the capitalists. But further, assume that the working day has been equal to 10 hours and is lengthened to 12 hours, so that the surplus labor would now be increased by 2 hours per man. The total working day would have grown by 1/5, from 10 to 12 hours. Since 10 to 12 is equal to 16 2/3 to 20, only 16 2/3 weavers would henceforth be necessary in order to put the same amount of constant capital of 80 pounds in motion, and consequently to produce 120 yards of linen. For 20 men who work 10 hours, work 200 hours altogether, and 16 2/3 who work 12 hours also work 200 altogether. Or let us keep to the 20 workers. Then they now add 240 hours of labor instead of 200. And since the value of 200 hours daily expresses itself in 40 pounds per week, the value of 240 hours daily would express itself in 48 pounds per week. But since the productive power of labor, etc., has remained the same, 80 pounds of constant capital will be brought to the 40 pounds, and the 96 pounds of constant capital would be brought to the 48 pounds. The employed capital would thus amount to 116 pounds, and the commodity value produced by it equal to 148 pounds. But since 120 pounds is equal to 120 pounds is equal to 1,200 yards of linen, and thus 128 pounds is equal to 1,280 yards of linen. The yard would thus cost 128 pounds divided by 1,280 yards of linen equal to 1/10, equal to 2 shillings. The price of the single yard would be unchanged because it would have costed just as before the same total quantum of weaving labor, objectified in the means of labor and newly added. But the surplus value contained in each yard would have increased. Earlier, in 1,200 yards, there came 20 pounds of surplus value. And thus, to 1 yard, 20 pounds divided by 1,200 is equal to 2 divided by 120, equal to 1 divided by 160, equaling to 1/3 shilling, equal to 4 pence. Now, to the 1,280 yards, Now to the 1,280 yards, there come 28 pounds. So 1 yard, 5 1/3 pence. Since 5 1/3 pence times 1,280 equal to 28 pounds, which is the actual sum of the surplus value contained in the 1,280 yards. Similarly, the additional 8 pounds of surplus value is equal to 80 yards at 2 shillings per yard, and the number of yards has actually grown from 1,200 to 1,280 yards. The commodity price remains here the same. The productive power of labor remains the same. The capital invested in wages remains the same. Nonetheless, the sum of surplus value rises from 20 to 28, or by 8, which is by 40%. This is the percentage by which the total surplus value has increased. As far as concerns the rate of surplus value, however, it was originally 100% and is now 140%. These rounded off numbers can be corrected later. It is sufficient for the time being that surplus value grows with constant commodity prices, because the same variable capital sets more labor in motion, and consequently not only produces more commodities of the same price, but more commodities in which more unpaid labor is contained. The correct calculation is revealed in the following table, to which we add some preliminary remarks. If 20 variable capital originally equal to 20 10-hour days, which one can, as days of the week, multiply by 6 without changing anything substantial in the argument, and the working day is equal to 10 hours, so this total labor equals 200 hours. If the day is lengthened from 10 to 12 hours and surplus labor from 5 to 7, then the total labor of the 20 is equal to 240 hours. If the 200 hours of labor displays itself as 40 pounds, then 240 hours in 48 pounds. If 200 hours set a constant capital of 80 pounds into motion, then 240 set one of 96 pounds. If 200 hours produce 120 yards, if 200 hours produce 1,200 yards, then 240 hours produce 1,440 yards. And now the following table. I'm not going to read out that table, that's too much to ask. So if you really want to know, you wouldn't remember if you heard me read it anyway, but if you really want to know, you got to sit down and read the text yourself. And be a math genius, which I can only pretend to be, even though I'm very, very woefully not. Anyway, as a consequence of the rising of the absolute surplus value, i.e., by lengthening of the working day, the ratio within the total quantum of applied labor has risen from 5 to 5 to 7 to 5, from 100% to 140%. And this ratio reveals itself ditto in the single yard. The total mass of surplus value, however, is determined by the number of workers who are applied at this increased rate. If they were decreased as a consequence of the lengthened working day, but only the same quantum of labor as before, that is, a decreased number of workers were applied because of the lengthened working day, then the increase in the rate of surplus value would have remained the same, but not that of its absolute sum. If we now make the opposite assumption, that the working day remains the same, equal to 10 hours, but that as a consequence of an increase in the productivity of labor, neither an increase in the constant capital, which the weaving labor applies, nor in the weaving labor itself, but in other branches of industry whose products enter into the wages for work, necessary labor is reduced from 5 to 4 hours. So the workers now work 6 hours for the capitalist instead of 5, and work 4 hours for themselves instead of 5. The ratio of surplus value to necessary labor was 5 to 5. Jesus Christ. Equal to 100 divided by 100, or 100%. Now it is 6 to 4, equal to 150 to 100, or 150%. Just as before, 20 men are applied at 10 hours, equal to 200 hours. The same constant capital of 80 pounds into motion as before. They put the same constant capital of 80 pounds into motion as before. The value of the total product is 120 pounds, just as before. The number of yards equal to 1,200. The price of the yard equal to 2 shillings. There has been no change whatsoever in the prices of production. The total product in value of 1 was equal to 2 pounds, and of 20, 40 pounds. But if 5 hours per day, the week being equal to 20, but if 5 hours per day the week equal to 20, then 4 equals 16, with which he now buys the same mass of means of subsistence as before. The 20 workers who only each perform 4 hours of necessary labor will get 16 pounds instead of the previous 20 pounds. The variable capital has fallen from 20 to 16, but continues to set the same quantum of absolute labor into motion as before. But this quantum apportions itself differently. Earlier, 1/3 was paid, 2/3 was unpaid. Now, out of 100 hours, 4 are paid and 6 not paid. 2/5 paid and 3/5 unpaid. Or in place of the ratio 5 to 5, we now have that of 6 to 4. Thus, in place of a rate of surplus value of 100%, we have a rate of surplus value of 150%. The rate of surplus value has risen by 50%. What would be applied to a single yard would be 3 1/5 pence of paid and 4 4/5 pence of unpaid weaving labor. This is 24 divided by 5 to 16 divided by 5, or 24 to 16 as above. Consequently, there's a graph. There's a chart, not reading the chart. Skipping the chart. One notes here that the sum of surplus value is only 24 instead of 28, as in 2. If, however, in 3, the same variable capital of 20 is invested, then the total quantum of the applied labor would have risen, since it remains the same. If a variable capital of 16 is invested, thus it would have risen by 1/4, since 20 is larger than 16 by 1/4. The total quantum of the applied labor would have risen, not only the ratio of surplus labor to the paid labor. Since 16 at this new rate yields 40 pounds, then 20 yields 50, of which 30 are surplus value. If 40 pounds is equal to 200 hours, then 50 would equal 250 hours. And if 200 would set in motion 80 constant capital into motion, then 250 hours would set 100 constant capital into motion. Finally, if 200 hours produce 1,200 yards, then 250 hours produce 1,500 yards. One must in general remark that a consequence of the sinking of the wages, here as a result of increased productive power, less variable capital is necessary in order to apply the same quantum of labor, i.e., one and the same quantity of labor for a higher profit for capital, since the paid part diminishes in comparison to the unpaid part. On the other hand, if the capitalist continues to spend the same mass of variable capital, he gains doubly, because he not only derives a higher rate of surplus value from the same total quantum, but then exploits a greater quantum of labor at this higher rate of surplus value, although his variable capital has not increased in magnitude. What is thus emerged is 1. At changing commodity prices, the rate and mass of surplus value can remain constant. 2. At constant commodity prices, the rate and mass of surplus value can vary. The commodity prices in general, as we have developed in our consideration of the production of surplus value, only influence surplus value to the extent that they can enter into the cost of reproduction of the labor capacity and consequently affect its own value. This is the kind of influence which can be paralyzed in shorter periods by countervailing powers. From 1, it follows that the sinking of the commodity prices and cheapening of commodities, which springs from the development of the productive power of labor, apart from the part of commodities which cheapen the very labor capacity itself through their own cheapening, as they raise its price through their own rise, to be sure, includes the fact that less labor is materialized in the single commodities, or the same labor displays itself in a greater mass of commodities, for which reason a smaller aliquot part of the labor falls to the single commodity, but does not in and of itself include the fact that the proportional division of the labor contained in each commodity between paid and unpaid changes. The two laws we have developed hold in general for all commodities. Thus also for those which do not enter directly or indirectly into the reproduction of the labor capacity, whose cheapening or rising in price is thus irrelevant to the determination of the value of the labor capacity itself. From 2 follows, compare the remarks to 3 and 3a, that although the commodity prices remain the same and the productive power of living labor remains the same, which is employed immediately in the branch of production which produces these commodities, nevertheless, rate and mass of surplus value can arise. We could also have developed the opposite, that they can sink whenever either the total working day is shortened or the necessary labor time grows through the rise in price of other commodities, with a working day which remains the same. This is the very case. I don't know where I got very next slide. This is the case because a variable capital of given magnitude can employ very unequal quanta of labor of given productive power, and the commodity prices remain the same as long as the productive power of labor does not change. Or variable capital of varying magnitude employs equal quanta of labor of given productive power. In brief, a variable capital of determined value magnitude by no means sets always the same quanta of living labor into motion. And insofar, therefore, as it is regarded as a mere symbol for the quanta of labor which it sets into motion, it is a symbol of variable magnitude. This last remark, to 2 and lol 2, shows how the commodity, as product of capital, as aliquot constituent part of capital, as bearer of capital, which has valorized itself and consequently contains an aliquot part of that surplus value which had been created by capital within itself, must be considered in a way which is different from the way we did at the beginning of our development of the single self-sufficient commodity. If we speak of commodity prices, then it is at all points to be understood that the total price of the mass of commodities produced by capital is equal to the total value of this mass, and consequently, the price of the aliquot part of that total value. Price is here in general only the monetary expression of value. Prices which are different from their values have not yet made any appearance at all in our development. The single commodity, as product of capital, actually as elementary part of reproduced and valorized capital, reveals its difference from the single commodity, which is our point of departure as presupposition for the formation of capital, and its difference from the commodity regarded as self-sufficient. Also, in fact, in addition to the one hitherto considered, referring to the determination of price, that if the commodity is sold at its price, then the value of the capital which has been advanced for its production is not therewith realized. Still less the value in the surplus value created by this capital. As mere bearers of capital, not only in a material sense, as of the part of use value of which the capital consists, commodities can be sold at the price corresponding to their value, and nevertheless be sold under their value as product of capital, and as constituent parts of the total product in which now that capital which has valorized itself exists. In our above example, a capital of £100 was reproducing itself in 1,200 yards of linen at a price of £120. In accordance with our earlier discussion, constant capital equal to 80, variable capital equal to 20, and surplus value equal to 20, we can represent matters in such a way that the 80 pounds of constant capital are displayed in 800 yards, or 2/3 of the total product. 20 pounds of variable capital, or wages in 200 yards, or 1/6 of the total product, and 20 pounds of surplus value, ditto in 200 yards, or a second 1/6 of the total product. Now, if it isn't just 1 yard, but, for example, 800, which are sold at their price, equal to 80 pounds, and if the two other parts should be unsellable, then only 4/5 of the original capital value itself would be reproduced. As bearer of the total capital, i.e. as unique actual product of the total capital of 100, the 800 yards would be sold beneath their value, and indeed 1/3 beneath their value, since the value of the total product equal to 120 and 80 only to 2/3 of the total product, but the lacking value quantum 40 is equal, however, to the other third of their product. These 800 yards could also be sold, considered in themselves above their value, and would, as bearers of the total capital, however, be sold at their value. For example, if they were themselves sold at 90 pounds, but the other 400 yards were sold at only 30 pounds. But we intend to entirely abstract from the sale of single portions of the mass of commodities over or under their value. Since in accordance with our assumptions, the commodities are only as such sold at their value. What is at issue here is not only the fact that they, as in the case of the self-sufficient commodity, are sold at their value, but rather that it is as bearers of the capital advance for their own production, and therefore as adequate part of the total product of capital, that they are sold at their value price. If out of this total product, 1,200 yards equal to 120 pounds, only 800 yards are sold, then these 800 don't represent 2/3 of the adequate part of the total value, but rather the entire total value, and thus represent a value of 120 and not of 80, and the single commodity does not equal 80 divided by 100, 80 divided by 800 equal to 8 divided by 80 equal to 4 divided by 40 equal to 2 divided by 20 shillings, but rather 120 divided by 800 equal to 12 divided by 80, 3 divided by 20, 3 shillings. In accordance with that, the single commodity would be sold at 50% too much if it were sold at 3 shillings instead of 2. As adequate part of the product, as adequate part of the produced total value, the single commodity must be sold at its price, and therefore as adequate part of the total product sold, and not as self-sufficient commodity, i.e., not only as the one out of 1,200 part of the total product, but as supplement to the other 1,199 parts of the total product, or at its price multiplied by its denominator as the aliquot part. The natural result is already at this point that, since with the development of capitalist production and the cheapening of the commodity which corresponds to it, the mass of commodities increases. The number of commodities which have to be sold increases. A continuous expansion of the market is therefore necessary, which is a need of the capitalist mode of production. But this point belongs better to the subsequent book. An additional yield is also just why, if the capitalist could provide, for example, 1,200 yards at 2 shillings, he could not provide 1,300 at this price, because the additional 100 yards would perhaps require measures to be taken within the constant capital, etc., which would toss off that price for an additional product of 1,200 yards, but not for that of 100, and so forth. From this one sees how the commodity as product of capital differs from the single commodity treated in self-sufficiency. And this difference will reveal itself more and more and affect the real price determination of the commodity more and more also, the farther we prove to have followed up the capitalist process of production and circulation. The point, however, to which I wish now to draw special attention is the following. We have seen in Capital 1, Section 3, Chapters 8, 9, page 199, in this first book, how the different value parts of the product of capital, value of the constant capital, value of the variable capital, and surplus value, on the one hand, repeat themselves and are displayed in the proportional parts in each single commodity as aliquot parts of the total of the produced total use value and as aliquot part of the produced total value. How, on the other hand, the total product can be divided into certain portions, qualities of the produced use value or article, of which one part represents only the value of the constant capital, the other only that of the variable, and the third, finally, only that of the surplus value. These two circumstances although they are identical in reality, as we have earlier shown, contradict each other in their mode of expression. For in the latter case, the single commodities which belong, for example, to lot number one, which only reproduces the value of constant capital, appear in this way as if they displayed objectified labor only before the process of production. Thus, for example, the 800 yards equal to 80 pounds, equal to the value of the constant capital advanced, present only the value of the wool, oil, coal, machinery, etc., which has been consumed, but no valued particle of the newly added weaving labor. Whereas, on the other hand, each yard of linen, regarded as use value, contains, in addition to the flax, etc., contained in it, a particular quantum of weaving labor, which has precisely given it the form of linen, and contains in its price of 2 shillings, 16 pence, as reproduction of the constant capital used up in it. 4 pence for wages, and 4 pence unpaid labor materialized in it. This apparent contradiction, the lack of a solution to which has caused fundamental blunders in analysis, as will be seen later, is at first view for someone who has his eye only on the price of the individual commodity, just as utterly baffling as perhaps the thesis established shortly before, that the single commodity, or a particular quotum of the total product, can be sold at its price while being under its price, over its price, while at its price, and even over its price while under it. Proudhon is an example of this confusion. The price of the yard in the above example is determined, not isolated, but as adequate part of the total product. What we have just expounded concerning the determination of price has been dealt with elsewhere, theories of surplus value, and some remarks from there could be inserted here. Originally, we grasped the single commodity in its self-sufficiency as a result and direct product of a particular quantum of labor. Now, where it is result, product of capital, the situation changes formally. Later, actually, in the prices of production, to the intent that the produced mass of use values represent a quantum of labor equal to the value of the constant capital contained in the product and used up of the quantum of materialized labor transferred from it to the product, plus the value of the labor quantum exchanged for the variable capital, of which one part replaces the value of the variable capital, and the other forms surplus value. If the labor time contained in capital is expressed in money, equal to 100 pounds, of which 40 pounds are variable capital, and the rate of surplus value is equal to 50 pounds, then the total mass of the labor contained in the product expresses itself in 120 pounds. Before the commodity can circulate, the commodity's exchange value must previously have been metamorphosed into price. If the total product, therefore, is not a single continuous thing so that the entire capital reproduces itself in one single commodity, for example, a house, then the capital has to calculate the price of the single commodity. That is, it must display the exchange value of the single commodity in money of account. In accordance with the differing productivity of labor, the total value of 120 pounds will be apportioned to more or fewer products, and thus the price of the single commodity will display an inverse ratio to the total number of commodities, a greater or lesser adequate part of the 120 pounds per piece. People in their fucking honor. Man, shoot me in the dick if I ever own a woman. People obsessed with cutting the grass will never cease to fucking boggle my mind. If the total product is, for example, 60 tons of coal, then 60 tons is equal to 120 pounds, equal to 2 pounds per ton. 120 pounds divided by 60. If the product is equal to 75 tons, then the ton is equal to 120 divided by 75, equal to 1 pound and 12 shillings. If 240 tons, then equal to 120 divided by 240, equal to 1200 divided 12, Jesus Christ, then equal to 12 divided by 24, equal to 1/2 pound, etc. The price of the single commodity thus is equal to the total price of the product divided by total number of products, the total price divided by the total number of the products, which is measured in accordance with the use value of the product. If the price of the single commodity is in this way equal to the total price of the commodity mass produced by a capital of 100 pounds, divided by the total number of the commodities, in this case of tons, then the total price of the total product is on the other hand equal to the price of the single commodity multiplied by the total number of produced commodities. If the mass of commodities has grown along with the productivity, then the number has grown too, while the price of the single commodity has fallen. Whenever the productivity has shrunk, where one factor, price, increases, and the other factor, number, decreases, the opposite takes place. As long as the quantum of labor invested in the same, it displays itself in that very same total price of 120 pounds. However, much of it falls to the single commodity with its mass, which varies in proportion to the productivity of labor. If the part of the price which falls to the single product the aliquot part of the total value is smaller on account of the greater number of products, i.e., on account of the greater productivity of labor, then the surplus value part, too, which falls to it, is smaller. The aliquot part of the total price, in which the surplus value of £20 expresses itself, and which depends upon it, the ratio of the price part of the single commodity, which expresses surplus value, to the price part of the commodity which displays wages or paid labor is not, however, thereby altered. Admittedly, it has now emerged upon the consideration of the capitalist process of production that, apart from the lengthening of the working day, along with the cheapening of commodities which determine the value of labor capacity and enter into the necessary consumption of the workers, the tendency exists to cheapen the labor capacity itself and consequently to shorten the paid part of the labor at the same time and lengthen the unpaid part while the magnitude of the working day remains the same. Thus, while under the previous assumption, the price of the single commodity participates in the surplus value, in the same ratio, in which it Thus, while under the previous assumption, the price of the single commodity participates in the surplus value in the same ratio, in which it forms an aliquot part of the total value, in the same ratio in which it participates in the total price. Now, the part of this price which displays surplus value will rise despite the sinking price of the product. But this is only the case because in the total price of the product, as a consequence of the increased productivity of labor, the surplus value occupies a greater proportional place. The same reason decreases the value of the labor capacity, namely, the augmented productivity of labor. The reverse would be the case with decreasing productivity, which has the same quantum of labor, the same value of £120, displays itself in a greater mass of products, consequently sinks the price of the single commodity. So although the price of the single commodity sinks, although the total quantum of the labor contained in it, hence its value, decreases, the proportional constituent part of this price, which consists in surplus value, increases, or there lurks in the lesser total quantum of labor, which lurks in the single commodity, for example, in the single ton, a greater quantum of unpaid labor than earlier, where labor was more unproductive, the mass of the product smaller, the price of the single commodity higher. In the total price of £120, there now lurks more unpaid labor, and consequently in each aliquot part of these £120. The puzzles are similar, which confuse Proudhon in his exclusive attention to the price of the single, self-sufficient commodity, and ignoring of the commodity as product of the total capital, and hence ignoring of the ratio in which the total product, with the total product's respective prices, is conceptually divided. Quote, "It is impossible, since the interest on capital," end quote, what this is just a specifically named part of the surplus value, quote, added to the salary of the worker as commerce proceeds constitutes the price of a commodity, and the worker would be able to buy back what he has himself produced. Living by working is a principle which implies contradictions under the regime of interest, end quote. Proudhon in Free Credit. That is quite correct. To make matters clearer, let us assume that the worker under discussion is the entire working class. The weekly wage which it receives and with which it is now to buy means of subsistence, etc., is spent on a mass of commodities whose price, considering each individually and altogether, contains in addition to a part equal to wages, a part equal to surplus value of which the interest mentioned by Proudhon forms only one, perhaps only relatively small, proportional part. Now, how is it possible that the working class, with its weekly wage which only equals salary, buy a mass of commodities which equals salary plus surplus value? Since the weekly wages of the whole class taken into account only equal the weekly sum of the means of subsistence, it follows clear as day that the worker cannot buy the necessary means of subsistence with the sum of money he has obtained. For the sum of money which he has obtained equals the weekly wage, the weekly price of his labor which is paid to him, while the price of the weekly necessary means equals the weekly price of the labor contained in them, plus the price in which the unpaid surplus labor displays itself. Therefore, quote, it is impossible that the worker would be able to buy back what he himself has produced, end quote. To live by working, therefore, under these assumptions implies, quote, contradictions. Proudhon is completely correct as far as appearance is concerned. But if he regards the commodity as product of capital, instead of in self-sufficiency, then he will find that the week's product breaks down into a part whose price, equal to the weekly wage, equal to the variable capital spent during the week, contains no surplus value, etc. And there is another part whose price is only equal to the surplus value, etc. Although the price of the commodity contains all those elements, etc. It is precisely only that first part, however, which the worker buys back, whereby it is irrelevant for the present purpose that he can be cheated as he buys back from the grocer, etc. This is on average the way things stand with those apparently profound and inscrutable economic paradoxes of Proudhon. They consist in the fact that he expresses the confusion which economic phenomenon have created in his head as the law of phenomenon. In actuality, Proudhon's thesis is even worse because it implies the assumption that the true price of the commodity is equal to the salary contained in it, equal to the quantum of paid labor contained in it, and surplus value, interest, etc., is only a capricious markup over and above this true price of the commodity. But still worse is his critique at the hands of the vulgar economics. For example, M. Fourcade, but still worse is his critique at the hands of vulgar economics. For example, M. Fourcade not only draws his attention to the fact that his thesis on the one hand proves too much insofar as the working class couldn't exist at all on its basis, but that on the other hand he doesn't go far enough in his expression of the paradox insofar as after all the price of the commodities which the worker buys includes, in addition to salary plus interest, etc., also raw materials, etc. In brief, the elements of the price of constant capital. Quite correct. For Saad, or Forcade, Forcade. But what next? He shows that the problem is actually even more difficult than Proudhon makes it out to be, and that is a reason for him not to solve the problem, even posing it in the scope in which Proudhon does, but to creep away with a meaningless phrase about it. In actuality, what is good about Proudhon's manner is the fact that by his openly expressing the sophistical complacency, the confusion of economic phenomenon, as opposed to the vulgar economists who try to conceal it, being incapable, however, of grasping it, Proudhon's own theoretical poverty is dragged into the light of day. So, W. Thucydides Rocher characterized Proudhon's "What is Property" as, quote, confused and confusing. In the term confusing, the feeling of impotence of vulgar economics. Confronting this confusion is what is being expressed. It is unable to solve the contradictions of capitalist production, even in the confused, superficial, and sophistical form in which Proudhon picks them up and throws them at the vulgar economists' heads. Nothing is left except to appeal to common sense, quote, common sense, against this sophistry which it lacks the theory to overcome, and take its stand on the fact that things are actually continuing their course. And take its stand on the fact that things are actually continuing their course. What a charming consolation for supposed theoreticians. The difficulty displayed in Chapter 1 has now been solved too. If the commodities which form the product of capital are sold at those prices which are determined by their value, that is, the entire capitalist class sells the commodities at their value, then each one realizes a surplus value, i.e. he sells a value part of the commodity, which has cost him nothing, which he has not paid. The advantage which they reciprocally derive is in this way not achieved by overreaching on both sides. The only meaning such overreaching would have is that the one would snatch a part of the surplus value which is due to the other, not by their selling their commodities above their value, but rather by selling them at their value. This assumption that the commodities are sold at prices corresponding to their values forms the basis for the investigation contained in the following book too. The next result of the immediate process of capitalist production, its product, is commodities, in whose price it isn't only the value of the capital advanced and consumed during their production, but is also at the same time the surplus labor consumed during their production which is materialized, objectified as surplus value. As commodity, the product of capital must enter into the process of exchange of commodities, and thereby not only enter into the actual metabolism, but at the same time pass through those form changes which we have displayed as metamorphosis of commodities. To the extent that it is only formal changes that are at issue, the metamorphosis of these commodities into money, and their return metamorphosis back into commodities, the process is already displayed in what we termed simple circulation, the circulation of commodities as such. But these commodities are now, at the same time, bearers of capital. They are valorized capital itself, pregnant with surplus value. And in this connection, their circulation, which is now at the same time reproduction process of capital, includes further determinations which are alien to the abstract consideration of commodity circulation. Therefore, we must now consider the circulation of commodities as the process of circulation of capital. That is for the next book. The theme of the 6th chapter ends here. What follows are some loose sheets which are evidently to be worked into the text. We omit notes included in the published text of Capital Volume 1 and extended quotations from other authors. Disposition of labor capacity and trade unions. As soon as his labor really begins, it has already ceased to belong to him, and thus can no longer be sold by him. The peculiar nature of this specific commodity, labor capacity, includes in itself that it is upon the conclusion of the contract between buyer and seller that the sold commodity has really passed into the hands of the buyer as a use value. The exchange value of this commodity, like that of every other commodity, is determined before it enters into circulation, because it as a capacity, a power, that it was sold, and a particular amount of labor time was required in order to produce this capacity, this power. The exchange value, therefore, exists before its sale, but its use value only consists in the subsequent expression of power. The externalizing of power and its actual expression, i.e., its existence as use value, thus diverge as far as time is concerned. The situation is similar to that of a house whose use has been sold to me for a month. The use value is only provided me after I have inhabited the house for a month. Thus is the use value of the labor capacity only provided me after I have used it, have actually had it work for me. In the case of such use values, however, where the formal externalizing of the commodity by sale and the actual release of its use value to the buyer diverge in time, the money of the buyer has the initial effect of means of payment, as we have seen. The labor capacity is sold for the day, for the week, etc., but it is only paid after it has been consumed during a day, a week, etc. In all countries where the capital relationship has developed, the labor capacity is only paid after it has functioned. So everywhere the worker lends the capitalist the use of his commodity, lets it be consumed by the buyer, credits it before he obtains its exchange value in payment. In times of crisis, and even in single bankruptcies, it becomes clear that this continual crediting of the capitalist by the workers, which is based on the special nature of the sold use value, is no empty delusion. It has no effect, however, on the nature of the commodity exchange itself, whether money functions as means of buying or as means of payment. The price of the labor capacity is established contractually in the buying, although it is only realized later. This form of payment has just as little an effect on the fact that this price determination relates to the value of the labor capacity, and not either to the value of the product or to the value of the labor, which labor is not as such a commodity at all. The exchange value of the labor capacity, as has emerged, is paid whenever the price of the means of subsistence is paid, which are in a given condition of society necessary in order that the worker exercise his labor capacity at all with the necessary level of power, health, vitality, and that he eternalize himself through the begetting of men to replace him. If man differs from all other animals through the boundlessness and expandability of his needs, then there exists no animal, on the other hand, which is able to contract its needs in the same unbelievable degree, and limit itself to the same minimum of living conditions. In a word, no animal which possesses the same talent for Irelandization. Irelandization. I don't know what that means. It's like the country Ireland, capital I. Irelandization. It isn't of such a physical minimum of existence that we are talking when it is a question of the value of the labor capacity. As in the case of every commodity, so in the case of the labor capacity, is its price able to rise over its value or fall under it, and thus deviate from the price in the one or the other direction, which is only the monetary expression of the value itself. The level of vital needs, whose total value forms that value of the labor capacity, can rise or sink. The analysis of these swings, however, does not belong here, but rather in the study of wages for labor. As this investigation proceeds, we shall see that it is quite irrelevant to the analysis of capital whether one hypothesizes a high or low standard of living. As in the theory, so in the practice, one starts with the value of the labor capacity as a given magnitude. A money owner, for example, who wishes to metamorphose his money into capital, for example, into the industrial capital of a textile mill, above all inquires into the average level of wages in the place where he intends to build the factory. He knows that the wages constantly deviate from the average just as the prices for wool do. But he is simultaneously aware of the fact that these swings cancel each other out. Wages enter into his preliminary calculations, therefore, as a given value magnitude. On the other hand, the value of the labor capacity forms the conscious and proclaimed basis of the trade unions, whose importance for the English working class can scarcely be overestimated. The trade unions have no other purpose than to hinder the sinking of the level of wages beneath the level traditionally given in various branches of business, the forcing of the price of the labor capacity down below its value. They are naturally aware that a change in the relationship of supply and demand produces a change in the market price. On the one hand, however, the occurrence of such a change is very different from the one-sided assertion of the buyer, in this case the capitalist, that such a change has occurred. On the other hand, there exists a great distinction between the level of wages, as determined by supply and demand, i.e., by the level produced by the fair operation of exchange, that exists when buyers and sellers negotiate on equal terms, and a level of wages which the seller, the laborer must put up with when the capitalist negotiates with each man singly, and dictates a reduction by exploiting the chance need of individual workers, which exist independently of the general relations of supply and demand. The workers combine in order to achieve equality of a sort with the capitalist in their contract concerning the sale of their labor. This is the rationale, the logic of the trades unions. What they seek to bring about is, quote, that the accidental immediate neediness of a laborer should not compel him to make do with a smaller wage than supply and demand has already established in a particular branch of labor, end quote, and thereby depresses the value of the labor capacity in a particular sphere generally beneath its habitual level. This value of the labor capacity is, quote, regarded by the workers themselves as the minimum wage, and by the capitalists as the uniform rate of wages for all workers in the same trade, end quote. So the unions never allow their members to work beneath this wage minimum. They are insurance societies created for this purpose by the workers themselves. An example may clarify the purpose of these combinations formed among the workers for the protection of the value of the labor capacity. In all businesses in London, there are so-called, quote, sweaters. Quote, a sweater is someone who undertakes to deliver a certain quantity of work at normal prices to an entrepreneur, but who then has it carried out for a lower price by others. The difference, which goes to make up his profit, is sweated out of the workers who actually perform the labor, end quote, and represents nothing other than the difference between the value of the labor capacity, which is paid by the first businessman, and the price, which stands beneath the value of the labor capacity, which the sweater pays to the real workers. The form piecework salary is employed in English potteries, for example, in order to engage young apprentices from their 13th year at a low piecework salary so that they overwork themselves right in their training period, quote, to the great advantage of their master, end quote. This is officially specified as one of the reasons for the degeneration of the population in the pottery factories. The increase of the total wages, for example weekly, in those branches of labor into which task work has recently been introduced, an increase, say, in consequence of the heightened intensity of labor, becomes for the master, as soon as it has reached a certain height itself, a reason to reduce wages, since they consider it too high to be good for the worker. Task work is directly denounced as a means for the lowering of wages. It has to be clear, in and for itself, that the way in which the wages are paid out has no effect in and of itself upon their nature, although the kind of payment, which in any case, in accordance with the often technical nature of labor, only permits one or another manner, may have a more favorable effect on the development of the capitalist process of production. It is clear that the individual differences in the wages, which have greater play under piecework than under time wages, are only deviations from the level of the wages. But piecework wages, where not paralyzed by other circumstances, have a tendency to depress this very level itself. Labor wages, as the total price of daily average labor, contradicts the concept of value. Each price must be reducible to a value, since the price in and for itself is only the monetary expression of value, and the circumstance that present prices stand above or below the price corresponding to their value does not affect the fact that they are a quantitatively incongruent expression of the value of the commodity, even if in the assumed case they are quantitatively too great or too small. But here, in the case of the price of labor, there would be a qualitative incongruence. Since the value of a commodity is equal to the necessary labor contained in the commodity, then the value of a working day, which is otherwise performed under adequate conditions of production and with the average habitual social measure of intensity and competence, is equal to the day of labor contained in it, which is nonsense and yields no determination at all. The value of labor, i.e. the price of the labor stripped of its monetary expression qualitatively, is thus an irrational expression and actually only a metamorphosed and inverted form of the value of the labor capacity. Price, which is not reducible to value, whether immediately or through a row of intermediaries, expresses a merely accidental exchange of something for money. And so things which are not in the actual fact commodities at all, and therefore in this sense outside the commerce of men, are metamorphosed into commodities through their exchange for money. Hence, the connection between venality and corruption and money relationship. Since money is the metamorphosed shape of the commodity, one cannot simply read off of money's appearance where it comes from, but what has been metamorphosed in it, whether conscience, virginity, or potatoes. But piecework wages, if they are to serve immediately as expression of a value relationship, are just as irrational as time wages, as most immediate form of labor wages. For example, in a piece of commodity, apart from the constant capital contained in it, a working hour equal to 6 pence is objectified. The worker obtains 3 pence, or the value of this piece with respect to the worker is not determined by the value contained in it as measured by the labor time. Actually, these piecework wages do not immediately express a value relationship. The point is not to measure the value of the piece by the labor time contained in it, but rather the opposite, to measure the necessary labor time which the worker has performed by the piece. The wages which he obtains is thereby time wages, insofar as the piece only has the vocation to measure the time for which he receives the wage and to serve as guarantee that he has employed only necessary labor time, thus has worked with the appropriate intensity, as well as his labor as use value having the appropriate quality. The piecework wage is thus nothing but a particular form of the time wage, which is on its own only the metamorphosed form of the value of the labor capacity with respect to the prices for the labor capacity, which correspond quantitatively to this value or diverge from it. If the piecework wage has the tendency to leave great play for the individuality of the worker, thus to elevate the wage of individual workers more or less above the universal level, then it also has a strong proclivity to sink the wages of other workers beneath that level, and to reduce this level itself by the spurred competition of the workers, which is strained to the utmost. Insofar as the intensity of labor is measured, other things being equal, by the mass of product which the worker provides within a definite time, one must compare, if one is comparing the time wages, for example, the wage of a working day of given length, in different countries, at the same time how these wages behave if they are expressed as piecework wages. Only thereby does one obtain the true ratio between necessary labor and surplus labor, or between labor wages and surplus value. It will then often be found that although the apparent time wage is higher in richer countries, piecework wages are higher in poor countries. So the worker here actually claims a greater part of the working day for the reproduction of his salary than there. Thus, the rate of surplus value is smaller in the latter countries than in the former, and the relative labor wage consequently greater. Thus, the real price of labor is actually higher in the latter than in the former. Considering various nations, abstracting from the productivity due to each of the workers, the intensity makes just as great a difference as the length of the working day. The more intensive national working day counts as equal to the less intensive plus X. If one takes the working day of the gold and silver producing countries as the measure of the international working day, then the more intensive English working day of 12 hours, for example, will express itself in more gold than the less intensive Spanish, i.e., it will stand higher in relationship to the middle working day, realized in gold and silver. A higher national labor wage, considering the entire day of a given length, higher not only in use value but in exchange value, and hence also in monetary expression. Hypothesizing a given value of gold and silver, a higher monetary expression must always express more value, and a lower always less value. If one considers the money wage of workers in the case of different countries simultaneously, then the value of gold and silver is constantly presupposed as given, since even a change in this value, if it is simultaneous for the various nations, results in no change so far as their reciprocal relationship is concerned. Thus presupposes in actuality no higher price of labor as price for a definite labor quantum. In the case of a longer duration of labor, as in the case of greater intensity of labor, which amounts to the same thing internationally, the labor wage can be higher in one land than in another, and yet in the first place constitute nevertheless a smaller part of the total day, thus being smaller, and in the second place itself represents a smaller price of labor. For example, if the worker obtains daily 3 shillings for 12 hours, then that is less than if his daily wage amounts to 2.5 shillings for 11 hours. For the 1 hour of surplus labor includes as much greater attrition. For the 1 hour of surplus labor includes a much greater attrition, hence quicker reproduction of the labor capacity. The difference would be even greater if the 2.5 shillings were for 10 hours. Differing centralization of means of production in different peoples. There is much more machinery for work and mechanical power in the English factory for the single worker, and thus also much more raw material which is worked by him in the same time, compared to the Frenchman. The productive power of his labor is therefore much greater, as is the capital that employs him. The number of establishments much smaller in England than in France. The number of working men employed on the average in one single establishment much greater in England than in France, although the total number of employed in France greater than in England, although in a small proportion only compared to the number of establishments. Apparently this was Marx. There's a little note here that says from a section in English, so I guess this is Marx's English. Maybe it's better than that, I don't know. But he's just taking, it seems like this whole section, like the past few pages, has just been rough notes. What is revealed here is that in consequence of historic, etc., conditions, which have had a differing effect upon the relative magnitude of the concentration of the means of production, there is a correspondent relatively greater or smaller expropriation of the mass of the immediate producers, a very different level of development of the forces of production, and of the capitalist mode of production at large. This is, however, in precisely inverse ratio to the, quote, saving and, quote, hoarding of the immediate producer himself, which is very large in France compared with England. The scale upon which the surplus labor of the producers can be saved and hoarded and accumulated and brought together in great masses, i.e. concentrated, can be used as capital, corresponds exactly to the degree in which their surplus labor is hoarded, etc., by their employers instead of by themselves, corresponds, therefore, to the degree in which the great mass of the real producers is precluded from the capacity and the conditions of saving, hoarding, accumulating, is in one word precluded from all power of appropriating its own surplus labor to any important degree, because of their more or less complete expropriation from their means of production. Capitalistic accumulation and concentration are based upon and correspond to the facility of appropriating other people's surplus labor in great masses, and the corresponding inability of these people themselves to lay any claim to their own surplus labor. It is therefore the most ludicrous delusion, fallacy, or imposture to explain and account for this capitalistic accumulation by confounding it with, and as far as phraseology goes, converting it into a process quite its opposite, exclusive of it, and corresponding to a mode of production upon whose ruins capitalistic production can alone be reared. It is thus one of the delusions carefully entertained by the political economy. The truth is this, that in this bourgeois society, every workman, if he is an exceedingly clever and shrewd fellow, and gifted with bourgeois instincts, and favored by an exceptional fortune, can possibly be converted himself into an exploiter of the labor of others. But where there was no labor to be exploited, there would be no capitalist or capitalistic production. Ricardo actually consoles the workers with the fact that as a consequence of the rising productivity of labor, there is an increase of total capital compared to its variable part. The part of the surplus value which is consumed as revenue increases, and hence there is an increased demand for menial servants. Ireland, emigration. Only England could be a model for the way in which the actual increase or decrease in laboring population in the 10-year cycle of industry can exert any perceptible influence upon the labor market, because here is where the capitalistic mode of production is developed, and this capitalistic mode does not, as mostly upon the European continent, move still on the basis of an agricultural economy, which doesn't correspond to it. In brief, it is in England that one can best grasp the effects produced by the needs of valorization of capital upon the expansion and contraction of emigration. One must observe at the start that the emigration of capital, i.e., the part of annual revenue placed abroad as capital, and especially in the colonies and in the United States of America, is much higher in comparison with the annual accumulation fund than the number of migrants in comparison with the annual increase in population. Further, English migrants are for the most part, insofar as we take its chief component, the agricultural, into account, not workers, but sons of sharecroppers, etc. They have hitherto been more than replaced by the immigration out of Ireland. In periods of stagnation and crisis, emigration tends to rise. It is then also that the part of excess capital sent abroad is largest. In periods when human emigration decreases, the emigration of additional capital decreases also. The absolute relationship between capital used in the country and labor power is thus little affected by the swings in emigration. If emigration began to assume serious proportions in England compared to the yearly increase in the population, then its position of eminence within the world market would be over. The Irish emigration since 1848 has cheated all the expectations and prophecies of the Malthusians. First, they had declared that an exodus which surpassed the measure of the excess population was impossible. The Irish have solved the problem despite their poverty. The part which has emigrated sends each year a large part of the means for emigration to those who have been left behind. Second, these gentlemen had also prophesied that the famine which killed 1,000,000 and the exodus which followed would have precisely the same effect in Ireland that the Black Death had in England in the middle of the 14th century. Precisely the opposite took place. Production decreased faster than the population, and just similarly, the means of livelihood of the agricultural workers, although their wages is not higher today than in 1847, if one takes the different price of the means of subsistence into account. The population, however, has decreased in 15 years from 8 to about 4.5 millions. Admittedly, cattle production has grown somewhat, and Lord Dufferin, who wants to metamorphose Ireland into a sheep pasture, is quite correct in saying that it is still much too numerous. Meanwhile, the Irish don't only carry their own bones to America, but also themselves. And the phrase, quote, "there will arise an avenger," end quote, will verify itself in terrifying fashion beyond the transatlantic. Although the formation of capital and the capitalistic mode of production rests essentially upon the stabilization not only of the feudal mode of production, but upon expropriation of peasants, artisans in general, upon sublation of the mode of production, which rests upon the, quote, private, I don't know why I said quote, there's no quote there, there's just italices. Losing it. Although the formation of capital and the capitalist mode of production rest essentially upon the sublation not only of the feudal mode of production, but upon expropriation of peasants, artisans in general, upon sublation of the mode of production, which rests upon the private ownership by the immediate producer of his conditions of production. Although once the capitalist mode of production is introduced, it develops to the same measure as that in which private property and the mode of production based upon it is sublated. That is, those immediate producers are expropriated in the name of concentration of capital, centralization, although that process of expropriation, as it later repeats itself in the clearing of estates in a systematic way, introduces the capitalist mode of production partly as an act of violence. It isn't only the theory of the capitalist mode of production, but it is the capitalist himself for whose view of things, his own kind of property and appropriation, which rests upon the appropriation of the labor of others in its process, and upon the expropriation of the immediate producer as its basis, who likes to take such a mode for that mode of production, which to the contrary presupposes the private ownership of the immediate producer of his own conditions of production, a presupposition under which the capitalist mode of production would be impossible in agriculture and manufacture, etc., and consequently likes to represent every attack, too, upon this form of appropriation as an attack upon that property which he has labored over, indeed, as an attack upon all property. There is naturally great difficulty involved in the attempt to represent the expropriation of the laboring masses from their property as the vital precondition of the property which rests upon labor. In any case, along with private property, in that form, there is always included the enslavement of family members at least, who are purely used and exploited by the head of the family. The universal juridical conception, from Locke to Ricardo, is consequently that of petty bourgeois property, while the relationships of production, which are portrayed by them, belong to the capitalist mode of production. What makes this possible is the relationship of buyer and seller, who remain formally the same in both forms. In all these writers, one finds the doublet, 1. Proceeding in economic terms against private property, which rests upon labor, they show the advantages of the expropriation of the masses and of the capitalist mode of production. 2. In ideological and juridical terms, the ideology of that private property which rests upon labor is simply transferred to that property which rests upon the expropriation of the immediate producers. Thus, for example, the talk about handling present burdens, Thus, for example, the talk about handing present burdens onto coming generations through state debts. A can give B, who is really or apparently lending him commodities, an IOU for products of the future, just as there are even poets and musicians of the future. But A and B together never consume an atom of the product of the future. Every generation pays its own costs of war. On the other hand, a worker can expend in this year the labor of the 3 following years in advance. Quote, in pretending to stave off the expenses of the present hour to a future day, in pretending that you can burthen posterity, the fact that you can, Jesus Christ, quote, in pretending to stave off the expenses of the present hour to a future day, in pretending that you can burthen posterity to supply the wants of the existing generation, end quote, one is propounding the absurdity, quote, that you can consume what does not yet exist, that you can feed on provisions before their seeds have been sown in the earth. All the wisdom of our statesmen will have ended in a great transfer of property from one class of persons to another, in creating an enormous fund for the rewards of jobs and peculation, end quote. Percy Ravenstone, Thoughts on the Funding System, 1824. The colliers. How this dependency of the colliers upon their exploiters for their homes works is shown in every strike. For example, the strike in Durham in November 1863. The people were thrown in the street with wife and child during stormy weather, and their furniture, etc., was thrown out the doors. So the main problem was to find a roof during the cold nights. A large part slept in the open air. Part broke into their evacuated dwellings and occupied them during the night. The exploiters of the mines had doors and windows nailed shut next day and prevented those who had been thrown out from enjoying the luxury of sleeping during an icy night on the bare floor of the empty cottages. People resorted to throwing up wooden cabins, wigwams of turf, but these were torn down by the owners of the fields. A mass of children died and withered during the campaign of labor against capital.